Ladies and gentlemen, what do it do, you two? We're back with another boys. It's your boys, all three of
Back
us
with
this
another.
time. FCT. We got Frank in the building. We got myself, CJ in the building. We got
We're,
Tro in the building. Man, oh man.
we're
Hey,
back with
already.
what?
It's a
Let
rare
me.
condition this day and age to read
Oh
and
my
get
gosh! Now
on
he's singing.
the page.
Hold on.
What show is it?
Rewind that. Rewind that back a little first. We're back with another what?
I said video.
No, you did not. No,
Hey,
you
I swear to God, I said we're back with another video.
no. You said we're back with another boys.
That's cap.
Before we start, no, that is not kept. That is not kept. After the stream, go
Hold
back and watch the beginning.
on. I'm going to prove to you that was.
You said we're Tro. What he said?
I was looking for my earbuds, so I couldn't exactly hear exactly.
Yeah, I know.
He
We'll
said
see.
we're back with. He said we're back with another boys.
The, the boys are back.
Hang on. YouTube. We're back with another boys. It's your boys, all three of
He said we're back with another boy.
Okay, let's redo the intro. Ready? Ladies and gentlemen, what do it do? We back with another video. It's your boys, FCT, Mr. Frank, myself, CJ, Mr. Tro in the building. What is good, ladies and gentlemen? How y'all doing out there?
I'm
I'm
doing
doing.
good.
There we go. We got the.
I
We
can't
got.
believe. I still can't believe. Hey, shout out to Tro, man. We didn't give him no like heads up. We just sent you. You just sent him the link, and he came right through. Fucking 10 o'clock at night. This motherfucker came.
I didn't know what I
That's
was
how you
doing.
know
I
Tro
was
is a go. That's
one
how you
minute.
know Tro
One
is a
minute I'm waiting in YouTube, but the next moment I'm being invited to the join.
go.
So you were waiting to watch us. So you know what we're reviewing, which is good. But I know you like the posts I put up. So I knew you knew what show we're doing. Now before we start, because I did watch your y'all's elimination chamber review, which
Yeah.
where y'all literally did like a 40-minute video and barely like you spent like 5 minutes actually talking about the pay-per-view in question. But I digress. There's one thing that was mentioned that needs to be addressed right now, and is the disrespect to one of the greatest movies of all time right here. One of the greatest movies of all time. Put some respect on this name right here.
Hey, Tro, what's a diamond that? What's a diamond upside down, right?
That's one of the worst jokes. That joke's
Nah,
evolved too far. We're reviewing Slamboree like next week.
How is that
yeah,
movie?
that's another thing. That's another thing. Christian's supposed to tell you this, but he never told you this. And but Christian been doing it. Christian been breaking his rules. Christian's been breaking the rules anyway. It's not your fault. But he was supposed to tell you this anyway. You guys by yourselves are supposed to be reviewing shows from like '06 to now. But all of
Hey,
a sudden, Christian
it's gonna be
comes out
whatever
of
show
nowhere.
you want to review, man. It don't matter the year.
Nah, y'all breaking the rules, man. You breaking the rules. It's supposed to have me for the
Hey,
early 2000s stuff, man.
rules are like bones made to be broken, my friend.
To be fair,
Nah,
Slamboree was literally the first show I thought of because I was thinking about the David Arquette match. I was like,
right. I'm not.
Slamboree.
I'm not even saying. I'm not even saying it's your fault. I've talked about Christian with this, and Christian came out of nowhere and all of a sudden reviewed WrestleMania 18 without me, and now he's reviewing Slamboree 2000 without me. It's like, what the hell?
You sound like
You
Dustin
came
Hoffman
in.
right now, Frank. You're doing all this
Right?
without me.
That's what we're supposed to be doing together, right? We're supposed to be doing the early
We're gonna take
2000s shit.
a show to review instead of Slamboree 2000.
The reason
What?
why Frank hasn't been back is because these two have been fighting the whole time. And
Hey,
CJ's been grooming me to take over for Frank.
oh,
That's surely what it looks like now when y'all reviewing fucking WrestleMania 18, So Slamboree 2000, like these are supposed to be my shows, bro. What the hell?
Okay, fine.
Y'all can
So instead of Slamboree 2000, we're going to review WrestleMania 23.
Okay.
and then okay,
Let's
and
talk
then
about
and
Trump
then
for the next
for
4 hours.
okay, and then for Slamboree 2000, we can do that as the next F. What do we call this? FNC. We've changed the name of this so many times. It used to be
Okay,
Retro
What are
Bros.
you gonna know the name
We
of
can
the
do
show?
the 3-man power trip as
No. It's now I'm
FCT.
talking about this show. Yeah, it's FNC reviews, retro reviews, FNC
No, it's
retro. That
FC.
we will do Slamboree 2000 as the next one, as our
Okay.
next episode. Yeah,
And I'm not used to being
and
on.
Tro, you can be a part of that episode too if you want.
I'm gonna apologize in advance if I'm a little silly tonight. I went out to dinner with my uncle, and I may have had a couple of drinks. So
Oh boy.
no.
That's why
Is it gonna be is this gonna be another WrestleMania 22 situation where I have
I
to
watched that review. Oh my gosh.
No, Tro. I only had 2 beers tonight. I'm good. I only had
where I'm trying to talk about Mickey James when we go off of some tangent. I'm like, oh, Mickey James had this really wonderful match.
and props to you for carrying that show, by the way, because Lord knows I couldn't carry it. I couldn't carry.
You were out of it. I could tell watching. You were out of it. Bro.
I'm not out of it tonight. I'm pretty good tonight. I might be a bit silly, but
so far,
what was the last show that we did together?
I'm sorry.
The WrestleMania 18. WrestleMania 18. Oh, all 3 of us.
Yeah.
Was it New Year's? Was it the 03 SmackDown with the lie detector?
Maybe.
It might have been. That was a long ass time ago. Oh my god.
Hang on.
That was a long time ago.
That's old enough to be retro.
Let's see if I can find this answer out.
Yeah,
it might have been Rumble 06. Rumble 06.
You've quit.
I think it was the Rumble.
Yeah, it was Rumble 06. I did not quit. I had prior engagement.
Well, he quit.
No. You made that post,
folks. I do have some big news regarding this channel. So, as many of you know, I've been playing WWE 2K23 on the channel. That game will no longer be played on the channel as of March 5th because your boy went out and spent $120 on WWE 2K24. I got that WrestleMania edition, the 40 years of WrestleMania edition. So that is going to be coming to the channel on March 5th. I want to say August 5th, but it's March 5th. So be on the lookout for that game. I'm very excited to play it. I get all the perks. So I know I said I spent $120. I get all the downloadable packs, the DLC packs, get all that good stuff.
I might have to delete your first WWE 2K24 stream. Why? Because when I went out, pre-ordered NHL 24, and NHL 24 the day it arrived, I immediately streamed and played a couple games, and you somehow went out and deleted the stream.
Payback.
I ain't gonna do that.
I'm gonna stream 2K24, and that's not gonna be.
By the way, we do have a special guest in the house, ladies and gentlemen. Say what's up to Coco.
Oh, hey, Coco.
This is Coco.
Well, then, how about say what up to Stitch?
Say what up to Stitch. What's up, Stitch?
I'll do you one better. Say hello to Harvey.
Hi, Harvey. Is that your actual cat?
Matt Harvey?
Is that an actual cat?
That is a no. It's a real cat.
Let me see if I can get my dogs. I have 2 dogs.
Oh dear God.
Did you get that in like 2013, 2015?
Yes, I named him. I named her after Matt Murphy. And then he immediately went back to being bad.
So it's your fault. It's your fault he got hurt in 2015.
Yeah, I blame him. Like after Matt Harvey left, I was like, oh God. No.
So I have currently 2 dogs in my house. I got my dog Jax, and then I have my aunt's dog Riley. So let me give you. So last Saturday, my cousin got married, and she got married in Florida, and while she was getting married in Florida, my mom and dad and I decided that we would babysit or puppy sit my aunt's dog, Riley, right? So we puppy sat for Riley from Wednesday until Monday, and then my cousin's sister, I should say. So my other cousin came back and picked her up to bring her to her house for a couple days. And um, what happened was Riley did not like it at my cousin's house, and like she was just moping around. She was upset, like just not happy. So we decided that we were going to bring her back over here, and she's been happy, and so we're going to just keep an eye on her until my aunt gets back. So yeah, we got Riley, we got Jackson. They're getting along great. They're fine. Jaxie is really good.
There's about to be
What?
There's about to be a dog fight. There's about to be a dog fight live on stream.
No. Jaxie is actually very good about sharing his toys, his food, his water. He is so good about sharing. The one thing he won't share, that he's having a hard time sharing, is people's attention. Like me and my mom and dad. Like we could go pet, like he could share his food and stuff with her, and that's all good. But we go to pet Riley or whatever, and he comes up like, no, that's not going to work for me. He actually like pushes her out of the way. And today I saw something happen. Huh?
Damn, I said, damn, he really pushes her out of the way.
That doesn't work for me.
Today, I was in the kitchen. And Riley was laying on the floor, just laying down, being a good girl, right? And my dog Jax came up, and he was like walking, and I was just watching my dog because I knew what was going to happen. And as soon as I knew it was going to happen, he steps right on her paw. I'm like, Jax, don't do that. That's not cool. You know, like, don't do that. Don't step on her paw. But yeah, man, like I said, man, FCT is back in full effect. Everybody.
Did you watch the beginning of our last show? Notice how that audio sounded a bit funky there?
I did not see that.
Yeah.
I haven't watched that show back, actually. But
you titled it the freaking show from hell.
Did I sound just like this?
Which is like, yeah, that was supposed to be your elimination chamber review, and it became Christian telling the story with his sister and the teacher for the millionth time, and the audio issues and everything.
Yeah,
I apologize for all my stories. I'm going to try and tell less of those because I know we got to get to the meat of the matter. But
the thing is, it's not that. It's just you tell the same stories over and over again.
Here's a story I didn't tell, Frank. Did you hear what I did last Friday?
I did not.
My birthday?
I heard
Your birthday, no.
Triller.
Okay, did he tell you on stream though?
It was probably no. It was on stream. It was at the beginning. He told us.
If it was on stream, then you've told it already. Don't tell it again. And if it was on stream, then I probably saw it. Probably saw you telling me.
You may not have heard it because the mumble.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'll be real brief. On my birthday, I went with my uncle, and we went to my cousin's house first because my uncle wanted to give my cousin something. And then from there, we went to my buddy's house. And my buddy was having kind of a get-together with some friends. So we went over there. I had a couple beers, and I go inside, and everybody broke out and sung happy birthday, whatever. And then we went to the bar afterwards. But then here's one thing I did not tell you guys, either one of you two. This is some brand new information. But this past Tuesday, I celebrated my birthday with my mom and my dad, and we went to PCL, which is a bar. That's the same bar I went to on Friday, and we went.
Give yourself a like react.
Did I give a like react?
A thumbs up just popped up over your head.
Did it?
Yeah.
Huh. I didn't do it. My answer right here.
I don't know how that happened.
I don't know how that happened, but no. Yeah, I went to PCL with my parents. We did karaoke that night. There's a video of me doing a karaoke song from that night. I did Bruno Mars Uptown Funk. So
I saw that you uploaded that. Yeah, I saw that
yeah.
you uploaded.
So if you guys want to see what drunk CJ is like doing karaoke, there you go. I had 3 beers that night, plus I had a shot of this pink lemonade thing. It was pretty good actually. And we had pretzel bites. My dad had a couple beers himself. So yeah, no, it was a good time. My dad's friend Gabe came out and celebrated with us. Plus a couple of my dad's work buddies were also at the bar and they were offering us drinks. I didn't take anything from them, but yeah, no, it was a cool night. It was really fun. And if you guys want to go see me sing Uptown Funk, there's a couple videos of me doing karaoke. I did Rockstar, I did In the Club, and I did Uptown Funk. So
Well, that's the one got
I saw the.
has like 29 views, so that's pretty good.
Yeah. I saw the first two. Rockstar and Uptown Funk. Right when you did Rockstar,
No,
when you did Rock,
Uptown Funk and In the Club.
I mean, yeah, in the club, in the club in Rockstar. Yeah, those are ones I saw. I haven't saw Uptown Funk yet. When you said you were doing Rockstar, you disappointed me because I'm thinking, oh, he doing 21 Savage, and it turned out to be some fucking like what Nickelback or some shit.
Yeah, it was
Like,
Nickelback. It was the best.
what the hell is this?
21
The hell is this?
Don't tell me you're a 21 Savage fan, bro.
I'm saying that Rockstar is a banger. That's all I'm saying. Rockstar is a banger. It's not really a 21 Savage's song anyway. He's featured on it. It's the white dude. What's his name?
Little Yachty?
Nah, not Lil.
Frank,
What's the dude with the tattoos all over his face? What the hell's his name? That's his song.
Frank, before we get into the Raw review, man, I got to ask you, bro. Have you been keeping up with this Benzino stuff?
Benzino.
You know who Benzino is, right?
It sounds familiar. That's a rapper, right?
Benzino, I guess you could call him a rapper. He runs that magazine, The Source.
Okay.
Dave Mays.
I know the source.
Yeah.
I know the source. What happened?
With 5 mics and all that stuff. Yeah, so Benzino, so I don't know if you remember this, but years ago in the early 2000s, he had a beef with Eminem, right? And then that beef went kind of quiet for a while. But then, I'm sorry?
I said, right. Go ahead.
So then recently, I guess, on Eminem's song, Lyrical Lemonade or whatever, I can't remember the name of that song, but he insults Benzino. And so Benzino responded twice. He came out with what was hang on a second, let me find the name of the I'm not gonna play it, but let me
now I'm sitting here trying to remember the name of the dude.
Vultruitus and Rap Elvis. So there was Vulturitus or whatever. It came out first, and then Rap Elvis came out second. And he just did them in both songs, right? Mm-hmm. Well, there were a few reactors on YouTube, and I'm going to name some of them because, shout out to these reactors. Cliff Beats, Knox Hill, No Life Shack. I'm trying to think who. Stevie Knight, just to name a couple that reacted to that, right? Most notably, I'm going to say most notably for me, who reacted to it was Cliff Beats. And I say he was the most notable because his channel got clapped by Benzino for the reaction. He got a copyright struck, right?
Good. Steal shit, that's what happens.
Wait.
He got what he deserved. You react. That means he reacted to the actual video and put the video up on his channel while reacting to it, right?
Yeah,
that's stealing shit. That's stealing shit.
That's what reaction videos are, though. It's under that fair use law. It's under that fair use law type thing, right?
It's still stealing. Stealing.
Well, a couple of reactors like that he did that. I'm just telling you the facts, Frank, but a couple of reactors didn't like that he did that. That Benzino did that. And so
Yeah.
Max Hill specifically decided to come out with a diss track called Clout Cobain, which he completely decimated poor Benzino. It was a massacre, right?
That's
And
hilarious. Clout Kobe.
Clout Cobain, right? It was a funny name, and um, and Stevie Knight did it. Stevie Knight, who's another reactor, actually got to do an interview with Benzino where they were like
Yeah.
talking about Eminem and all that stuff. And man, go watch that interview because that was like two combustible elements just kind of coming together. I mean, it's like they agree at one point, they agree to disagree at one point, but then immediately after they start going at it again. So pause, by the way, on the clap when I say go at it again, because I mean,
I would have never caught that if you
I
said
caught
that.
that. But yo, let's talk about why we're really here. We're here to
Okay,
talk
first, how y'all like the new bottom ticker?
FCT ENT. We promised the last time we changed the name. We don't promise a thing on this show, man. We don't
Look, we
promise.
can change the
Well,
name within like a week. More graphic.
We're gonna fire Tro, and we'll have to come up with a
Tro
new.
can stay. Tro can stay. Frank, you out.
Now we're actually gonna fire you, and it's just gonna be me and Tro. It's gonna be me and Tro.
FNT.
It's just gonna be Islander talk.
Of course. Which,
So
by the way,
hang on.
by the way, now, wait. Let me ask Tro something. Since I'm home now, finally, we did agree to do like monthly Islander videos to like cover
It's
the
March.
team. You still, I know it's the end of the season, I know, but you still want to do that? We can start by covering like October through February, and then just go from there. All right. So when you want to do the October through February coverage? When you want to do that video?
Well, I'm going to the game. Going to tomorrow's game, so
Hopefully they win. We'll be 3 points out. Thank you, Caps.
that would be nice.
Beat Philly tonight. Yes.
I'm good when I think I'm good.
Are you done?
Well,
Look, if it was just me and Frank doing the show, it would be literally just hockey talk and me annoying him with the Bears.
So if you guys,
and then during the baseball season, it'll just be Mets talk.
Just be us being miserable.
if you guys plan to fire me, how do you plan on getting the channel? Because I have the password and I have the.
We'll jump over to my channel.
Oh,
We're taking over.
New World Order. No,
So wait, when do you want to do that video?
I can do it Sunday.
Rated
All
R.
right, Sunday's fine, yeah. Okay, rated R. Okay, now let's get it. Let's get to this.
Question: when do you want to do that video? Rated
Hey! Stop it! We do not do that shit.
So now, this is officially your show. Go ahead and introduce the show.
Okay, so on tonight, and by tonight we mean legitimately night. It's 10 o'clock at night here. This is not the first time we've done 10 o'clock show though. Me and Christian did what was it, Slamboree 98, right? We did that at like 10 o'clock at night. And this is another one we're doing.
A late night show.
I think it was Slamboree 98.
Not for me, but anyway.
Yeah. But anyway, tonight we are going to do a 2000 Raw episode, July 31st, 2000, right in the middle of the Stephanie McMahon Helmsley Triple H drama, which really carries 2000 in my opinion. That's not to say 2000 was bad without it, because 2000 was a great year, but that angle was the best thing going for WWE. Now, the show kicks off on a somber mood, sadly, as they kick off with in memory of Gordon Soley, who sadly passed away around this time. And let me just say, on Nitro on this same night, Bobby Heenan, like his little tribute to Gordon Soley was definitely worth watching.
Was it Gordon Soley or was it Gorilla Monsoon?
No, Monsoon.
I think it was Soley. Yeah, Monsoon died in '99. It was Soley.
Did Gordon Soley die in 2000?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
He died in July of 2000. And then And then right after the In Memory, we go to a recap of last week's SmackDown, which features a very memorable moment in the Triple H Stephanie McMahon drama angle, where Triple H is trying to teach Trish Stratus a move, and we all know it gets a little suggestive. And as it gets suggestive, Stephanie walks into the room, yells, "What the hell are you doing?" at Triple H, and then walks out. So they show a recap of that SmackDown, and then at the very beginning, after that, the show begins, and a limo pulls up, and it's Triple H coming out. He's looking all serious. He's mad. He's got a bandage on his forehead. I can't remember. I guess he wrestled the main event of SmackDown that week and probably got cut open. I can't remember. But then we do the theme song, the pyro, and then the first match of the night, hardcore tag match, Road Dogg and X-Pac versus Head Cheese, the reunion. Steve Blackman and Al Snow. There's a point right before the match where Al Snow is backstage singing, and he's with Blackman, and he's singing "Reunited," and it feels so good. That was back when Al Snow. That was back when Al Snow actually had a good voice. He didn't have the phlegm issue and everything that some people on the brand complain about. Some of the former brand members complain about, and it's so funny how a post from me in the brand group led to a comment of somebody talking about how they it was me putting over Al Snow too, saying he's one of my favorite guys on the brand, and somebody commented how he's the reason I unsubscribed. His voice is horrible. He's not meant for podcasting. And they asked somebody who was that?
They said this about Al Snow?
Yes, Al Snow. Have you heard Al Snow's voice today?
Yeah,
it was something
sounds fine. A little gruff.
I don't know if you. Yes, it is a little rough. Yeah, it's because something that happened a long time ago in the ring, and then like he got COVID when COVID happened, and that's where his voice has gotten a little rough. Now, this person says that, and somebody who runs a Discord for the brand sent it in the Discord and said this guy really unsubscribed. What?
Are you in the Discord for the brand?
I'm not in the Discord. I don't do Discord. I'm in the Facebook group, which is why this is how all this started. This is how all this started. So somebody puts in the Discord.
I do Discord kind of. I'll get on every now and again. I'll probably pop in and say, like shout out to Shrug. He has a Discord, so I'll pop into his Discord every now and again. He's not really on anymore, so
okay. So somebody puts in the brand Discord like this guy really unsubscribed just because he hates hearing Al Snow's voice, and then that got back because of course Russo is in the Discord. The brand, for those of you who do not know, is Vince Russo's podcast. So, and he has guys like Al Snow, Stevie Richards, et cetera, on there. So it gets back to Vince Russo. And in the next episode of the show that they do with Al Snow, which is called Lions, Tigers, Bears, and Head, Russo's like, Al Snow, you owe me $4.95. And Al Snow's like, why? He's like, because of this dude. He pulls up a comment that is actually from my post. And I forgot the dude's name, but they showed his name and everything. And then for like the rest of the show, anytime that Al Snow like would notice like his voice is getting worse, or he's doing run-on sentences, which is another thing the guy complained about, he'd always say, sorry, whatever the guy's name is. And I'm sitting here laughing like, this is because of me. I started all this shit. So I kind of got a kick out of that. That happened with Glenn. What?
Way to go, Frank. No, I was going to say, I know that Al Snow is running stuff over in OVW, and he's doing a great job.
Yeah,
I watched their YouTube stuff, and I noticed that their ring has changed, their presentation has changed, and I wanted to shout out Al Snow for his work in OVW.
Yeah, the way Al Snow talks about wrestling, and the way the brand members talk about OVW has got me very interested in actually watching OVW. It's like the one wrestling company right now that I'm actually interested in watching, but I still haven't watched an episode. But I might get to it.
OVW,
someday.
you should watch. It's very, very good. I don't know if you've ever watched TNA wrestling, but I know that
You don't know if I've ever watched
Jesse
TNA?
Goddard's, I believe that was his name was Jesse Goddard. He's over there.
Jesse Goddard. I remember Jesse Goddard. You don't know that I have never watched. You don't what?
Oh wait!
Bro.
Yes, you do yes you have because you gave me your stuff. Yeah.
Yes, which sadly I'm not subscribed at the moment. But bro, 2010 TNA, I fucking love 2010 TNA. Even the early years were okay. The 05 through like 09.
Wait!
The weekly pay-per-views were awesome.
Not Plus anymore?
What? No, not anymore. No, I'm not even subscribed to premium anymore either.
Who's am I using? I'm using. Was I using yours then?
You were using my TNA Plus. I know that. You use my premium for your cruise.
Okay, there we go. We go.
Yeah, I'm not subscribed to premium or Impact or TNA Plus.
Talk amongst yourselves. I gotta take a leak.
Yeah.
Finally, I'm no longer on the bottom.
Okay, so Sunday night or Sunday at whatever time we will get to the October through February review of the Islanders season.
Spoiler,
which has
not
been
great.
Yeah, if I was just about to say it's been very bumpy, but thankfully, thanks to the loser point, most notably, they are still there. Only 5 out of the third division spot. Thank you, Washington. They have a chance tomorrow to be 3 out.
You know how hilarious it would be if we go on like a Stanley Cup run via the freaking loser points.
I hope so.
You know
I'll sign up for that. Let them. I don't care. Let them.
They're already pissed off that we're still in it despite not being good.
They're always pissed off about us being in the playoffs. Oh, why is this team making a run? They're boring. I can't take Barry Trotz hockey. Boring. So let them be mad. They're always mad about it.
Patrick
I love
hard.
So far, I love Patty Waugh. And the whistle thing is crazy. It's time for a line change. Waugh. I can't whistle like Patrick Waugh, but every time it's time for a line change.
I don't think Anders Lee likes Patrick Waugh that much.
Why not?
He's holding him accountable for once. If we lose a game and Anders Lee's like, oh, gee whiz. Well, at least we had fun. We lose a game and Bo Horvat's like, we suck. Yeah. We need to change.
Yeah,
something has to change.
Yeah, and now Lee is on the second line. Let me tell you something. Moving Pierre Engvall to bottom 6 worked out big. I think they made a mistake last year when they traded for him and tried to turn him into a top 6 guy, even though it worked out last year. Yeah, I understand it. I do understand it because it worked out last year, but this year it hasn't worked out. Now you put him on the bottom 6. Now he can be the guy he was in Toronto, and it's worked out.
I think we should trade Matt Martin for a 6th round pick from
Chicago. Oh, don't play. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I see what you're saying. No, don't break up the fourth
You need another short.
Is this what?
Is this hockey talk?
Yes, because you left. Raw. you left, so we didn't want to start the show without you, even though we technically have something.
Go ahead, start the show.
Well, we've technically started, but we didn't want to move on without you. So anyway, hardcore tag match, Road Dogg and X-Pac versus Steve Blackman and Al Snow. Like I said, Al Snow singing Reunited and Feels So Good backstage. Steve Blackman's getting mad. But anyway, I freaking love this. Is one of my favorite things about the Attitude Era, especially 1999. And yes, I know it's 2000, but I'm talking about 1999. Because in 1999, you would have the second match on the pay-per-view, which is normally a cool-down match. I've said this before, but it's normally a cool-down match. And in WWE back in 99 made the cool-down match interesting by taking guys who normally the crowd's going to sit on their hands and be like, we don't care about this match. And they made the matches interesting, making them hardcore matches. And so we get a hardcore tag match. The only thing I'm going to say here is they didn't take the opportunity to go around the building. And that's what Russo did great with these hardcore matches. It always go outside. They'd always go all over the arena. We don't get that here, but it's still a decent match. Of course, Road Dogg and Xbox, DX, and then you got Head Cheese with Snow and Blackman. Two entertaining tag teams. It was a decent match. Road Dogg and Xbox get the win. By the way, this show is tag team heaven. If you love tag team matches, this show is filled. There's a shit ton of tag matches on here. But anyway, anyway,
I like tag team wrestling actually.
Well, then you should have watched this show.
My excuse is I was literally just pulled into here.
You have an excuse because we brought you in here late. We literally did never.
I was busy. I was celebrating my birthday.
No, you had 2 weeks. You had 2 weeks to watch this show. You have no excuse. Tro literally had 10 minutes. Tro literally had 10 minutes. It's an hour 30 without commercials.
I literally just looked up the results a few minutes ago.
Wow.
So I want to ask you guys,
Frank.
I want to ask you guys how you felt about this match, but neither of you have watched it recently. But at least say something about the tag teams, maybe.
The tag division in 2000 was awesome. You had the APA.
Okay.
Go ahead, Frank, or go ahead, Tro.
Yeah.
Sounds like a good
As
match.
he was saying, right. So, what are your thoughts on Head Cheese? Steve Blackman and Al Snow. Did you like that gimmick?
Oh, I loved Head Cheese. I love cheese. I love Head Cheese.
I thought it worked because you get the serious character of Steve Blackman.
I knew that would
get comedy. Steve Black, Al Snow.
Right, exactly. Just get a little comedy out of a serious guy there. I that's what I love. I'm not that big a fan of Steve Blackman. But when you put him with somebody like Al Snow, make it a little entertaining, it was good. It's like I say with what's his name? The UFC guy, the first UFC, Ken Shamrock. I wasn't a big fan of him when they were just making him this MMA guy who goes around and wins matches. But then in 1999, when they put him in the storyline with Billy Gunn, and Billy Gunn's like sleeping with his sister and everything, and he starts getting furious over that. That's when they made Ken Shamrock interesting. But then not too long after that, Ken Shamrock was gone. So what are you gonna do?
Yeah, I liked Ken Shamrock. I thought he was awesome. The world's most dangerous man. I like Ken Shamrock.
See, I'm not an MMA fan. I'm not a fight fan, and that to me, they were promoting. When you call a guy the world's most dangerous man, and he goes out and just kicks everybody else, you're promoting a fighter. I don't care about that. Put him in some drama. Let's see how good he is when there's some drama.
Like Bruce Pritchard.
Well, those are my kind of guys. Russo, Pritchard, the guys that actually write TV and not just write wrestling shows. Those are my kind of guys.
Next match.
Hold on, there's no match yet. Next segment, a limo pulls up again. Now this time, Stephanie McMahon Helmsley is in it. So of course we go back to last week, what happened on SmackDown, and now we notice that two limos pull up, and Triple H and Stephanie McMahon come out separately, not in the same limo. So that shows Stephanie McMahon has not gotten over last Thursday night. Then My Time hits. Triple H comes out. My Time, by the way, banger.
I preferred their Run DMC version of their theme song.
Well, I believe, if you watch the first match, then because Road Dogg and X-Pac come out to that song.
Yeah, I like that version, but I like Run DMC.
That was a banger too, but I like both songs. So Triple H comes out and he's got red roses in his hand. So he comes out and he says that there's nothing going on with him and Trish Stratus, and he asks Stephanie to come out and accept his apology. He apologizes, and then he says, "Steph, please come out, accept the apology." So Stephanie comes out looking amazing, as usual. And she says that Triple H has been ignoring her, paying more attention to Trish, and of course, he's been obsessed with fighting Chris Jericho instead of paying attention to her meaning Stephanie. And Triple H says, "Well, the reason I got obsessed with this feud with Chris Jericho is because of everything he had been saying about you." And so the crowd starts starts chanting "slut, slut, slut, slut." And he says, yeah. And then at some point, he asks for apology. Stephanie, I guess, understands the whole thing with Jericho and that he was sticking up for her. So she accepts the apology. They kiss. And then Mick Foley's music hits. Mick Foley comes out. He enters like crocodile tears, pretending that everything he just saw got to him. He's fake crying. And he
Yeah.
says, all that between Stephanie and Triple H that we had just seen was fake. They were playing a scene, and that and then he shows on the Titantron, goes back to last week's SmackDown where the whole scene with Triple H and Stephanie where it gets a little suggestive, and Triple H is there getting mad. Stephanie, that's all I can say about it. Watch the clip, but if you don't know what I'm talking
I picture Mick Foley like he just shoots. He's like, "The guys, this is all fake. His name is actually not Triple H. It's actually Paul Levesque. She and Stephanie McMahon, but they're not married. I'm not even Mick Foley.
I'm not even the commissioner.
I'm just a character. This is all fake.
I'm just a dude playing this dude disguised as another dude."
Now let me just say I don't think he necessarily actually uses the word fake, but that's what he was going with. He's saying, "Oh, they're all doing that for a reaction." Or something like that. And by the way, you mentioned he is the commissioner at this time. Commissioner Foley was another great thing about 2000. He was so entertaining. I would even go as far to say I like Commissioner Foley better than Mick Foley, better than Cactus Jack, better than Mankind. Commissioner Foley as the authority figure, the good authority figure, was very entertaining in 2000. I wish it lasted longer, honestly.
He did too.
Yeah. Okay, so he also says that so at the end of SmackDown 2, I guess Triple H actually walked out on his match, which again, I don't even know where the hell the bandage comes from because Triple H had a bandage on his head, but apparently he walked out on the match that he was supposed to have on that SmackDown. It's been a while since I've watched the episode. Like I love 2000 WWE, but I haven't watched that SmackDown in forever, so I don't remember what necessarily happened. But so he walked out on the match.
Maybe he just fell down. Just like a Monday.
He fell down walking out of SmackDown.
My head. God damn it, Stephanie. Your fault.
So Foley, because of Triple H walking out on this match from SmackDown, fines Triple H $5,000. It's a lot of money to lose out on one match. That's a lot of money. And he makes the main event for tonight the first ever husband and wife tag match where Triple H and Stephanie will take on Lita and The Rock. That's your main event for the night.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Well, this turned out to be a great main event. That's all I'm going to say. But to spoil it, Stephanie McMahon wasn't a part of it. But if she was, I still think it would have been a great match. Now, I also want to say this show was at the Georgia Dome. And whenever WWE did shows at the Georgia Dome, especially in the middle of the Monday Night Wars, they always went all out. Like we've reviewed a Raw from '99 where the main event was like Austin and who else? It was Austin and somebody against Triple H in China, and that was a great match. Austin and JR, right? It was Austin and JR versus Triple H in China.
Every time I hear that arena, the Georgia Dome, I think of WCW '98, Goldberg beating Hollywood Hogan.
Yes, epic. One of the best matches in WCW history, man. Every time I think of the Georgia Dome, I think of the Atlanta Falcons.
You know what's funny about the Georgia Dome in this time? This is like WCW country. I
It
think
is.
this was right around the time when David Arquette won the world title.
It was a few months after. It was a few months after.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gonna say we're having this stuff happen on Raw, and over there
right after
they're putting the world title on David Arquette.
Right after David Arquette won the prop. Great moment, by the way. Very entertaining moment.
The prop. This man said the
That's
prop.
what it is.
If
That's
Vince
what it
McMahon
is.
was here, he'd slap you across the face.
If who was here?
If Vince McMahon was here, he would slap you across the face. Well, he'd shit on you, and then he'd slap you across the face.
Jim Cornette was here. He'd
If Jim Cornette, yes, Jim Cornette, because Jim Cornette is one of those who believes what he does is legit. They're real fighters fighting over real titles. Of course, Jim Cornette would. Oh, I know.
You missed my joke.
I heard what you said, and I'm not acknowledging it. I'm not here to talk about that stuff. That's just disgusting. And if Vince did it, then he should be in jail. That's all I'm going to say about that.
Facts.
That's all I'm going to say about that, because I'm not here to talk about that shit. No.
Joe and I talked about it, so
I know. I watched it. All right. Here's a funny segment here. Earlier tonight's segment, there's a Save the Hose protest. So the Godfather. What?
I think I remember this. Was this with the RTC?
Yes, I was just about to say the Godfather had just joined Right to Censor. He's now the Good Father. Yeah. So you have Victoria and a couple of the other hoes. I'm not sure who else the other ones were, but you can notice Victoria's like right there in this first segment. You can tell that it's her. And they're chanting with signs. They got protest signs and everything. Krusty Krab is unfair. Mr. Krabs. No, I'm kidding.
Standing at concession.
Yes. Plotting is oppression. Yeah.
You need to clip that.
Hey, what's that? I don't know. Squidward told me to yell at people. Dude, SpongeBob SquarePants, you were like a fry cook legend. Oh, can I have your autograph? Oh, sure. So you come down here to help out the cause? No, I came to take your job.
We need to clip this whole scene just so I can put it in the SpongeBob group.
Go ahead, Troy. You know your job, bro.
Yes,
I haven't even clipped the last show. Okay.
That's who I was mainly talking to, was Tro, because I know he's the guy that does that. But anyway, the real protest chant that they're chanting is "Save the hose, save the." And there's literally this is like right in front of like fans waiting outside, and I'm guessing this was before they let the fans in. And the camera gets put on like this kid who's like 6, maybe 7 years old, and he's chanting along, "Save the
Some
his daddy had a long talk with him on their way home.
His dad was like standing right next to him. He didn't seem to have a problem.
Look, it's Georgia.
It's Georgia. God.
It's the South. Things are different down there.
I'm not touching that one about Georgia.
Hose.
I'm not touching that one about Georgia. Shout out to everybody in Georgia.
And they lost the All-Star game a couple of years ago because of this shit. Not because of this. Not because of a 6-year-old chant to save the host.
No. It was they saw the
What's wrong with you guys?
MLB saw this clip from the 2000s and they said, "No, that's not good. We're not giving you the All-Star game anymore."
All right.
Yeah.
That's the
reason. And apparently, I just learned about this because they aired the documentary on NFL Network. The Super Bowl was supposed to be in Arizona in 1993, and because that state has a lot of bad people in it, and they voted against Dr. Martin Luther King Day, that never happened. But good on the NFL for doing that, because, But anyway, moving on from the political talks. We have tag titles. Again, this show has a shit ton of tag matches. But one of the greatest 5-second pose, and Tro, you'll enjoy this. Tro, you're a Met fan just like me. You'll enjoy this 5-second pose that happens. But anyway, the tag title match is Edge and Christian versus the Hardys. And again, where are we?
Georgia.
Atlanta.
Home of the
Falcons.
Yes, home of the Braves. And ENC comes out, makes fun of the Braves. Edge puts on a Yankees jersey because, again, 96 and 99, the Braves lost to the Yankees in the World Series.
Yeah.
Christian puts on a Braves jersey, and Edge is like, this is called the wear your bitch 5 second pose. And Christian, with his Braves jersey, gets down and like hugs Edge's leg. It's like it's the second greatest 5 second pose from outside from the Bill Buckner one.
I was about
From
to say
King of the
the
Ring.
Bill Buckner one's probably
Yeah,
probably the best
yeah.
one.
Yeah,
This
this
one's
is the
good,
second
but
one.
it also kind of promotes the Yankees being good too, and I don't particularly like that either.
Hey,
It was
like
kind
I
of-
always say,
it was a
like I
rough
always
year.
say, like I always say, division equals rivals, not location.
Yeah, but
And if they were making fun,
them that year
right?
in the World Series.
But that's not what they're making fun of. They're making fun of the Braves losing to them in the World Series, not us.
Yeah, but I gotta deal with Yankee fans, so
I don't care about Yankee fans. Like I
I
said,
gotta
they're not
deal
in our
with them
division.
though.
So do I. I have a whole family filled with Yankee fans. I don't care. That doesn't make me hate the Yankees.
Yeah,
If they were in the NL East, I'd hate them, but they're not.
You know what people are doing right now?
A few years.
Hey, Frank, sure. You know what people are doing right now? Because you guys are arguing about hockey.
We're talking about baseball.
Or baseball, whatever. Who cares?
The
You guys
Braves and the
are
Yankees.
sports. So you know what people are doing? They're taking their remote and they're going, change the channel.
What the hell happened to that, bro? What the hell happened to that remote?
Oh, this thing has been this piece has been broken for a while. It still works just fine.
Tro, you gonna hop on ESPN Plus tonight and watch a classic NHL Braves Yankees game with me?
Yes, the New York Yankees, the legendary team who plays at MSG.
Tom Glavine on a breakaway. Well, Tom Glavine was a goalie. What am I saying? Paul O'Neill on a breakaway. Save Glavine.
Hey, back then the Atlanta Thrashers. Back then the Atlanta Thrashers existed. So.
Hey, the Thrashers had a cool logo. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, don't worry, they'll come back before they put a team in freaking Houston.
I hope they come. I want them to come back. By the way, Christian, the Atlanta Thrashers are not a baseball team. They were a hockey team.
Well, I said hockey, and then you left.
You got a hockey team.
No, but
you have a successful hockey team.
You just called the Yankees and Braves hockey teams. That's the joke.
Honestly, you guys started talking about sports, and I just checked out. So
you have a successful hockey team, CJ.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, the Avs. I remember when we first started this podcast, the Avs were making their run to the Stanley Cup, and after they won it, we started doing some shows after the Avs won it, and this motherfucker acting like he's the greatest Avs fan of all time, coming on here. We won the cup. We won the cup. I was like, bro, name somebody on the team if y'all won the cup. Talking about we. You're not even a hockey fan, bro.
He's just naming like all the. He's naming like the equipment manager. I know this Patrick Wall.
No, he would have been like.
Hey. It's not often that your freaking sports team wins a championship. So when my team wins, when my city wins, yeah, they're my team.
They're not your team if you don't root for them. It don't matter. It's the city, bro. I root for the Bears, bro. I'm from New York. I root for the Bears. If the Jets and Giants win the Super Bowl, now if the Giants win the Super Bowl, that man right there will go crazy. I won't. If the Jets and Giants win the Super Bowl,
I saw it twice in my lifetime.
Well,
yeah, you're lucky. You're lucky. I root for 3 teams that was all last one in the '80s.
It's the only time I've ever been happy in my sports life.
Yeah, well, you're lucky. I'd kill to have 2 championships. Anyway,
let's get back on track.
Yeah. So Edge and Christian make fun of the Braves. Second greatest 5-second pose. I put 5 stars for the pose, but the match itself.
I
mean, it was
Frank. 1 star per second.
1 star per second. What the fuck are you talking about? That was a 5-second pose. Yeah, 5. Right. 1 star per second. Hey, every 5-second pose deserves 5 stars, man. It was cool. As for the match, Edge and Christian versus the Hardys, this was just to continue their feud. The match ends in a no contest. Jeff Hardy gets the concerto, so not much of a match. It was okay, but it wasn't really much of a match. Again, the 5-second pose was the highlight.
the chemistry between Edge and Christian and the Hardy Boys was great. I thought they all had a great dynamic.
They had some great matches, but they get overhyped nowadays, man. I still stand by the ladder match. No Mercy was great. It wasn't even the match of the night. Austin Triple H was.
What about WrestleMania 17?
WrestleMania 17, Austin and Rock was a match of the night. WrestleMania 2000, okay. I still love the Fatal 4-Way, I'll say that. But again, people act like these are some of the greatest wrestling matches of all time. There's a plenty of matches I put over them. And I'm not killing them. I'm not bashing them or anything. They're great matches, but they get overhyped these days.
This
Now
was
we get it back.
when the Hardys were still like they barely even talked, and I think JR couldn't even really tell them apart. he got mad. Like,
did you guys prefer the Hardys with Michael Hayes or without Michael Hayes?
Oh, Michael Hayes.
I prefer them with Lita. At least when they had Lita, Lita looked damn good.
No, come on. We all know the Hardys boys' best manager was Terry.
Oh yeah, Terry. Yes,
Terry.
yes.
No.
I'm not even.
The tit.
I'm not even that crazy about Lita, but I mean, she was okay. She looked good when she was with the Hardys. Now, speaking of her being with the Hardys, she was actually on the outside of the ring for this match, and it's funny. Even Jerry Lawler mentioned it, and it's weird because back in these days, especially if somebody was a part of the main event of the night, they would not come out and be on the, if they're a manager for a tag team or another wrestler, they wouldn't come out for their match because it'd be like, okay, well, this person's not out here because he or she is preparing for their match later tonight. And I get it at the sense that, like, it's not like Lita's going for the women's title or anything. It's not that big of a match to her. But still, that seemed weird to me. And Lawler brought it up, too, in the match. He said, well, she's out here, but she's got the main event to be worrying about. So that was weird to me that she was out here for this match. Any thoughts on that?
This was probably like right around the build for the first TLC then, because that was at the SummerSlam.
This was July 30th. That's what they were building up to here. Just the Dudleys weren't a part of it. SummerSlam 2000, yeah.
I thought WrestleMania 2000 was that first TLC, but that
it was, but they called it the triangular ladder match, which is so stupid. It really was the first TLC match, though.
Well, they didn't have Mick Foley come up with the initials TLC.
So now we have a backstage segment that the aforementioned is a part of, and it has a group that when I first watched 2000 Raws in like 2010. Shout out to Justin TV, which is now known as Twitch. Shout out to Justin TV. Back in the day, 2009, 2010, there was no network, WWE Network. And if you wanted to watch old shows from like back in the 2000s, which back then I was dying to watch because it was late in the 2000s, WWE was getting more and more boring for me, and I was missing the good old days. I was wanting to watch 03 Raws or 03 SmackDowns, 04 Raw SmackDowns, and I found Justin TV.
Frank, I apologize, buddy, but I can't hardly stay awake all of a sudden. I gotta go to sleep,
Okay.
bruh.
Yeah, go ahead. Me and Troll will finish this off. You're good to go, right? Yeah. I know I do. Do you? Okay, we good. Go ahead, go to sleep.
I'm gonna chill in the comments, but I got it. I'm gonna try and crash. I'm sorry. It was hard for me. I'm trying to stay. I'm like,
hey, bro, it's almost 11 o'clock over here, so I get it. Have a good night, bro.
Peace out.
So
I almost said in stream. My bad.
Okay, nah, you good. I can end the stream anyway because I still have access to it. Okay, anyway, what I was saying, back in 2010, there was the first time I ever watched like 2000s Raws. I was watching Justin TV streams where somebody would be streaming the episodes, which if you tried to do that on Twitch today, you'd immediately get banned. But back then, Justin TV was like 3 years old. It was, they didn't really care what you were putting on there. Hell, a guy sadly, offed himself on Justin TV, and they never cut that.
I remember Justin TV now. I remember hearing about it. Like I wasn't like
on
the internet as much, but I've heard of Justin TV.
that was literally around the time that I was watching like these old Raws and SmackDowns. Somebody did that, and I heard about it, and I was like, "This is where I watched Raw and SmackDown." Like, what the? Like, it was crazy. But anyway, the first time I watched these 2000 Raws, it made 2010 like the summer of 2010 was epic for me because I had so much fun just staying up late at night watching these shows. But anyway, there's a group here that we see backstage that when I was watching these shows, I'm like, this is really interesting, but I've never heard of this group. And I know why, because after I watched all these shows, I figured out why I never heard of them, because they quickly disappear and like they're no longer a group like only a couple weeks later. It's Big Show, Kurt Angle, Chris Benoit, and Shane McMahon is the leader of the group. And for a few weeks, the stuff they were doing was pretty good. They were a heel faction, and it just sadly went nowhere. I don't know why it went nowhere.
What a
But so
weird group of people.
I know it was, but the shit they were doing, it made the group interesting.
Big Show wasn't it?
Yes, Big Show.
So, if I remember correctly, wasn't Big Show's like whole feud post WrestleMania 2000 against Shane?
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Fee Fi Fo Fum.
I like you now. Oh, you know what? I want to be entertaining, but I guess I like you now, Shane.
Yeah, Big Show was no longer doing show Kishi and everything. He was now serious again. But this is why people joke that Big Show's turned heel like 20 million times.
Man, he must have been going down to OVW real soon.
He did. He did. This is probably why I should have thought of that. This is probably why the group disbanded so quickly and like without a trace.
Because he returned in the Rumble in 01.
Royal Rumble. Yeah, Royal Rumble 01. And going down to OVW is where he met Brock for the first time.
Man, imagine being freaking Big Show. 1 year you start off the year as WWE champion, and then by SummerSlam you're in OVW again.
Yeah, I feel bad for Big Show. I love what they did with him. You mentioned his title run. I love what they did with him in Big Boss Man, Armageddon. Big Boss Man. That was a quick match, but it had to be a quick match. The angle that they were doing, Big Show needed to kick Big Boss Man's ass. We've covered that show, me and Christian, not us, not all three of us, but me and Christian covered that show. I said the same thing. That was a fun match because playing to the angle, there was no way that if they went out there and had a 20-minute match, even if it was the smart fans would have loved it. It would be like some technical wrestling match, which I know Big Show doesn't do. But if it was, it still wouldn't have made any sense towards what the angle was, because with everything that Boss Man was doing to Big Show had to beat the ever living shit out of Boss Man. And he did. And later that night, because Stone Cold had the neck injury. Oh no, wait, I'm talking about Armageddon. But I think he did face. Didn't he face Big Boss Man at Survivor Series before he won the title? Yeah. Okay.
No. It wasn't a 1-on-1. I think it was a Survivor Series tag match, and Big Show like cleaned house.
You're right. Yep, you're right. And he did that, and then because of Austin's neck injury, he had to be sidelined. Big Show won the belt that night, and he wasn't the champ, but he went on the main event WrestleMania in Austin's spot.
That was that's such a great feud, because literally Big Show's like, guys, I won the Rumble, and everyone's like, we don't care. Let's go Rock.
Yeah.
And even Rock's like, no, you definitely won, but you suck.
So again, this backstage segment show Angle, Benoit, and Shane McMahon. And Shane is kind of hyping them up. So this just happened right after the Jeff Hardy concerto. And he's like, this is what we need to be. You see what Edge and Christian's doing? We need to be like them, kind of hyping them up. Then Mick Foley comes in and he announces, hey, guys, later tonight, it's going to be Benoit and Angle taking on the Dudley Boys. And so I guess Shane looks towards them and starts hyping them up for that match. And then we get another earlier tonight, Save the Protest 2, a second Save the Protest, Save the Hose protest segment. And they've now made their way into the arena, and they're just chanting like Save the Hose again. Not as funny as the first one, because they didn't put the camera on some fucking 6-year-old chanting "Save the Hoods." So now we get this is what like somewhat forgotten because like everybody remembers the segment on the prior SmackDown with Triple H and Trish, but they don't know that the very next week they were doing something similar with Triple H and Stephanie. But here we go, because of course Stephanie wanted Triple H to do it to her since she did it to Trish. But anyway, since he did it to Trish. But anyway, Triple H is kind of at the beginning of this backstage segment is consoling Stephanie, saying he won't let Lita do a thing to her, and it tells her relax, like here, let me get you a water. Do you want a plate or something, And then there's a knock on the door. Triple H opens it up. It's revealed to be Trish Stratus. And Trish apologizes for everything that happened last week. And Stephanie's all, "Oh, you're good. It doesn't matter. It's fine." So Trish leaves, and Stephanie's like, "That bitch. I see the way she's looking at you, and I can see the way that you're looking at her. Blah blah blah." So, oh, that actually wasn't okay. So the segment I was talking about earlier happens a little later in the show. This is a different one, but yeah. So that happens, and that's the end of the segment, which is a good segment. Again, they're building up the biggest storyline at the time, and they're also building up the main event of the evening. So backstage, you have the medics checking on Jeff Hardy because again, Jeff Hardy just suffered the concerto, which I've always thought was a funny name, by the way, concerto.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then we go to an ENC interview, which not much was really said because the minute they start talking, Matt Hardy interrupts it. They brawl. He brawls with ENC. Edge and Christian sort of get the better of him, but by the point they start beating him up, the brawl gets broken up. And then we move on to Kurt Angle, Chris Benoit against the Dudleys on Monday Night Tag matches.
Yeah, pretty much at this point.
So this was a fun tag match. You got the Dudley Boys, you got Angle and Benoit. The crowd was into it, and the match ended up in interference with Angle and Benoit getting the win because Shane McMahon interferes, Big Show interferes, and it cost the Dudleys the match. But a fun match nonetheless. Now,
it's cool to see Kurt Angle and Chris Benoit be teaming up
before 2002.
Yeah, prior to their run in 2002.
Yeah, the first ever SmackDown Tag Team Champions.
Yeah, and now we just don't talk about that.
Well, you will never hear Chris Benoit's name on like Monday Night Raw or a pay-per-view.
I remember a segment. I think a couple of years ago when Edge and Ray were friends again.
Yeah.
In the backstage, they were talking to Kurt and like, "Hey, Kurt, remember when we beat you for the tag titles?" And I'm like, Who else did you beat that night? Who was Kurt's partner?
It was a handicap match. No Mercy 2002.
Yeah, Kurt Angle was so amazing in 2002 that he just held both tag titles by himself.
Kurt Angle, actually, I don't know if you remember this, but there was a short time in 2010 where TNA would do like post-show, Impact post-shows on YouTube. I forgot what it was called, but Jeremy Borash was like interviewing Kurt Angle on one of these episodes, and he asked Kurt Angle like, "Who's some of your best opponents in your career?" And he actually said Chris Benoit.
Yeah, Chris Benoit. I'm in TNA now. I'm always Perks. They call me Perk Angle.
Yeah. It wasn't Reaction. Reaction was a little later in that year. Reaction was on TV. This was like some post-show round. I think it was like a round table post-show that they would do strictly on YouTube, but I forgot what they called it. So now we go Stephanie and Triple H backstage. Oh, let me say too, the whole Benoit thing. It's different today. Like I said, they'll never mention him on TV, and they shouldn't. But back in the day when you would see like a lot of DVDs got screwed up because of Benoit. Like Randy Orton's DVD from 2011, Evolution of Predator, did not have his title win on it for obvious reasons. Who he beat?
He beat
Stone
Steven
Cold.
Richards. Look, the
Stone Cold.
running joke is that Steven Richards is just replacing
Yeah.
everybody who WWE wants to erase. So that whole it wasn't Vince McMahon versus Austin feud, and it was Steven Richards, BWO. Steven
What a
Richards
feud!
conquered the streak.
What a feud! Oh yeah, Steven Richards looks nothing like Brock Lesnar. Come
No,
on,
you
man.
see, he hit Undertaker with the Stevie kick, pinned him. 1, 2, 3.
But yeah, like I said, so Randy Orton's DVD from 2011. This was still only a few years later. That's it was a great DVD, but it was clearly missing the match where he becomes youngest heavyweight champion in the history of the company. Austin had a DVD, I think, came out in 2008, so literally the year after, and his Survivor Series 2000 match with Triple H, where the car comes down and
Yeah.
falls so he gets revenge for being run over the prior year. So at one point in that match, they go backstage and the Radicals interfere. And on the DVD, they make the whole screen go black as the Radicals are interfering. You hear JR say, "Oh no, it's the Radicals," blah blah, blah, but the screen's black.
They're so radical. We can't show them. Who's attacking Austin? It's Rikishi again. No.
So nowadays they've at least gotten off, erasing him completely off DVDs. Like if you pre-ordered the Attitude Era unreleased DVD, which I did do, you got a booklet of like the greatest Attitude Era matches. Which first off, there are so many matches that were not Attitude Era on there, but Chris Benoit versus Jericho at Royal Rumble was featured there with pictures, actual pictures of Benoit in the match. His name is in the booklet. So, yeah, even though I still believe that Benoit should never be mentioned on current shows. They should never be like, oh, remember when Randy Orton became youngest world champ by beating Benoit? No, you don't say that. You say he is the youngest world, or he was. I don't know if he
No,
still
I
is,
guess
but
he
he
is. I
was.
guess he is again. I
Well,
guess no, they did that to spite Brock, so I guess he still
yeah,
is.
and nobody has one. Okay, so they'll be like, yeah, he's the youngest world champ. You don't have to say who he beat on live TV. You don't have to do that, but on the DVDs, anything that promotes the old shows, you're doing a disservice by not having Benoit versus Orton from SummerSlam '04 on a Randy Orton DVD. You're doing a
Yeah,
disservice to everybody by blacking out a match just because Chris Benoit was in it. Everybody,
you know how
like
this year is going to be the 20-year anniversary of
of WrestleMania. Yeah.
WrestleMania 20, where we had that great moment of Benoit and Eddie hugging.
The
They
most
can't
overrated,
show that.
one of the most overrated moments in WWE
No,
history,
I think it was
and
great. Great moment.
that is no disrespect to Eddie Guerrero whatsoever. Eddie Guerrero is one of the most entertaining performers as you can get. He was very entertaining with the lie, cheat, and still stuff. But Chris Benoit, and I'm not even looking at this through post 2007 lenses. I'm talking about this as if it was 2004 and he was still the good guy who never did anything to his wife and kid. Chris Benoit was as bland as they come.
He was
He
good in the ring.
they he was good in the ring, yeah, blah blah blah. He was still bland as they come. He's not a guy that should be ending WrestleMania with the world title, and everybody acts like that's freaking Hulk Hogan and Stone Cold Steve Austin hugging in the middle of the ring. Just because they busted their ass for so many years, they deserve this. So many other wrestlers have busted their ass, but if they're not good enough, they're not entertaining enough to be the world champ, they won't be.
They
And
certainly
that's just
booked
how
him.
I feel.
They certainly kind of booked him like shit afterwards.
I kind of enjoyed his feud with you're talking about Benoit, right?
Yeah, they kind of they had him, beat Shawn
He
Michaels the following month in the triple threat. Then he
he
feuded with
held the
Kane for
title.
a week.
He held the title for freaking April, May, June, July, August for 5 months.
The one thing he did
And
have going for him, which I'm always surprised to remember, Triple H put him over almost all the
yeah,
time. And I thought
yeah.
that was
I
actually
was
kind of
just
like
about,
a cool little thing.
yeah, I guess
How
Triple H viewed, which is crazy, but I guess Triple H viewed Benoit as being a guy that can
yeah,
carry the company.
and it was always like
I
that little
don't
thing,
understand.
like how good, for as good as Triple H was, always in the ring, like the character, like he just
Yeah,
couldn't really, he rarely was able to get past Benoit. Like the Benoit was always that one person that he wasn't
yeah,
able to figure out as well as others.
right.
That was
And
cool.
I've said, I don't know if I've said this before because we don't talk on, we haven't done that many O four shows, and that's crazy because I love O four. But my thoughts on that Benoit Triple H feud, I enjoyed it. I was actually a Benoit fan as a kid. I enjoyed the story that they were producing of like it's his 18-year odyssey and everything. I got behind that, and I enjoyed the feud with Triple H. The Iron Man match on Raw was fun. I enjoyed, as short as it was, the feud with Kane because I loved Monster heel Kane, even though by this point, it was kind of losing its. I still feel like Kane should have won the title at Armageddon with how good his summer to the end of '03 was, which by the way, I was there when he unmasked. Very happy about that. But I loved '03 Kane after he unmasked, man, and I still feel like he should have got a run with a title. Him getting a run with the title should have happened instead of Benoit. I'm gonna say that right now because he was a better heel than Benoit was as a babyface in '04. That's all I'm gonna say. Um,
Um,
but I
but
did enjoy that. Go ahead.
it was Kane in '04 was weird
Yeah,
because he started off with the whole he buried Undertaker, so he was like riding that high.
right.
He lost at Armageddon, but he
Mm,
was like, okay, well, I
I
still buried
buried
my brother.
Undertaker.
He's dead. He's no more.
Yeah.
Then he feuds with Undertaker, loses,
Yeah.
faces Viscera at Backlash.
No Edge.
Edge, he faces Edge at
Yeah.
Backlash,
Yes. Yes.
and then he faces Benoit, and then
Yeah.
Matt Hardy. I think didn't he go like
I love that feud. I love that feud with Matt Hardy. Yes, he faced Hardy at Vengeance. I love that whole storyline with Hardy and Lita and Kane and the
and
wedding on Raw. I remember that as a kid. Oh my gosh. See
then
now after Kane unmasked, I remember walking out of that arena like that face. Now remember, I'm only 10 years old. See, I'm still at that point where I don't even know if what I'm watching is real or fake, to be honest with you. Even though I'm 10, most people at 10 probably knew. I
I
think I was
didn't.
wanting, you didn't? Okay, well, there
I
you
was a
go.
very
Neither did I.
I was a very stupid kid, Frank.
I don't know if it was stupidity or deep down inside I wanted to believe what I was seeing was real. But I walked out of Madison Square Garden that night. You remember the face, right? You've seen that
Yeah,
episode, right?
yeah, that
I
that
was I was getting a little scared. I'm like, what the hell? Why does his face look like that? I'm walking out of this building, and for the first time, I was actually hearing like Kane's theme song in full. So half of me is thinking, wow, this is a good song. The other half of me is thinking, I hope Kane doesn't come out and beat the shit out of me in these steps here. Like that's
it is a good song, Frank. Ugh.
so so 2 weeks later, well, actually the next week, I'm watching Raw, and this is when he chokeslams Bischoff off the stage, and the camera zooms in on him. His face is no longer burned, which they never explained that. Like all of a sudden, a week later, he no
So
longer has burns on his face.
I think what they explained it was that he was never really burned. It was all like the psych. It was like all the psycho at like the mind scars. Like basically, Paul Bearer told him for years, "You were
Right.
scarred. That's why you need the mask. That's why you need the mask." And then the
Okay.
following week, when they realized they messed up by not having
Ah.
him all scarred up, they need that explained. And then when he
Yeah.
did the segment with Jr.
Well, that's where
and
I'm getting to. That's where I'm getting to.
Jr's like,
Well,
"No, you're not scarred. You're
right.
fine. You're bald and you're kind of a freak, but You're fine. Kane's like, you sound just like those doctors.
Yep. The 10-year-old in me is getting scared. The me of today is laughing. But anyway, so the next week he chokeslams Bishop off stage. They zoom in, and he is like looking more angrily. He's not the way I'm doing. He's like angry and like looking at the camera. I can't do it the way he did it. But this was literally me at 10 years old watching this shit, laying on my bed. This is me as he started to look in the camera. I was scared shitless. Like, what the hell? So now I'm still watching Raw. So the next week they do this interview segment with Jr. And it starts out with Jr's like, "What's this box here?" It's like, "I have a present for you." He pulls out gasoline. It's like, "If you anger me, I will at any point in this interview, I will set you on fire." And then they go to commercial. So I'm sitting here, fucking 10-year-old, thinking for like a whole 2 minutes, like, can somebody go help JR? Like, what's going on? And then he ends up setting JR on fire, and I still can hear the screams. Granted, I've rewatched the episode like 20 million times, but the 10-year-old in me I literally could not sleep that night. I was so scared. I'm thinking I legitimately just watched a guy get set on fire, which technically I did, but JR had the suit and everything. He was ready.
You're laying in bed. You got school the next day.
No. Did I? I might have. It was July. This was July.
I was gonna say you have to go to school tomorrow after watching JR get burnt alive.
This is like the week before my 11th birthday, and I was scared shitless. I'm legit. Remember when I thought like Kane was gonna come attack us on the stairs, leaving the garden that night? I've turned my lights on. Like, so it was so like probably an hour later, I was so scared I turned the lights on, and I'm just sitting there in the room with TV off. And this 10-year-old me again, like we're dumb as kids, right?
Yeah.
I'm thinking as I stare at the TV, which was very different from the TV I have now. This was more like this TV, a box TV, but more bigger, and it was turned off. And I'm sitting here staring at the TV, like thinking, what if Kane jumps out of the TV and tries to set me on fire? Like, that was 10-year-old me. I was scared shitless, and I did.
On your 11th birthday, when they lit the candles, you're like, no, that's what set JR on fire. They're coming. Kane's gonna come for me.
Nah, I didn't think that. I stopped watching Raw though for like the rest of 03, and I hate that I did that because Raw was so good that year.
You came back. But you came back, and all of a sudden Triple H is, I guess, world champion. Was still world champion anyway. So it was like,
I was aware of what was going on because you watch like Heat, Velocity, and everything, and then at some point the Experience. But I think the Experience was after I had stopped. Like that wasn't 03. But yeah, so I was keeping up with what was going on, but I was not watching. And then like in 04, when the Kane Undertaker thing started happening, I was still scared. And of course, he shows up on SmackDown. That was my biggest fear. Like, what if he goes to SmackDown and I can't even watch the show I watch every week? Because like I at least was allowed to stay up on school nights to watch most of SmackDown. It's like, what if he now starts coming to SmackDown? And then like to build up Survivor Series, he one night came to SmackDown. And I still watched it, scared shitless, of course. But I watched the segment, and so it was after that. I don't know if it was because of how that like Kane sort of came off as being afraid of the Undertaker. That kind of humanized him for me, maybe. But when he started feuding with Edge, and I'm a big Edge head. I was back then and still am today. When he started feuding with Edge, I started to hate Kane. It's like, oh, I hope Edge beats me. It's like I wasn't afraid anymore. So I started watching Raw again. And I think the feud with Undertaker played a little reasoning with that. Because he did come off as being afraid of the Undertaker.
Well, yeah, I mean, he thought he killed him. He's like, oh, shit. I thought I killed him. What do you mean the dead man's still alive? oh my god, it's Paul Bearer.
Oh my gosh.
But when I started watching, it was 06. So
Yeah.
I got freaking Big Show and Kane. I got Kane when he was promoting his freaking movie.
Were you afraid of the May 19th whispers?
So I don't even say that. I don't even say. I wasn't scared of it, but I don't say that date because I am convinced. Like whenever I do say that date, bad shit does happen. It always happened to me when I was little.
I remember like in junior high school, probably like the year after, I had like a friend who was a wrestling fan, and we would always whisper May 19th in class. It's like crazy.
And they were real like, oh, that was just the day of his movie release, and
His
he's
movie,
very
yeah.
nervous. He's just he's a big movie star.
I remember the May 19th 06 because it just so happened that there was a SmackDown on that day. I remember that night where they were building it like so Rey Mysterio is going to face a mysterious opponent that JBL is going to pick for him. Now, the
Yep.
funny thing is that was the same day where David Wright hit the walk off of Mariano Rivera. So like SmackDown didn't air here
That's
that night.
I hated. You don't have no idea how much I think I cursed out my TV that night. I was like, I want to watch that. I don't give a shit about the Mets right now. I want to know what's happening to Ray Ray.
In 2006, when we won 97 games,
Frank, I was 8. I didn't start following the Mets until 2009 when they started to suck.
Oh no, I got you though. I got you. Because like in 03, I didn't care what the team was doing. I cared about what WWE was doing. So I get it.
I was trying to watch SmackDown.
You're gonna hate
care
me.
about the Mets.
You're gonna hate me when you hear what I say. So I believe we had Dish, I think it was Dish. So now Dish had like CW. No, it was still UPN, right? Yeah, it was still UPN. So it's like
we had
no, it was CW. It was it was CW because that game was on. Now I have no idea, but anyway, so whichever network, I don't know. I think it was still okay. So they weren't on CW yet. I do know that.
No, because I think they did that like in October or February.
Right. I think that whenever that was, CW started that year, didn't they?
They started later, but I know that I'm pretty sure when I started watching, which was most of early 06, SmackDown was on my network TVs, like My 9 and that other stuff.
Okay. Well, whichever network they were on, so the dish had like Fox anywhere, like New England, Chicago, wherever I could watch any of those networks. It was the same thing for like every other network. So I remember I watched SmackDown on whichever network it was, the Boston network. So I watched it that night. You would have hated me. You would have hated me if you did that.
Thinking back on it, 06 was kind of a rough year for your sports teams there.
Well, I will say this. Don't tell anybody, but I wasn't a Bears fan yet.
Oh, so you didn't have to watch this.
I did watch the Super Bowl though. And well, part of it has to do with why I ultimately became a fan. So to tell the story, I did tell the story on the Bears video I did when I came back, the Hall of Fame video. When Devin Hester returned that missed field goal kick against your Giants, I that day I actually hurt my hand, like 2 fingers or something, and I didn't go to school. I had to go to the doctor, have it taped up, and I think we went that day. So I had it taped up that day, and so I was home from school on the Monday, and I was watching highlights of that game, and I watched the missed field goal return. That was the first time I ever saw Devin Hester. I was like, wow, what a play. Next time I saw him was at Super Bowl. Returned the opening kickoff back for a touchdown. Only man still to this day, the GOAT, greatest returner of all time. And then there was a third. Oh, yeah. So then one day, I know the date very well. I'm good with dates. October 21st, 2007. It is the day where This former Jet fan said, "I'm done with them," and that team right there is now my team.
You probably should have stayed with the Jets.
Oh yeah,
Only
because like
the Jets did start to become good like in 09 for like a
they
few
did. I
years.
remember it. I remember it. And the funny thing about that is just 3 years later, this close, 2010 to a Bears Jets Super Bowl. This close.
You guys had freaking what was it, Rex Grossman as your starting quarterback.
Not in 2010.
Not in
But yeah,
2010, but
in the
I
Super
think that
Bowl.
was like your Super
Yeah.
Bowl.
Yeah, in the Super Bowl, yeah. So the reason why I became a fan when I'm at the laundromat at the Sunday morning, ESPN is doing Sunday NFL kickoff, and they're showing highlights of the prior week's game against the Vikings, and they're showing that this kick returner is now playing wide receiver. I'm like, holy shit, this dude is so dynamic as a returner. Now he's a wide receiver too. I gotta watch this team, and that's how it happened.
There are very few feelings of joy that I've gotten in my sports teams. Being a Giants fan has brought me to those feelings.
I was born in 1992. Okay, so that team has not won since '86. That team, technically '86 because it was in January, but it was the '85 season. They have not won since '85. This team hasn't won since like what? It was '83, '84 season or '82, '83 season. Yeah, something like that. So you have two. Be happy you have two because I have none.
I'm very happy, but that 2015 World Series.
Oh my gosh.
But for as bad as 2015 was, I still think the lowest of lows I've ever been as a sports fan was either that wild card series with the Padres, because I was there for that first game with Max Scherzer, or 2021 versus Tampa when we were
2000.
Two goals away.
Yeah. I'm sitting here thinking you're talking about Mets and Rays in 2021. I'm like, wait, what? No, but
right.
yeah.
21 was probably the closest we've gotten to seeing the Islanders win a cup.
I cannot. At least, even though as a fan I've never seen the Bears in the Super Bowl, at least they've been in the Super Bowl in my lifetime, and I did watch the game. Mets have been to the World Series twice in my lifetime. I've never seen the Islanders play for the Stanley Cup, and they were 2 wins away in 2020. Brock misses the net and on the breakaway in Game 6. You never know what happens in a Game 7, although it probably would have went the same way it did in 21. Especially we didn't have Sorokin yet. We probably would have got annihilated in that game.
We would have had Thomas Greiss starting.
And you got to give Greiss credit. He came up big in Game 7. He came up big in Game 7 against the Flyers when look, we were up 3-1, and all of a sudden we couldn't beat them. Thomas Greiss.
I was terrified, dude. If we had blown that series lead, we would have heard it from freaking Ranger fans. Oh, you blew a 3-1 series lead. We're like, yeah, we did.
Shout out to Thomas Greiss, man. He came out that day and said, "We're not losing." And everybody hates Scotty Mayfield, but who scored the game winner that night?
Look, we don't like Scotty Mayfield now because he can't he can't be on the ice for 10 minutes without getting a fucking penalty.
Yeah, I know. He's not having a good year. I'll say that. But they've been bashing him for years now. And this dude, before this year, has been a solid defenseman. He has not been this year. I will give them that. I will give anybody that.
A good player having an off year getting really bashed by a fan base.
He is the new whipping boy. Scott Mayfield is the new whipping boy because the other whipping boy got traded to Chicago and could be put.
But you know what? I found out that he's actually doing something now. He's actually part of the PAL youth hockey team. He's coaching his kids.
Oh, cool.
So he's pretty much unofficially retired.
Oh man, but at least he never. Well, Yeah, he never played for anybody else, right? He played
No, he did
preseason
not.
games for.
Technically, I
He
mean,
played
yeah, if you want to get technically, he did play for the Senators. What the Senators
in the
realizes that he can't play
preseason.
defense.
So, so that's good. He'll retire as an Islander, as only playing for the Islanders if he does retire.
Yeah,
So,
so
what
yeah,
I want to know,
they won't retire his number, but he will be in the Hall of Fame.
they should
Islanders Hall of
retire his
Fame.
number. Yeah, he ain't going to the NHL
No,
Hall of
because if
Fame.
we start
I know what you meant.
retiring, we have to. If we start retiring non-cup winners numbers, then we have to start with like Pat LaFontaine, this guy,
Birthday.
that guy.
I love. Um, there are a number of like players from the post Cup years that I love, and it starts because, of course, he debuted the year after, the year we lost to Edmonton. It starts with LaFontaine, who I wish was on the 92-93 team. I absolutely love that team. Ray Ferraro, David Volek, all those guys. Man, Darius Kasparaitis is my favorite Islander who I've never seen play in my lifetime. I've watched old games, but I've never actually watched a live game where he played in, and he's my favorite. I love you saw I just got that Romanov jersey not too
Yeah,
long ago, right? I appreciate defensemen that go out and put the body, no homo, on people.
I became an Islander. Like I started following them. The last year of the first time that was the last year at the Coliseum. So
Oh,
like whenever I
good
get
year, good year.
like whenever I get memories now, my Facebook post of like me reposting a win, I'm like, oh my god, so and so was on this team. I can't believe I don't remember his so and
So,
so was here. Oh my god, look at that! It's young Casey Zizekas and Matt Martin.
oh man,
John
yes.
De-
So,
John Tavares, what are you doing?
so just to mention one other guy who I'd never watched play live, Ziggy Palffy was the man. I love Ziggy Palffy. I finally, not too long ago, I brought two 70-pack of Islander cards, and it's like random ass cards from different time periods. And one pack had my first Casperitis and my first Ziggy Palffy card. I looking through them, I find the Casperitis one. I'm like, yes, Casper, finally. And then like a few cards later, it's Ziggy, yes. Like I love those guys, and I finally got cards of them. But yeah, I love Ziggy too. He was fun to watch.
But yeah, I'm still too young in that.
Yeah,
The players that I
but
that I watched when I started watching are still pretty much on the team.
see, those guys are before my time too. But YouTube, bro, YouTube, you can find some
YouTube
of
too,
those
but
games.
I also kind of feel like, and I understand why we do honor and we don't stop talking about the 1980s teams, but sometimes I'm kind of like, Jesus Christ, guys, we won 4 cups and that's unbelievable. But I don't know if we have to hear about it every other day. Like last year when we celebrated our 50th anniversary, it
Yeah,
was literally just here's the 80s. Oh, and that 1990s that one time.
yeah, 1993.
2000s. Hey, remember 2000s was literally just Sean Bates. That's
Michael
it.
Pekka was good. Michael Pekka was good.
That's when Josh Bailey started.
Yeah, 2006. Was Pekka and Bates still on the team when he debuted?
Well, Bailey started in 08. That was his
Oh wait,
rookie.
yeah, right. He was drafted in '06. My bad. Nah, Pekka and Bates weren't on the '08 team.
No,
No.
was
Yeah,
Pekka might have been.
I'd have to look it up. But when I started following was literally so I watched the Red Wings Penguins Cup from '07, '08, and I loved it. I was like, man, I got to get back into hockey. See, I watched a little as a kid, but was never really crazy about it. And I always considered myself an Islander fan. But at some point, like the mid 2000s, I was like, I'm not really a hockey fan. And then
No
I
one
watched
was.
that. And then I watched that Stanley Cup. It's like, this is a good sport. And then I'm hearing about the Islanders got this really good young team. I'm like, okay, well, they were horrible. I may not have been watching, but I know they were horrible last year. They might be in the running for the number one pick. And I look it up, and they won the number one pick already. I'm like, holy shit, okay, I might have to start watching this team. And so I started looking up the prospects, and I'm seeing John Tavares. I'm sure I saw Victor Hedman too, but everybody was saying it was going to be Tavares, and so
Yeah,
I was on board from then on out. I got the first bit of Islander gear I ever brought was the '09. You remember how the '09 draft hat looked, right? It was all white.
yeah.
It was the same hat that Tavares put on that night. So I got the '09 draft hat, which I still have. My hat collection for the Islanders went up twofold, like big time this summer. I got this hat for just $8. Shout out to Fanatics with the fan cash. The Romanov jersey, the fan cash I got off that, I got this hat, $30 hat for just $8. Um, so it was the '09 draft hat in a blue Tavares shirt that says 91 on the back. Um, and I don't care what anybody says. Today is actually the 5-year anniversary of what in my opinion is the most embarrassing moment that our fan base has ever
That was
shown.
actually yesterday. It wasn't
Okay, yes,
yesterday. No, it was the
I
28th.
I just okay. Well, I saw a post on Facebook today that said it was like the 5-year anniversary. It might have been an old post. Sometimes old posts be showing up on my feed,
Well,
so it might have been a couple.
it might have been it might have been shared because
Maybe,
it might
maybe.
have been shared on the 28th, but because
Yeah.
Facebook doesn't recognize February 29th as like a date for the memory posts, it was probably
I just
shared on a March 1st.
I just saw a post today that oh gosh, I forgot what team it was, but it doesn't matter. It was like happy birthday to this prospect who was born on February 29th, 2004 as he's celebrating his 5th birthday. And I'm like, wait a minute, 5th birthday? There's literally a picture. He's an actual NHL prospect. And then I got the joke. Yeah, it's leap year. Um, so yeah, like I say, the whole thing where they booed Tavares, to me, it's the most embarrassing moment in our franchise history.
No,
I will always appreciate John Tavares.
look, he had
8
it
great
coming.
seasons. I disagree. I disagree.
That
You
year,
don't always.
he had it coming. He's
I
freaking, he's talking about vagina. That was my lifelong dream, guys. Don't trade me. Please don't trade me, Garth Snow. Okay, we won't trade
I
you.
I understand being upset that we couldn't get prospects for him.
We could have gotten
Um,
Austin Matthews for him. Look, no, here's the best thing. Because
shit.
Lou Lamoriello was the GM for the Leafs back
Yeah,
then. And
yeah.
guess what Lou would have done right to Tavares that moment that he was traded there? He would have signed his ass to an 8-year extension. Because that's what he does that's what he does here. He would have been like,
Mhm.
oh, John Tavares, oh, okay, well, I'm leaving, so this franchise is screwed anyways.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you guys an 8. No, oh my god, no, I'm just thinking like he could have really screwed over the Leafs on his way out. He could have been like, here's our first rounders and Austin Matthews. We'll take Tavares and a few 6 rounders.
See, if we got Austin Matthews, that would have been
I
awesome.
think
But
we could. I think we could because that was
oh
it was
yeah,
either
oh
like
yeah.
first or second year Austin Matthews. We could have convinced old man
Oh
Lou that
man,
this prospect sucked. But I guess
I would have.
I know Garth Snow said, "Oh well, the owners. It was the owners who told me not to trade." I'm like, "Yeah, that's bullshit, buddy. We know the
I
rules."
still, I still would not. No, what am I? Hold on. I still do not blame Tavares for wanting to play for the team that he grew up on, and I still feel that when you become a free agent, you do not owe the team you played for anything. You're a free agent. You are now allowed to sign with whoever you want to. And I get it. I understand he said, I want to play here, but that's the shit you do when you're trying to go here, which here meaning Toronto. They could have turned around and traded him anywhere. He wanted to go and play for the team that he grew up on, or he grew up as a
He
fan of.
took
And
less
let me tell you,
money.
yeah, I don't blame him. Look, if I was a hockey player and I was playing for any team except the Islanders, I would want to sign with the Islanders the moment I was a free agent. Same thing with the
You'd be the
Mets.
only one. Everyone uses us as
Yeah,
Everyone
I know.
uses us
I
as
know.
leverage. For God's sake, we had freaking
I know.
Panarin use us as leverage.
I get it. I know.
We
And
used
that's
Johnny
what
Gargano, not Gargano. God, Johnny Johnny Gargano, hockey player Johnny
hey,
Gargano.
hey, hey, how do I almost said the Blue Jays. How do the Blue Jackets feel about that right now?
Like that team is so screwed forever and ever.
Yeah. At least they got Adam Fantilli. He looks legit.
Yeah,
But
until he decides that he wants to leave.
hey, right here, Fantilli, right here, buddy.
No, he's gonna go to the Rangers or New Jersey.
Oh my gosh, that would be.
Could you imagine
horrible.
Fantilli? It'll be the new Tommy DeVito.
Oh my gosh.
Look, Tommy DeVito's great. I'm just saying, maybe the Bears want Tommy DeVito. You guys want Tommy
No,
DeVito?
the fuck we don't. No, the
You
fuck
guys,
we don't.
we will take your first overall pick and Justin Fields, and you guys can have Tommy DeVito and Zach Wilson.
As you see where I stand. Zach Wilson. How are we giving you Zach Wilson? We don't have him.
You see, we go three-way trade. We
Oh.
the Jets and Giants give you guys Zach Wilson, Tommy DeVito, and the Giants get your first overall pick and Justin Fields. And the Jets, you guys can give the Jets money. They need money.
Well, see, that would be hilarious because both of you guys passed up on Fields in the first place, Jets and Giants.
We just want Justin Fields, just to placeholder, just in case something happens.
See, now, as you can see, that is what my headline there says. That is where I stand on this whole situation.
You do know that they're going to trade Justin Fields will not be on this team by May.
That's what I'm saying. That's my opinion on what they should do. But
you cannot pass up on Caleb Williams.
All signs have been pointing to that they're going to trade Fields and take Williams. There's a recent video. I don't know if you've seen it. His Fields' agent posted a video of like him after he got a phone call, and he's jumping up and down. He says, "Let's go home." I don't know what it means, but everybody's thinking that means he's getting traded to Atlanta. But this was a couple of days ago.
It's his childhood. You can't get mad at him, Frank. It's his childhood.
No,
he wants to go.
I'm not mad at him. He's not the one that's making the trade happen. Ryan Poles is the one making the trade happen.
When Justin Fields returns to Chicago, they're gonna go snake.
I would say it's the most embarrassing moment of our franchise's history. But half our fan base hates. I almost said Tavares.
Wow, why do Bear fans hate John? Bear fans are weird. They hate
No, Bear fans are weird. They actually hate our franchise quarterback because half of them actually do.
Half of them quarterbacks like you guys go through paper.
All I'm gonna say is, if this guy, everybody better be right. And I don't hate Caleb Williams. That's not why I stand on that side of the fence. My feeling is we already have a franchise quarterback, and you have a chance where this guy is getting so hyped, and by this guy I mean Caleb. He's getting so hyped that you can get an even better haul than last year. And why not do that? And then you can take, if it's Washington, you can take Marvin Harrison Jr. and only move down one spot to get him. And then you can take the pick you have, your own pick, not the one with our own pick, which is 9, and you can take Rome. I have no idea how to pronounce his last name, but Rome. Oh, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the other great wide receiver. And you can put Justin Fields in point where he's got 3 potential number 1 receivers in DJ and Marvin Harrison Jr. and Rome O.
I didn't think that the Giants were going to draft a quarterback, but it appears since Daniel Jones' neck is made out of glass, we're probably going to have to trade for a quarterback after we just signed our quarterback to a 4-year freaking deal.
Yeah. Well, all I'm going to say about the whole situation is everybody's hyping up Caleb Williams. They're saying he does shit that Patrick Mahomes does. This kid better be the next Pat Mahomes, or else we're making a big mistake trading Justin. That's all I'm going to say.
You guys also play in a pretty easy division at this point. The Vikings.
I don't know if
the Vikings suck. I guess you guys got the Lions now. The Lions are good.
The Lions are good, and the Packers are not as bad as some people think they are.
Yeah, I think Julian Love's going to have a sophomore slump year.
Jordan, I hope you're right. They know how to develop. They know how to develop quarterbacks. That's the problem.
Every quarterback that goes to Green Bay, maybe you guys can trade him to Green Bay. You see Justin Fields really turn to.
Justin Fields would be the next Aaron Rodgers if he went to Green Bay. I swear, he's gonna score a touchdown at Soldier Field. and fucking say I don't need that.
He's gonna freaking Devin Hester. Yeah, he's gonna catch the return and just return it.
Somebody said too when I was so of course you know where I was when I wasn't doing the shows. I was at with my grandfather's. I was watching him. It's like every Tuesday we go to the Tuesday morning we would go to the doctor's. And I was in the doctor's office one day. We were waiting for the Accessoride to pick us up, and I was watching a live stream, ESPN 1000, and somebody called. It might have been ESPN 1000, might have been 670 the score, but somebody called in and was talking about Justin Fields. Like, we need to get rid of Devin Hester with an arm. It's like, damn, man. Like that's what people think about Fields, man. They think he's all legs, and that's not true. It is not true.
I mean, it is one of his. As a fan of the Giants who had Daniel Jones, who wasn't always that graceful on his feet. He at least was mobile, which he needed to be, because our offensive line is literally just a parting of the Red Sea every time, which is why he got hurt.
I remember the Eagles run where he busted his ass.
When he got freaking eaten by the turf monster out of nowhere. If we won that game, we think we would have made the playoffs that year too.
Fields would not have fallen on that run. But see, this is the thing.
Monster got us.
See, this is the thing, though. But I'm saying, like, yes, Fields is amazing with his legs. There's no doubt about that. He's amazing at evading defenders, but he's not a running back. He can sling the ball with the best of them. Maybe not like Pat Mahomes, but you know what I'm saying. He can throw the ball.
You guys need receivers in order for him to throw. You need someone to throw to.
Yes. See, Robert Tonyan.
That's kind of like the problem with if you guys do draft Caleb Williams. It's kind of going to be like a lamb out to slaughter.
Well, the thing is, if we draft Caleb Williams, we can still draft Rome O. So you got DJ and Rome.
Well,
so at least he's going to have a better wide receiver core than Justin had last year.
Well, if you guys trade Justin Fields, you guys can probably get a wide receiver from some team as well.
I'm hoping that somebody gives us that first. But they're saying I don't know.
Look, we're gonna try.
We're not giving you Justin Fields first of all. You're not going to be the team he gets traded to.
We are going to take your Justin Fields and we're going to make him the backup to Tommy DeVito.
Tommy DeVito be holding the clipboard for Justin Fields.
Look, Tommy DeVito, the legend of Tommy Cutlets. He was at the MetLife game. He almost beat the Jets.
If you guys somehow end up being the team that trades for Fields, the second he makes this amazing run and evades defenders, you motherfuckers will be like, Tommy DeVito, who? Who's this Tommy? Who's that Tommy guy we were hyping up last year?
The Giants win the Super Bowl with Justin Fields. Do you know how obnoxious I would be?
Well, I would kind of deserve it after like all these years when I've made fun of Jets and Giant fans for passing up on Justin.
Yeah, I mean, you can make fun of Jet fans. We still believed in Daniel Jones for a while until this year.
You still put Justin Fields right in our laps just because you believed in Daniel Jones, which is crazy.
Look, it was a Hail Mary pick. Wasn't the best pick, but considering everything, I think it's kind of worked out. We got a playoff.
Well, you got the whole lineman. You got the old lineman who I saw last year was actually basking the fan base, but he's supposed to be good. That's the one guy you got to.
Our O-line was supposed to be good, and then
so he's not good.
I think literally everybody got hurt on that first game against Dallas.
So the old lineman y'all got, he's turned out to not be good.
I don't think any of our old linemen have been good. That's kind of the problem.
Okay, then
we're losing Saquon Barkley too.
See, y'all screwed up that trade horribly. Y'all drafted the wide receiver who, like, in a year and a half, ended up in Kansas City and nearly became the first player to return a punt in Super Bowl history. I don't know why I'm forgetting his name. Toney. Kadarius Toney. Yeah. Kadarius Toney. Yeah. He was the guy. He was the guy you took with the pick that year, 2021. That was originally our pick.
Yeah, that's the year that I took for you guys to lose.
And he was gone in a year and a half. He was
Because
gone in a year and a half.
he
Yes,
wasn't
that's
good
what I'm
here.
saying. That's what I'm saying. Y'all passed up on Justin Fields and then dropped the ball with the picks we gave you.
We are
But now,
we're happy with who we have for now.
who? Jones or the Cutlets guy?
Well, I think Tommy DeVito, his time might be a little short here because he kind of did fall off a little bit
Exactly.
here.
Exactly. Yeah.
If we need him to be, I think he probably could be a solid backup if we really developed him in the off season.
Yeah, but he's not a starter. He's a good backup, and y'all need a
No,
starter.
we technically do have a starter. I mean, Daniel Jones will probably be healthy by next season. The problem is that we don't really trust his neck.
Well, there you go. Y'all could have passed up on. Y'all could have ended the Daniel Jones era and
Maybe
took
you guys can
Justin
trade
Fields. But y'all
Justin
passed
Fields to the Patriots. Get Mac Jones, Big Mac in
for the
Chicago.
third
Oh
for the
my!
third pick. No. That would be ironic though, seeing that Mac Jones inadvertently kicked Jaquan Brisker in the nuts a few years ago, and now he's gonna be his teammate.
Mac
That was
Jones in Chicago.
That was so funny because like 2 plays later, Brisker went out of play because he just got kicked in the nuts, and then 2 plays later, he fucking makes this highlight leaping one-handed interception on Jones. He's like, "Bro, you want to kick me in the nuts?" On Monday Night Football, no less. Too. That was his first career pick. It was like 2 plays after he got kicked in the.
I remember the 06 Cardinals. I remember after a game of the 06 Cardinals, it was against the Bears.
They are.
And that's
They are who we thought.
That's what we thought we are. And we let him go. We let him off the hook. And that Bears
No. You're talking to a Bears fan. I know this almost by word. So it starts off with they're who we thought they were. They're who we thought they were. We played them in preseason. We played in 3 quarters. The Bears are who we thought they were. That's why we took the damn field. Now, if you want to crown them, then crown their ass. But they are who we thought they were. And we let them off the hook. Thank you. He walks away all angrily. It's the media guys are saying thank you for the interview, and he's walking away after that little angry.
To be fair, if I remember correctly, the Cardinals were kicking ass for the majority of the game, and then the Bears came back and won.
See, it was Peanut forcing no, actually it was Urlacher. Ironically, it was as opposite. It was like opposite day because normally it'd be Peanut forcing the fumble, but Urlacher forces the fumble in the fourth quarter when they're trying to run the clock out, and Peanut picks it up and takes it to the house. Then Devin Hessner returns a punt for a touchdown, and that's literally how we got back into the game. It was like Rex Grossman didn't do shit. And then Rex Grossman, you got to give him credit. He's funny because it shows. I have the '06 DVD. This is how I know this. They showed the clip of his post game interview. And he's like, "Well, we have a bye week to discuss how bad I was. Let's enjoy this victory. We got a bye week to talk about it."
You guys let Rex Grossman start in the Super Bowl. You guys deserve to lose for letting Rex Grossman start.
Who else was going to start? Kyle Orton? I like Kyle Orton, but he was not going to beat that Colts team. Did we still? I think we had Brian Greasy. Was Brian Greasy going to start? Ironically, fun fact: Brian Greasy was the starter the day I became a Bears fan, and he drove them down the field 90 yards to beat the Eagles. Last second field goal by Robbie Gould.
Now, after every touchdown that Kyle Orton would have thrown, do you think he would have done the Orton pose? It's like,
well, I mean, he was the starting quarterback my first full year, and granted, I didn't get to watch the team that much because I didn't know about illegal streams just yet. So if they weren't on TV out here in New York, I wasn't able to watch them. But it was like 2009, like the next year I was able to watch him. But ironically, the first big trade in Bears history was actually the opponent for the first time I ever got to watch them on TV. This was like November. At first time I got to watch them on TV after I became a fan. It was like November 25th, 2007, and they faced, of all teams. Could you guess who they faced?
Was that
It
the
was a big
Giants?
trade. No, first biggest trade. No, the first big trade they made after I became a fan. This has got to be easy.
I don't know. Dude, that was my
Look,
birthday. I was 10 years old that day.
your birth? Oh, November 25th, 2007?
2007, yeah.
Look, what does this remind you of? You probably don't.
I don't
A
know.
Bears fan would get it. You probably don't get it because it's a nickname for the guy. First biggest trade. Come on, quarterback position. We haven't had a quarterback in so long, and now we finally got this guy. He's young. He's still.
Jay Cutler, was it?
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
Huh.
Smoking Jay. So our first opponents, the first opponent I saw was the Denver Broncos, and Cutler was the quarterback.
I thought you guys drafted Cutler.
No, Cutler was drafted by the Broncos in 06. And so in 08, first game of the season, Tom Brady got hurt. And Matt Castle became the quarterback of the Patriots and had a really good year. Like Belichick was still good as a head coach back then. So he got a good year out of Matt Castle. They went 10-6 and just barely missed the playoffs.
Yep.
The next year, Josh McDaniels becomes the head coach of the Broncos, and he wants to trade for Matt Castle. You're Jay Cutler, and you hear that your team's looking to trade. You just came off a good year, Pro Bowl year. I believe you went to the Pro Bowl. And the team's looking to trade for Matt Castle. What are you going to do? You're going to say, get me the hell out of here if you don't want me. And that's how the trade happened.
Cause I was just trying to think of like past Broncos player,
Bears.
Past Bears players. You know, I was like thinking back on like the Madden games because that's how I got like most of my roster knowledge back then. I'm like, oh yeah, Jay Cutler was in Madden 11 for the Bears, so that must mean that he was still around by 12.
I love playing Madden franchise mode, and I've been playing a Madden. I played an old, like early 2000 games.
Yeah, the good
and
games.
I always rebuild our offense at the start. So like the first year is always like a rebuild year. I don't sim too. I play every game. So I rebuild the offense, try to trade everybody for picks, and then go into the draft with stacking up quarterback, running back, O-line, and all that, and then go on from there. I've been playing this Madden 04 franchise, and so this would be the 03 is the first year. So I get my quarterback 04, the 04 draft, running back 04 draft. My quarterback and running back from the first draft didn't work out, so I'm currently on different quarterback and running backs, and the quarterback's retired anyway. I'm in 2018 already in this franchise mode. In 2005, I drafted a wide receiver named Troy Jackson, and he turned out to be the most dynamic player I've ever drafted in any franchise mode. I'm actually planning on making a post about like some of the cool shit that I've done with him. But okay, so like in 2007, before the 2007 season began, this is like 2 years ago for me too. I started in like 2022. I realized that this dude's actually a dynamic punt returner. He's got like a 99 speed. He's a 99 overall returner, kick and punt returner. And I hadn't had him as my starting returner. So I put him as a starting returner. Well, as fate would have it, he gets injured in training camp and was out for that whole year. But 2008. So I go into 2008 having not won a Super Bowl yet. 03 again was a rebuild year. I finished 8-8. And I was playing it. So normally when I go a long time without playing a Madden, it's like I'm like playing a new game. I get off to a bad start and shit. So I finished the first year 8-8. The second year was good, but I lost in the playoffs. I think first round actually. 07, 06. Ironically, in 06 I lost in the Super Bowl.
To the Colts?
No. I knew you were gonna ask that. But the Chargers beat me twice in the Super Bowl, 06 and 11, because they had Drew Brees, and LaDainian Tomlinson. So they were really good for a short time. So I'm going into '08, still having not won a Super Bowl, and now with the belief that I actually have a good returner. So he's going to change some games for me. So I get to the playoffs. So I'm just skipping the regular season. Literally the first game of the playoffs. It's wild card round against the Panthers. Troy Jackson returns the opening kickoff for a touchdown. Now we move on to the divisional. Now before I started this franchise mode, I wanted to boost up the division as much as I could to make it challenging. So I put Brady on the Lions. I put Vic on on the Vikings. I gave them both like really good receivers. Shockey was actually on the Lions for a few years. So the next round was the Lions. Troy Jackson returned the punt, and we won that game. So I move on. Here's where it gets crazy. Here is where a franchise mode legend is born. NFC title game against the Dallas Cowboys. I am down 2 points in the fourth quarter, late in the fourth quarter. It's fourth down. I need to make a pass for first down. I go for the halfback screen. And this is my running back who I said I drafted the first draft, and he turned out to be shit for me because he was slow as hell. But apparently he couldn't catch the ball either because I throw him the screen, he drops it, turnover on downs. So I have like what 2 timeouts, so I'm able to use two of the timeouts. But then on fourth down, no timeouts left. The play clock is less than the time clock. I've lost the game. I'm down. It's done. So, of course, we go out. I go out and pit punt return in hope that I don't just sit there and let the time run out. I I do the play in hopes that something crazy will happen. So I'm sitting here watching the time run out, and all of a sudden the computer yells "hike," and I'm like, "What the fuck?" And I'm thinking to myself, I'm telling you, if I get anybody in front of Troy Jackson on this return, I am juking anybody who gets in front of this guy. First guy that gets in front of him, juked. Second guy, juked. Third guy, juked. I think there was a fourth guy, juked. Nothing but grass in front of him. 0 time left on the clock. Again, I'm down by 2, so a touchdown wins the game, and he got in the end zone. That is the greatest franchise mode win I've ever pulled off. And then in the Super Bowl, guess who my opponents were? You there?
The Colts?
Oh, no, not the Colts, the Chargers. Because remember, I said they beat me in 06, and they would go on to beat me again in 2011. But by this point, they had beat me in 06, and I wanted revenge for that game. The thing is that LaDainian Tomlinson, I can't stop him. If I can't stop somebody's run game, it's going to be tough to beat them because I always destroy the running game with my defense. So I'm once again losing, this time by a touchdown with like probably 20 something seconds left, and they have to punt the ball to me. They punt it. Troy Jackson takes it to the house again. We go to overtime, and I just run the ball down their throat with my running back, who absolutely sucked, but he didn't suck for that drive, and I won the game in overtime. I should not have won that Super Bowl. I shouldn't have even got to that Super Bowl. So sadly, just my last season, which I finished a couple days ago, was the 2017 season. The Super Bowl was actually somewhat familiar, somewhat similar to that, where I had to come back and actually got a punt return touchdown from Troy Jackson. It was 20-10 I was losing to. This was against the Chiefs. Ironically, 2017, I faced the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, the year we passed up on Pat Mahomes. But anyway, down 20-10, get the big punt return from Troy Jackson. And then in overtime, I throw a deep ball to him. He catches it, touchdown. We win in overtime. He actually gets hurt on the play, and he's walking off the field. And then, like, the next thing you see is the Super Bowl celebration, which he wasn't even on the field for. And as it turned out, that was his final play. Him walking off the field was the last time I saw him because it went to the off season.
Yeah.
The first thing you go to is retired players. He retired on, and he was one kick return touchdown away from 20. I wanted him to play at least one more season so I can get him his 20th kick return. He finished with 62 punt returns. This is not counting, of course, the postseason stats. But I was so mad that he retired with 19 kick returns. But the ending, like I feel like when you play Madden franchise mode, it's like you're creating your own football story. And I feel like I created like a work of art with Troy Jackson, and like it couldn't have ended any better. Like he went out a warrior, catching the game-winning catch in Super Bowl and walking off injured like a warrior. I couldn't have had a better story than that, better ending to it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm still upset that he retired because I feel like I'm never going to like recreate that type of dynamic player. I don't think I will. But anyway, it's getting late. We got to finish this show.
Yeah, let's get back to the freaking. I don't know how
Let's
we
get
got
back.
off
Yeah,
topic so
this
much.
is this has gotten worse than when Christians.
Yeah, because we haven't talked this in so long.
That's the thing. Yeah, that's the thing. But anyway, I'm gonna make a post about that on Facebook. I don't know when, but I'm gonna do it soon. You'll see some picture. I took pictures of like his stats after he retired. They came out blurry, but I'm gonna post the ones that didn't. But anyway, yeah, getting back to the show here. So we just come off. We've been doing this for so long. I actually have to say what we were talking about.
Yeah.
We just came off the Chris Benoit, Kurt Angle versus Dudley's tag match, which ended in interference by Shane McMahon and Big Show. Next segment, Stephanie and Triple H backstage. Triple H is still trying to, show Stephanie like he won't let Lita hurt her. And this is what I was talking about. This is the forgotten segment because we just came off last week where Triple H is showing Trish some moves, and Stephanie catches them. So now Stephanie is asking Triple H to help her with some moves, and he teaches her a front face lock first. And she's like, no, 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 no. Teach me the move that you were teaching Trish last week. It's like, I don't think that's smart because of the circumstance. Like, no, no, no. Teach me, teach me. So he teaches it to her. And it's like, wow, okay, you're tall. And she just gets up and is like, what? You're mad because I'm not short like Trish, blah blah blah. So she's mad again because she took the tall comment in the wrong way. But Triple H gets her to cool down a little bit, and they try it again. And Triple H goes, "Okay, now Trish, this is what I'm." No, 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 no. I mean Stephanie, Stephanie. And Stephanie immediately grabs her bag. She's got like the rolling bag with the handle.
Yeah.
She grabs it and just leaves the room. And that's the end of that. So now the Save the Hose protest is actually live now, and they're all coming out in the crowd chanting Save the Hose. And it's funny, during this next backstage segment, you can actually hear the fans from live, in the arena chanting Save the Hose, Save the Hose. So you're watching this next segment that's supposed to be serious. It's got some drama in it. And the crowd, you can hear the crowd going, "Save the hose, save the hose."
Stephanie's walking out,
Yep.
all angry at Triple H. Save the. Stephanie joins the protest. Save the hose.
So you do know what the next segment is. Okay. So Stephanie's walking to her limo, and Triple H is right behind her, trying to stop her. And of course, to no avail. Stephanie says, "To hell with the match." Of course, that's why he's stopping her because like Triple H is in risk of being fined $5,000 here again. So Stephanie's like, "To hell with the match, to hell with Mick Foley, and to hell with you." And the segment ends with Triple H saying, "You don't mean that, Steph. You don't mean that." So going back to the arena, inside the arena where the Save the Hose protest just went down, right in the middle of this dramatic segment, the right to censor comes out. that annoying theme song.
Now, did you ever notice that it actually has a beat to it?
A little bit, yeah, a little
Yeah,
bit.
okay.
It's not a
'Cause
bad.
not everybody can tell that there's like a little bit of a beat to it.
Yeah, it's not a bad song, even though like it's meant to be annoying. It's
Yeah.
not really a bad like beat and shit like that. So Right to Censor comes out. Remember, he's the good father
He's the
now.
good father now. And he
And
hated this gimmick, by the way.
I mean, The Godfather was so over with the crowd, and it was such a
Yeah.
great gimmick. I don't blame him for hating this,
Oh,
but
whenever he talks about it, he's like he hates it.
yeah, he should have been feuding with the Right to Censor, not joining them. I agree with it.
It never made
So,
sense why he even joined them.
so he explains why he joined Right to Censor and why the fans should understand what Steven Richards is doing. Trying to clean the WWE of all the hoes and all the dirty stuff. And so the hoes jump the guardrail, but then Steven Richards grabs the mic and starts talking, and he's orders security to bring them, I think, to take them to jail. I don't really see what happened. I know that they went back over the guardrail after security walked over, but I didn't see them like in handcuffs or anything. But Jerry Lawler said like at the end of the segment, well, the hoes are going to jail or something to that extent. So they go back over the guardrail, and Steven says RTC, Right to Censor, will do anything in their power to stop the vulgarity in WWE. And if anyone has a problem with that, come out right now. Whose music hits?
Was it the APA?
Yes, it was. So again, you did see the results of the show
Yeah.
before.
Yes,
Yeah,
I was really hoping that I was right because I remember seeing an APA match and the Right to Center
yeah.
there. So
So APA arrives and Bradshaw does this passionate promo where he's like, "We're Americans. We have the right to." Let me see if I can remember because I didn't put it down in my notes. We have the right to enjoy a couple beers when we want. We have the right to, and this you'll never hear this on WWE television today, especially with what's going on. But we have a right to have fun with like half naked women or however he said it. Um, and we have the right to kick ass whenever we want. And that led to APA versus Right to Censor. Again, Monday Night Tag Team.
yeah,
This one, this one wasn't that great simply because it was a quick match, and it really didn't give a build. This isn't like Big Show versus Boss Man at Armageddon, that quick match. This was a little bit of promo talk back and forth, and then APA just kicks their ass. Then Right to Censor gets back at them after the match, as they beat them up after the match. Now we
the
get a match.
the RTC was always interesting to me because
Yeah,
like the whole
they were
gimmick
good. It
was like,
fit.
oh, we're so cool.
Yeah, but the characters fit the time period
Yeah,
because they were making fun of the censorship. They were making fun of the people that were bitching about what they were doing. The what's the guy's name who worked in New York in the papers? Who hated Vince? What the hell was his name? But they were making fun of those people.
yeah.
I forgot the guy's name though.
I know the parents' right
That yeah,
council was like the main thing that they were making fun of.
that was that was the main thing. Yes, that's where the characters came from. But it fit the time period, even if they
Uh,
weren't making fun. Even if they weren't making fun, of course, if you're going to choose that type of television, there's going to be people who aren't going to like it. So it fits to have a character like that. Hell, I don't think Owen Hart was too happy about the change to the Attitude Era. So even people in the locker room weren't happy. So that's why it makes sense to have like the Right to Censor.
it is pretty funny though to have Stevie Richards be the leader, considering like all the stuff that he did in ECW and
Yeah.
the BW. And I guess he changed his name to Steven Richards, not Stevie.
Stevie Night Heat. I was there when that debuted. When he debuted the Stevie Night Heat gimmick. That was the night Kane unmasked. So the next Sunday Night Heat that debuted, the next Sunday Night Heat that happened, the June 29th, 2003 Heat, is where he debuted Stevie Knight Heat, and we covered well, I covered actually that episode on my Facebook on the 20th anniversary of the June 23rd Raw because I actually did a full review on Facebook of the Raw and the Heat. So the Heat happened was taped that night, and that's where he debuted, which kind of, at least for his Sunday Night Heat career, it was like one of the best things he ever did, calling himself Stevie Night Heat. And I didn't know until I actually watched the show that day that that was where he actually debuted. I didn't even remember seeing it live.
Well, Stevie Richards since then has accomplished a lot of great things, and every
Yeah.
time
He did
they erase a wrestler, he accomplishes even more great stuff.
he
He's
did
like
some good stuff.
He's like a 5-time Royal Rumble winner at this point.
He did some good stuff in TNA too with Dr. Stevie.
Dr.
Um
Stevie.
with Abyss. So now random ass match that today, because today they don't build this shit up. This match would just be a boring ass 20 ass minute match that would be boring as hell with no build up. It would probably have a whole bunch of flips and shit. And the internet would go crazy and say it was the greatest match ever. But back then, even though this was a random match, it actually got build up. And it was actually a pretty good match because it was Rikishi and Taz. So again, you hear Rikishi and Taz on Raw, you're like, that's random. But this match actually got a little bit of build up. They built up some heat between the two where like Taz was interfering in all of Rikishi's matches. Um what was it? Fully Loaded 2000, my favorite pay-per-view of that year. He Rikishi that is, takes a camera or Taz, excuse me, takes a camera and smashes it over Rikishi's head during his cage match with Val Venus, where he actually Rikishi jumped off the cage and splashed Val Venus. Poor Val Venus, man. Shit. So even though this was a random match and it was pretty quick, which again back then, which is why I loved WWE back then, weekly shows were not about 20-minute matches. The matches were always quick. The main event would be, the match you're wanting to see out of all the other matches. Most of the other matches on the night are just building up feuds or starting feuds. But anyway, this was a good, quick match. The crowd was interested. Rikishi got the win and then danced with Too Cool like he always did back then.
Poor Taz.
uh, Triple H backstage with Mick Foley. So Foley says he didn't mean for things to go down like that, meaning Stephanie McMahon just walking out on Triple H. And Triple H is hoping to get the match postponed because now he doesn't have a partner. Mick Foley's like, do you see the crowd we have tonight here at the Georgia Dome? We can't do that. So Triple H is like, okay, I'll go 2-on-1. And now Triple H has a bandaged up arm, which I didn't even notice that until Foley mentioned it. So something recently happened to Triple H. I don't know if it was SmackDown the week before or
He
maybe
just
the
fell
last.
down a flight of stairs. That's
He comes in with a bandaged up head, and I'm thinking, oh, he must have had a banger of a main event on SmackDown. And now Mick Foley's like, oh, you got fined. You're getting fined last week for walking out on SmackDown. It's like, okay, then what the hell happened to him? And then now here in the show, it's like he's bandaged up. I didn't even realize his arm was bandaged up, which because he come out when he did the segment where he had the flowers with Stephanie, that first segment of the night, he had a shirt on. He was promoting like his newest shirt. And then with Stephanie all those backstage segments, I think he still had a shirt on. And I guess somehow you didn't see the bandage. But now Foley points out the bandage. And it's like, you need a partner for this. And I think we all know where this is going. Mick Foley announces that the partner will be Trish Stratus. As I said like 2 hours ago, I referenced that the main event was not going to be what it was originally said to be. That was long before we went into our Islanders, Bears, and
we
Mets
went
and
off
Giants
real
talk.
topic, and now that it's Saturday, we're gonna get off.
Oh
We're
yeah,
gonna talk about the Islanders tomorrow too.
that's right. Happy Saturday. As NHL Network is. Oh yeah, that's a good episode too. They're doing the top run rivalries of the '90s. I don't know if you have NHL Network on right now. That was a good episode,
Top
man.
'90s, top rivalries of the '90s, the Islanders and winning. Um,
You had to say it right, man. Well, not in '92, '93.
no, we had that good year.
Yeah.
I see that our next match involves uh, China and Eddie.
Yes. Yes. So before that, Triple H gets angry after getting this news and he walks out. But yes, we do go next match, Monday Night Tag Mania, I guess we'll call this shit. Monday Night Tag Mania. Welcome everyone to Monday Night Tag Mania. We are live. Eddie Guerrero in China versus Perry Saturn and Val Venus. Hang on a second. Before we get to that, one, two, three, four, five. This is the sixth tag match of the night, and there's more to come.
We only
Six
have like
tag.
one singles match. No, we have two singles matches the whole night.
Oh yeah, and that one, the second one really isn't a match.
Oh boy.
There was one singles match on this show. This is like WrestleMania 2000, which,
Yeah.
by the way, I am a fan of WrestleMania 2000. I'm saying that right now. I said it earlier. I love the Fatal Four Way because we were talking about the Hardys and Edge and Christian and all their matches. So all the ladder matches came up, and I said, yeah, that was the match of the night. But I will say, I love the four way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should have just been
Um,
Triple H.
yeah, it would have been more. It would have been more exciting. But
We never
I
got
love
singles WrestleMania match between them.
that's horrible too. But I do love having the McMahon in every corner thing. I feel like the McMahon drama is what made WWE so great in the early 2000s. Like
But this was this
Fuck
was
Dave
pretty good.
Meltzer. What was that?
This was pretty good Linda though. This was before Linda knew how to not act well.
Maybe, but Vince or I should say Mr. McMahon, Stephanie and Shane were carrying it though. And fuck Dave Meltzer. I brought this up so many times on the show on our channel here. Fuck Dave Meltzer and his writers. 2003 worst promotional tactic. McMahon's all over the product. That was what made WWE so great in 2003. Having the Mr. McMahon, Stephanie McMahon power struggle, and Kane tombstoning Linda, leading to the
You guys
feud
both
with
agree
Kane.
on not liking Meltzer.
What happened?
Said you and CJ both not fans of Meltzer.
Some of our early shows we just make fun of him. like uh,
Well, he's doing a pretty good job of doing it himself these days. So
oh, you should. I'm sure. I know you're not a Russo fan, so I'm sure you've never heard of
yeah, no,
castrating.
I'm not exactly. I see. I kind of fall in the camp of Jim Cornette. Like I don't know. I'm not like the biggest Jim Cornette fan, but I do like listening to his stories because he does have like
Right.
a stupid amount of knowledge. So it is
He
pretty
is.
entertaining to hear him talk and stuff.
He's an entertaining guy. That's what I would say. But he cannot get over the fact that him and Russo have a different
Yeah,
uh
he is a bit
style.
obsessive with Vince
Yeah,
Russo there. Like
they
I
have
think
a
that's a problem with them.
they have a different writing style, and that's what he gets pissed off. He can't get over that.
No,
And I don't know if he might be playing a character
no,
because he saw her.
I think it's legit. Jim Cornette
If, it,
legitimately hates Vince Russo's guts.
if it's legit, then there's a problem with that. I mean, not everybody has the same style of how to do things. That's what the Russo hatred from Jim Cornette comes from, and he's too old school. That's the problem. You want to know if I've told this story a ton of times too on the channel, but never to you. I have a old Twitter account that sadly I've lost the password on, and my email towards the account was deleted. It's like mail.com. I guess they randomly delete emails we make. I don't know why. So I cannot get back to it. It's a new generation era Twitter account. And I got to give Jim Cornette credit because one of his retweets actually helped build that account. But while also getting that retweet, it meant I actually got followers from his little cult of Cornette bullshit, one of his fans. So not too long after I made a tweet about it was Camp Cornette because remember they did that in the new generation era. It was like Cornette, Bulldog, Yoko. A couple of days after that, probably I made a post because I want everybody to know, even though I'm a new gen guy, I also love the Attitude Era. So I made a post about how, Russo's my favorite writer in the history of the business. And so one of Jim Cornette's goons, I did not tag Cornette. This was not me trying to start some fight, some internet fight with Jim Cornette. One of his goons who followed me off of the retweet tagged Jim Cornette in it. And I'm like, well, Jim Cornette probably won't see it. He probably won't care. It's just some nobody on Twitter tweeting about Russo like he's going to care. Literally, like 5 minutes later, I'm blocked by Jim Cornette. He's that salty about this shit.
Jim, at least you didn't end up on like a rant from Jim Cornette.
That might have been better.
Frank Hudson.
Well, he doesn't know my name. My name wasn't on the account. It was WWE 90s 96, 90 through 96. That was the name of the account. It's still up on X. You can find it, but I can't access it.
His bastard.
That would have been more entertaining than being blocked by him for no reason. At least I would have enjoyed laughing at him just going off on me for being a Russo fan. But I'm a fan of Cornette. I'm a fan of Cornette for his work in the new generation era. I love, as much as I'm an Attitude Era guy, I also love the new generation era. And I know most Attitude Era fans don't, but I do. And I loved Jim Cornette playing the heel managerial role with Yoko, with Camp Cornette. He was entertaining. That's why it was so. I hated that I got blocked from him. It's not like I was trying to provoke him or in any way. And he goes out and blocks me because one of his goons tagged him in it.
I'll always respect what Jim Cornette, like he is, when he was like more active doing wrestling and stuff. He worked his ass off because when he was doing all that new gen stuff, he was also running his own promotion.
Yeah, Smoky Mountain. I wish there were more Smoky Mountain shows on the network. And yes, I still call it the network, even though it's now gonna be on both Peacock and Netflix. I still call it the network.
He was doing all that, and he also had to eventually he had to help run OVW, which he did.
Which I think he did a great. Yeah, he did a great job with OVW. A lot of the guys I grew up on came from. Yeah, I know the Santino stuff. But a lot of the guys I grew up on, a lot of the guys you grew up on came from that OVW.
I'll never forget his freaking story about the Gemini brothers. When he's like, he told one of them to duck down during the match for like a spot.
Yeah.
And the Gemini brothers said, "Oh, well, we didn't know which one you were talking about, so we didn't do it."
Oh my gosh, I've never heard that story, but oh my gosh, I know the Santino stuff because Santino laughed. Santino smiled when he was supposed to be serious with Boogeyman.
He was supposed to like move out of the. He was supposed to move out of the way, and he didn't move out of the way. It didn't go over.
But Cornette also said that he smiled in Boogeyman's face, but when he wasn't supposed to.
Yeah, he was kind of like laughing at Boogeyman, but that was because Cornette was supposed to make Boogeyman. He was trying to make the gimmick work like within his boundaries of being like, okay, well, I'm not going to make him supernatural because I don't like that supernatural stuff. So I'll just say like he's crazy, and then so on and so forth. Slapped him like 15, 20 times, and then got fired. Went to Impact.
Yeah. See, I have no issue with Jim Cornette in terms like I am a fan of him as a performer, as for what he did in the New Generation era, and some of the stuff he did with Impact TNA. I'm still up to calling them Impact, but not knowing like they went back to TNA. I got to get used to calling them TNA again. But the stuff he did with TNA, stuff he did in the New Generation, I have two issues with him. One is his ridiculous hatred over a guy just because he had a different writing style, and two, the fact that he was the guy that said, "Don't put the belt on Luger." He was the guy that
Mm,
went to Vince and said, "Don't put the belt on Luger," because he wanted to see Bret Hart win the title. Bret Hart, he's so
that's
good
where it deserved it.
technically. Eh, you build up Lex Luger, and Lex Luger. I'm
He
not
didn't
saying
get
he would
over
have.
enough though. Lex Luger
Uh,
didn't exactly work out too well.
Look, I'm not saying Lex Luger was going to be the next Hulk Hogan. I don't think he was, but I do believe that if you can't build up even if it wouldn't have worked out, you can't build a guy up and then on like the night before you're supposed to make him the champ, just go, "Oh no, we're not going to make him the champ." Go along with it. You built this up. You have
Also,
the Luger
it was
bus
also a
going
Vince call
everywhere.
too.
Yeah, I know, but it was like Cornette who put it in Vince's ear. Like, this is
Well,
not the guy.
you want to get technical, Cornette's also kind of responsible for the Montreal Screwjob too.
Well, that was a good moment. That you can say what you want. That ushered in the Attitude Era. I give Cornette credit, and he was right because is so. Bret Hart is just like the Quebecers and who I love. Again, I'm a new generation guy. I love the Quebecers, but him and Bulldog, him meaning Bret Hart and Bulldog, and I guess Owen too, and the Quebecers. We can't lose in Canada. We're heroes in Canada. Like, bro, if you're going to lose in Canada just because you're Canadian, the fans are gonna walk out and it's all of a sudden, oh, we can't watch wrestling. Our hero lost. Like, give me a break.
I don't think he had a
And
problem losing it in
he didn't want
Canada.
to,
He didn't want to drop it
and
to Michaels because
I
Sean
get that.
said, "I wouldn't do the same for you."
Right, I get that too, but I think losing in Canada was one of the things too. It was losing in Canada and not wanting to do the job for Shawn Michaels. But
Like if
and
he
yes,
was willing
Shawn
to go
Michaels
against Austin, he would have been okay against dropping it
maybe.
right to Austin.
I maybe. I'm not Bret Hart. I can't necessarily speak on that, but and I have never heard Bret Hart say that. But I know I get it. He was mad with Shawn Michaels because of Shawn saying what you just said. He said, "I wouldn't do the same for you." And Shawn Michaels was an asshole back then behind the scenes. We get that, but everybody knows that. I mean, but you have to do the job when your boss tells you to do it. Most people, when their boss tells them do this and they don't, they get fired and they don't have another company literally lined up to hire them right that second. Bret Hart was supposed to do his job and he didn't want to do it that night. And I get it. Shawn Michaels was an asshole, but Bret Hart pretty much spit in the face of the business not wanting to do the job. He spit in the face of business that he loves that night. So if Cornette, I thought Triple H was the guy who went out and said, "Well, just screw him." But if it was Cornette, then I respect Cornette for that.
Yeah, because what Cornette did, he said it was on Dark Side of the Ring that
Oh yeah, I watched that.
he put into Vince's head. He brought up like, oh, once they did this kind of screw job in so and so territory,
Yeah, yeah, I
and
remember now. Yep, yep,
he's like, Vince never took any of my ideas, so I just put it out there, and
yeah.
this is the one freaking idea that he took.
And well, it worked. It ushered in the greatest era in the history of the company, the history of wrestling. So it worked. Good on Cornette for that. My favorite part of that Dark Side episode, which before I say it, rest in peace, Scott Hall. But when Scott Hall is standing there at his TV with the Dark Side crew and the cameraman, he's like, look at all this. He's dissecting why he thinks it's a work. And then they cut to Cornette, and Cornette's like, he's not one of them, is he? Because they tell Cornette, like, this is why Scott Hall thinks it's a work. So Cornette's like, he's not one of them, is he?
Did you ever hear Hulk Hogan, what Hogan thought the screw job was?
I have not.
So
What did he
Hogan,
say? He didn't even
were
write
trying to,
about
like,
that in his book.
abridge like most of it. He
Mhm.
said, "Oh yeah, so Brett and Sean like had this match at like WrestleMania 17 or 18, and Brett didn't want to do the job, so Shawn
Does he
Michaels
know?
had to lock him in some kind of type of hold."
Does Hogan know that he was on WrestleMania 18 and he was facing
Well,
Rock
Hulk
that night? Does
Hogan
he not
was
know?
Hulk Hogan has said he also just said that he was supposed to be John Wayne. So
This was Survivor Series '97. I'm sure anybody who ever watches this will know that. But yeah,
he didn't. He was talking. Oh, it happened at WrestleMania 17 or 18. Like, Hogan, you were on WrestleMania 18, dude, and you were collecting a paycheck at WrestleMania 17, sitting on your ass because of AOL.
I have not watched your guys' WrestleMania 18 review yet. Which again, I don't understand why Christian just went behind my back. And I'm not mad at Christian. Again, I don't want to make it sound like I am,
It was
but I
weird.
just don't know why he reviewed a show that normally we're supposed to review, like that time period we're supposed to review. But I did not watch your guys review on that because I felt like I thought that possibly you guys would get smart mark on the Hogan Rock match and be like, oh, that match was terrible, blah blah blah. But I don't know, what were your opinions?
I think I said I liked the match. I thought it was a
Okay.
good moment. I think one of the reasons why we reviewed it was because that was right around the time The Rock came back to
Right.
WWE, and I
Yeah.
think we also had just
Right.
reviewed the 2014 Chamber, so we were like, oh,
And why not
why not
do the
redo?
90 why not do the 90 beat Punk for the title at like a Royal Rumble 13? Like that's
I don't want to talk about that match. That hurt me.
one of the worst things I've ever heard a wrestling fan say. Did you hear the story? This dude was like an owner of a store and he got stabbed like that week. And like he said, this isn't even the worst thing that's happening to me this week. How can that part timer take the belt off CM Punk? Blah, blah, blah. I read that shit. I'm like, what the fuck? Bro, you could have died. And you're worried about a fake.
Do you currently follow the product at all?
Who, me?
Because I feel like you probably would be on the Rock side of this whole.
Oh, I am, but I don't follow.
I figured you probably would be.
Yeah, I don't follow it at all, but I am. I posted a meme.
He's
like
back
right
to
around
being
the time.
Heel Rock, by the way.
I loved Hollywood Rock. I love heel Rock.
He's
and
kind of
like,
back to that, even
yeah.
though it was
Hollywood
he's gonna
Rock.
turn on Roman.
Rock is Rock is a good babyface, but he's better as a heel.
Oh, because whenever he's trying to be nice, you can just tell he's being so fake.
Corporate Rock after Survivor Series '98.
Now we can be back.
Hollywood Rock. Yeah. So before we move on, I still want to get back because I was talking about I was bringing up Russo because I wanted to mention the show he does on the brand. It's called Castrating the Marks, and they're dirt. Well, it's really called Castrating the Marks, but I think it was originally called Castrating the Marks and Their Dirt Sheets. He's been doing this for about 10 years now, almost, and he mainly makes fun of Dave Meltzer. That was like the beginning. The beginning years, it was just Dave Meltzer and the other guy. I forgot the other guy's name. But now, like, there are so many more other, like,
Brian Alvarez.
Yeah, that's who it was. It was Meltzer and Alvarez for the most part in the early years. But now,
Alvarez
like,
is being groomed to take over for Dave.
Right. But now, like, this guy, Nick Houseman, has turned into like this crazy guy, and they're making fun of him too. They're making fun of the Hollywood girl who works with Sean Ross Sapp. They make fun of Sapp too. Some of it, I'm sitting there like, come on, they're just having fun. Like Hollywood did an interview with Rhea Ripley recently, and she did like Never Have I Ever with Rhea Ripley, and I thought it was a cute little interview. They were just having fun. But Russo and his partner Jeff Lane just like said this wasn't professional and shit like that. And that's the whole point of the thing. Like these people aren't professional. They're just marks who got this spot as like media people. And but I'm like, there's nothing wrong with this. These interviews are not part of like the show. These are this is not Hollywood interview. Do you know who Hollywood is? Who I'm talking about? The girl with Sean Ross Sapp.
I do not, because I don't know.
I
I don't follow Sean Ross Sapp. I
yeah.
don't particularly like him.
Right. Well, then you'd probably like castrating the marks. But
But I
I
don't
only
like
know
Vince
her.
Russo though.
I only know her because of the show. But it was a fun little interview that they were having. That it wasn't Hollywood interviewing Rhea Ripley. It was Hollywood interviewing
Yeah.
whoever Rhea Ripley's real name is, and they kind of bash that. But the thing is, you said, Dave Meltzer does it, makes fun of himself pretty much. And they go over that. They make fun of what Dave Meltzer does in his interviews. There was a recent Castrating the Marks episode where like his dog walks up to him as he's doing the podcast, and Vince is making fun of it. He's like, the dog's saying, I'm hungry, feed me. You're talking wrestling for like 10 hours now. Feed me. It's like making fun of that. It was hilarious.
Well, it's
That's
not
what
just that Meltzer is making fun of himself. It's that he's making a clown out of himself because
right.
he's reporting stuff like incorrectly. A couple of weeks ago, he said that
Right. Yeah.
Rock
I've
versus Triple H was happening.
I've heard that, yeah. And I wish oh no, not Rock versus Triple H. But yeah, I did hear him say that stuff. But I wish the whole Rock and Roman main event was true. But
That's going to
apparently it
happen
was.
next year.
I might watch it, even though I do not watch the product at all.
I'll
But
go with
there's also
WrestleMania.
I know, have fun, man. Even
Yeah, it's
though
gonna
I
be like
wouldn't.
it's gonna be like a whole just for this channel. I'm gonna be like filming and
I,
be like a
I
vlog.
heard you I heard you say that. I thought that was cool. I can't wait to see that.
I'm gonna be so freaking goofy. Like,
Yeah.
here's my bed. Here's the bathroom. Oh my god, here's my view. Oh, look at that, someone's being stabbed. Oh, welcome
But
to
that's what I'm saying.
Philly.
But that's the thing, though. I get that you're not a Russo fan, but I think you would enjoy a little bit of Castrema. Some of it, hey, I'm a Russo guy, and there's some of it where I'm like, come on, Vince, stop it. Like I said with the whole Rhea Ripley Hollywood thing, like, stop, Vince, seriously. But I think you would enjoy the making fun of Meltzer stuff. I
Chris
think you would.
I think it's Chris Van Vliet. Is
Yes,
the new guy who's like hitting it big
he's
right now
good.
on YouTube in the wrestling thing. He's a
Yeah,
very
he's
good
good.
interviewer.
Yeah, but he's not Mark. He's not a Mark
No,
like the other one. You'll never
no, but
see him.
he does ask good questions though.
Yeah, I like Van Vliet. I've watched some of his videos.
So what's the wait? We haven't even talked about the Eddie
Yeah,
China.
so Eddie and China win that match. It's Eddie Guerrero and China versus Perry Saturn and Val Venus. This was an okay match. It was a 6 tag match of the night. It was okay for what it was. It was a quick match, so not much to.
Pre-moppy
I love Moppy. I don't care if it was a punishment. Moppy was entertaining as hell, or at least I should say, Perry Saturn made Moppy as entertaining
Yeah, he got
as
over
hell.
it.
He did. He did.
It was a punishment, but it kind of worked out.
That's the thing. That's what I'm saying though. Like just because it's a punishment doesn't mean it's going to be bad. Like I'm pretty sure that's what the WWE meant too by punishing him. It's like here, not only you're getting punished because of this, but let's see what you can do with it.
Here,
And Perry Saturn made it entertaining. It was
get over with this mop.
yeah,
Let's see
it
what
was
you can do.
it was the most entertaining part of Perry Saturn's career in my opinion. And there was one really funny like segment with the Dudleys where he walks up to them, pushes them, and is like, Devon, get the donuts. I'm like, what the fuck? And I was the first time I watched 2001 WWE, it had to be around that same time period where I would. No, it might have been a few years later. It might have been like 2012, I think, or it was anyway. It was around late 2000s, early 2010s. But the first time I saw when Raven and Terry destroyed Moppy, they put it in the compactor thing. I was so upset. I was like, no, this gimmick was so entertaining. Why are we killing it so early?
Raven was upset too.
He was really? Because what?
Because the thing wasn't really working, the wood chipper thing. So he had to make like the voice of Mavi being chopped up, but Moppy wasn't being chopped up on the camera. He's like, oh no. He literally at some point shrugs his shoulders like,
I'll
it
have to
was
watch.
taped. I think it
I'll
was
have to rewatch. I'll have to rewatch the segment to see him shrug his shoulders.
poor freaking Raven.
Oh man! And you notice what happens to Perry Saturn after they kill Moppy?
He gets they
No, it's like
fire his
you don't- right, but that's well, all I know is like he wasn't on TV at all after that. Like, but if you keep Moppy going, like you could have had Perry Saturn on TV in 2002 at like the start of '02, and he's still doing the gimmick. That's why I say they killed Moppy way too early, and they really shouldn't have fired Perry Saturn, even though I do understand what he did to the local guy was not right at all. But still, man. Okay, so now we got WWE New York, which I am. Every time I think about this place, I'm so pissed.
Yeah.
I've seen a video too recently in the city where they were at the Hard Rock, and it's still got the big black like cover thing with the logo on it. Every time I see that and see Hard Rock on it, it just pisses me off. See, when I became a fan Thanksgiving 2002. The World left and was no longer literally in February of '03. So just a couple months later. I never was able to be inside the World when I was a fan. And somewhere in like maybe had to be either 2000, maybe 2001 or early 2002. My cousin was a big wrestling fan. And one day we were in the city. It was like me, my mom, my cousin, and I guess his mom too. And we were in the city. We walk over to the World. It was the WWF in New York at the time. And he wants to go in there, and I just want to go home. We've been in the city for like so long. I'm ready to go home, and we're inside the World, and I'm like, I'm not a wrestling fan. Why are we here? And now I look back on that, and it's like that's the only time I was able to be in there. By the time I become a fan, the thing was on its last legs.
So the World would have closed in '03. So one of my
February.
earliest memories, I would have to probably be 4 or 5.
Okay.
I think I remember seeing it when I went to Toys R Us because it was in the Times Square area.
Yeah,
I'm
I
pretty
love
sure
those toys.
I remember seeing at least like the WWF or E logo
Right.
on the thing, but I was too busy. I was like, oh my God, I'm a 5-year-old. This is Toys R Us in Times Square. I never get to go in the city. This is great.
I know the Toys R Us. I know the Toys R Us you're talking about. I love that Toys R Us.
Close.
I got. So I know. Well, I know. But I'm talking about back then. Like I got so many WWE action figures from that Toys R Us. You know they had. I'm not sure because you weren't a fan yet, so I don't know if you remember. They had this whole like WWE area where it's like all the action figures, and it was like it had the WWE logo in the entranceway. It looked so cool, and like I brought so many figures.
I became a fan and at the wrong time because by the time I did become a fan, Toys R Us was still there, but I didn't go into the city. I didn't start going into the city every Saturday until 2018, and by then I think the Toys R Us was already closed.
Yeah.
Either
So
that,
you're
or
like me.
either that, or I was like, oh well, I don't know my way around the city enough yet, so I'm not going there.
So you're like me with the World. You know, you never got to see that action, or you probably walked by it and not even realize it.
The most
But
thing I remember about the Toys R Us, other than the Ferris wheel, was when they were promoting Jurassic Park 3. So they had a big ass dinosaur on one side of the store eating like a Jeep with people inside, and I'm like, oh my god, someone please save those people. What the hell?
That's in a Toys R Us. That is crazy. That is crazy. So anyway, it's almost 1:00. We gotta finish this. Anyway,
we're tired, folks.
So tomorrow we will have our Islander video.
Yeah,
don't forget it.
Yeah. We keep on going, guys. I might miss my train.
All right, yeah, let's finish this because you're trying to get to the game tomorrow, right?
I'm trying to get to the game tonight.
Today. I meant that. Yeah,
it's game day, Frank. Let's go.
I got the Sorokin jersey ready, baby.
I gotta schedule that game thread.
Okay. Oh yeah, hit the game thread too. You'll be like,
make shit
sorry
up.
guys. After the game's over, you're gonna wake up and post, sorry guys, no game thread today. The reason because I was doing a podcast like 2:00. So I went to like 2:00 in the morning.
I gotta make up I gotta make up shit as I go, as I normally do for these fucking mid-March, mid-February fucking threads.
Yeah. So anyway, so it's Dean Malenko sitting in the New York WWF New York, and with two women. So that's all that was. So we move on. It's Triple H backstage. As he's getting ready for the match, he gets a knock on his door and thinks that it's Stephanie. He immediately hears the knock. He's like, Stephanie or Steph. He gets up, answers the door. Is like, Steph? He's like, nope, it's Trish Stratus and is there. She's like, nope, it's me. And she wants to go over the match that's coming up, which is probably like the seventh tag match of the night. It's like, no, I want to go over the match. And Triple H gets angry and it's like, get out. So she leaves, and well, Triple H before that was like stretching. I forgot to say that too. He was like stretching his leg, getting ready for the match, and then had the knock, and that's all that happened. So now we see Shane and Big Show walking to the ring backstage, and then we're getting ready for Kane versus Big Show.
Oof.
Like you said, this was supposed to be the second singles match of the night, but this is why it was not. So Kane comes out, and during his entrance, he's immediately attacked by the Big Show, who has Shane McMahon by his side. And then as Big Show's beating the shit out of him, Benoit and Angle join in, and Shane McMahon joins in. But then the Dudley Boys end up coming out and helping Kane. And that was that. No match there. So we literally had 7 tag matches and 1 singles match on Monday Night Tag Mania.
Oh, thank God we didn't have to deal with another Kane versus Big Show match in the year
2000. Backstage, the teams in the main event are walking to the ring, and this is significant to the story because Triple H is walking ahead of Trish Stratus, and he kind of brushes her off too as he's walking, like "Screw you." And then they show Lita and Rock walking side by side. So this is a tag match where both of the teams, one team likes each other, the other team is, got heat with each other. And so the match goes on, and for me, this is the match of the night. It was absolutely epic. Crowd was into it. It was built up all throughout the night. It's part of the Triple H, Stephanie McMahon angle, and they continue that angle too at the end of the night. But first, Lita and Rock get the win. To me, there's a 4.5-star match. Shout out to Dave Meltzer, I guess. That's the one thing I like about Dave Meltzer is he at least found a system to actually rate matches on. Now, I don't agree with some of those ratings, and I do not agree with the fact that he bumped it over 5 stars. I've never rated a match above 5 stars. I've given 5-star matches. Dave Meltzer would not agree with a lot of the 5 stars I've given, and I would not agree with a lot of the 5 stars he's given.
Kurt Angle's never had a 5-star match, according to Dave Meltzer.
And that's bullshit. But also, he gave. I do believe that's bullshit because there's a lot of Angle matches that were phenomenal. But also, he gave negative 5 stars to Hogan and Andre WrestleMania 3. That's a 5-star match in my opinion. Because again, I don't care about what they're doing in the ring. I don't care about how crisp the the move are. I shouldn't say I don't care about what they're doing. I don't care about how crisp the moves are. I don't care if it's technical or not. I care about what they're doing is getting the crowd invested. It's getting them to be excited because when the crowd's excited, it adds to the drama. And Hogan and Andre did that to a T. The crowd was hanging on every move that night. That's a 5-star match to me. And in this match, I wouldn't say this was like Hogan and Andre type of crowd response, but the crowd was hanging on every move in this match because they were invested in the storyline. And of course, Lita and Rock were popular as hell, as was Trish and Triple H for that matter.
It's cool to see, see Trish and Lita against each other so early in their careers, because this is before Trish became was good in the ring, and this was before Lita was good in the ring.
See, I mean, I disagree with that. I get what you're saying. You're saying that again, the moves weren't crisp and all that. To me, like Trish Stratus was great from the moment she stepped foot on television, and I would even say
this wasn't peak Trish though. This wasn't like
I would agree.
0302 Trish, like when she got really consistently having pretty dang good matches almost weekly.
I would say even 04. One of my favorite Trish is like 04 when she turned heel and joined up with Christian. She played a great heel role back then. Yeah. But I get what you're saying. Like she was young, she was new to the business, she was learning, but I still think she was great from that moment. And even Lita, to her credit, she was a star too from the very beginning.
I was just saying, this isn't like 04 Trish and Lita. This is they're still learning to time everything right, get their chemistry down, work on their characters, because Trish had a character at this point. Lita's character was, I like Team Extreme and I'm a girl.
I agree.
I'm here too, guys.
I agree. She kind of was a third wheel in that. I get what you're saying. I agree with that. But Trish, from a character standpoint, she had it right away. And we have officially, I don't remember what the longest episode was before this, but this is definitely the longest episode on the channel. We've reached 3 hours.
We haven't talked to each other in so long. We got onto freaking tangents.
So let's finish it up now. So the match, it's Lita and Rock get the win, and in the end, they continue the story. Stephanie's gonna be pissed when she finds out what happens, because Triple H The Rock grabs a chair as Triple H is like standing over Lita. Lita ends up taking the spine buster, and then the lead assault for the 1-2-3. So Triple H, after all this, is like standing above Lita and I guess checking on her. When The Rock comes up with a chair, whap right to the back, and let's just say another suggestive scene as Triple H falls on Trish, and that's how we go off the air. A great way to continue that storyline. Now, I gave this show Monday Night Tag Mania. I love this show, even though it had a shit ton of tag matches. I gave it a 9.5 out of 10. What would you? Oh, I know you haven't seen the show recently, but if you remember anything,
it sounds probably like around a 6 or 7, only because of so many tag matches.
I get that. Yeah, I said it in my note after I finish a review. I put the overall, and then I put like a quick recap of like my thoughts. And I said in my recap was like a shit ton of tag matches on this show, but the McMahon Helmsley drama made this an epic Raw episode. That's how I feel.
I'm surprised we didn't see Undertaker. He was around back by July.
Yeah.
He faced Kane at the.
No, he came back
at SummerSlam.
Yeah, he came back at Judgment Day 2000. That was an epic moment after a great match too.
It's the Undertaker. He's back on a bike.
Yeah.
He's got Kid Rock, guys.
Yeah, that Kid Rock freaking performance on the May 29th, 2000 Raw kept that Raw as like one of the last freaking episodes that went up on the network. Bro, I was waiting years for that episode to go up. And it's funny, the night that went up, I actually did my first ever podcast that night. Not on YouTube, but you remember the show iZombie, right?
Yeah.
So there was a podcast. I love the show because I love Ali Michalka. So there was a podcast called the iZombie Podcast with Robin and Steph. And I was like a frequent listener of the podcast, and I would always give my thoughts on the latest episode on their podcast. I would like type in, they have a segment at the end of the show where they let you like email them and give your thoughts on the show. And I would almost always like be on the episode giving my thoughts. So one day I just asked him, "Hey, can I like do the show this week?" And I had that ended up happening, and that ended up being the night that they finally put that Raw episode on the network, and that was like 2016. It was 2 years after the network started.
They could have
That's
just put it out.
That's the thing. They were editing it. I don't know why it took 2 years to edit out a whole segment,
Yeah,
but they had to. Yeah, they had to edit out Kid Rock's performance. I just don't understand how that took 2 years to
what's
do.
interesting is that on some pay-per-views they don't keep the themes, like they don't want to pay for the themes, which I'm like, okay, that sucks, but whatever. But when you watch
Yeah,
a build to the Raw and they're promoting the
yeah,
theme song for that show, they keep the song in. I'm like, oh, that just
that's
seems
funny.
silly.
Yeah, I'm glad I have the DVDs because some of those theme songs are bangers, man. I'm even more of a rap guy, but I love some certain rock when it's like a dramatic song, and that's what they were going with back in like the early 2000s. Dramatic songs that like add to the drama of what was going on at the time of the pay per view, leading up to the pay per
Do
view.
you remember SummerSlam 2000's theme?
Oh gosh, I should. What was it?
Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. It was just
That would be '01. That would be '01.
was that all one?
Yes. I don't know what SummerSlam 2000 was, but '01 was Bodies Hit the Floor because that was in the middle of the invasion angle. So they had ECW. I'm almost certain of that.
Hmm. Well, do you remember? Do you remember WrestleMania 2000's theme? That wasn't exactly good.
Was that the oh gosh. Oh yeah, that would be the new generation era WrestleMania song, right?
No, they went with "Ooh California." They pretty much did like Tennessee
Oh
Love
yes,
theme,
yes.
but remixed.
No. That I know what song you're talking about. That's a real song, I think, by a hip hop artist. I forgot who it was. That was a
When
good song.
I recently I watched like all the openings of WrestleMania because WWE put that up a couple every now and again, every year pretty
Yeah,
much I think,
yeah,
with the updated one. And
right.
the song itself sucks, but when you put it into the context of like the opening of WrestleMania, I'm like, oh well, that's not too bad.
Yeah. See, I mostly like the like 2002, 2003, a little bit of '05, some of the '04 pay-per-views. That to me is like peak WWE pay-per-view theme song.
I love
Like
they brought back Limp Bizkit for WrestleMania
oh
19.
for which WrestleMania?
WrestleMania 19.
Yeah. The WWE's favorite band in the whole
WWE's
world.
favorite band,
That
Limp.
was that is like one song that even though I love it, I like cut it off at the very end. When he starts like cuz like at the end of the song he just starts going crazy and like yelling into the mic. But the song as a whole was really good. Crack Addict you're talking about.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
It
That was a
just cut
great.
to Austin and Rock fighting each other.
Yeah. What do you say, Stone Cold? What do you say? You say it's one for the trip. That was,
Rock would start
that was
singing Crack Addict theme.
good.
It's singing along with Austin and Rock, and they're just singing the Crack Addict.
um
Oh, it's just one of those days. What?
No Way Out, No Way Out '03, Bring Me to Life.
Yes.
That was a great song. The Royal Rumble '03, Trust Company, I think is the name of the group. Downfall, that's a good song. Oh no, Downfall would be Vengeance '02. What was the name of the Rumble '03? It's the same group, Trust Company. I forgot the name of the song though.
I remember the one time that Fozzy did the
Yes, that was
theme
a great
for
song. No Way Out
'05.
'05.
But
Enemy, that was a
yeah, but
great
such a
song.
random freaking pay-per-view to have it on. Wouldn't even fit
Why?
the show.
Right. There wasn't any like major
Yeah,
feud. Although, even though for a short term feud, Big Show and JBL was pretty good.
it was decent, but I don't know if it really warranted. You are
And yeah, no, I get
man.
it. I get it because it was a short feud too. That's the thing.
Oh, that we
Um,
had would go away.
what else was there? SummerSlam '05, both themes. Even though the rap song with Nelly and Fat Joe kind of was more of a party song that really didn't fit a wrestling theme song. I still like the song in general. I don't like it as a pay per view theme, but I like the song in general. But the actual other theme, the rock theme, I forgot what it was called now, was really good.
The recent themes that they've been having, for the main shows at least, have been
Yeah.
pretty much shit. But for
Yeah.
like NXT, where Triple H like has control over the themes,
Oh yeah.
they've been
Yeah.
decent. But for WrestleMania, it's literally been the past 5 years, just been the weekend.
To me,
Which isn't too
WWE pay
bad.
per,
I like the weekend.
but not for a wrestling pay per view theme. That's what I'm saying.
No,
Um,
but
to
they
me,
do kind of make me nostalgic at sometimes.
right. To me, the WWE pay per view themes died with WrestleMania 32 when you had My House by Flow Rider as a theme. And I love that song. That's a good song, but not for a wrestling pay per view.
The next year was
Wrestling,
freaking red light, green light.
oh my gosh.
Now
Wrestling pay per views,
that was the worst. That
wrestling,
was one of the worst shows I've ever been to. That WrestleMania, because we were tired. We've been there for 8 hours. We just wanted to go home. We didn't want Pitbull to come out. Hey, are you guys ready to rock? It's 11:30 at night. I'm ready to go. We're like, we're ready to go. Home, 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 home. And he's like, you guys still got 2 more matches. Are you ready for the women's match and the Undertaker Roman match? Like,
wrestling
no.
pay per views. Wrestling pay per views are supposed to work. It's supposed to fit the drama of the show. It's not supposed to be, oh, welcome to my house. Let's all have a party. Like that doesn't fit any drama to any wrestling match, to any
Welcome to
wrestling
Dallas.
storyline. That made no sense. That to me, that's when wrestling pay per view themes died. Because there was a few in the early 2010s that were pretty good. War of Change by Thousand Foot Crutch, the Over the Limit, not Over the Limit. Oh yeah, no, it is Over the Limit 2012. War of Change by Thousand Foot Crutch. That was a great song. That's one
You
of
know
my favorite pages.
what they've been doing for Survivor Series for the past 2 years, I think, since it's
Mhm.
War Games. They've been licensing Black Sabbath just to play War Pigs, just
I
to
don't
do the
know
War
that
Pig
song.
theme. It's like
I don't
Generals
know that
on
song.
Mission, something, something,
Yeah,
something. It's a good song. Like it fits
yeah.
the whole aesthetic that they're
Okay.
going for in that regard.
Yeah, they're showing the Coyotes on NHL Network right now. They were 0-12, 0-12 and 2 entering tonight. They finally won.
Yeah, they're gonna move to freaking Salt Lake City. It's gonna be hilarious.
Even though I'm not exactly a fan of them, I mean, we both have the same hockey team. The Coyotes have been one of my favorite teams to watch this year on ESPN Plus. So I'm sad. I'm sad to see them go on this losing streak. They look like a legitimate playoff team at the beginning of the year.
Well, they beat
Like
up,
they,
so
yeah. I mean, they had one game that I actually watched at my grandfather's house where they beat the Knights, the reigning Stanley Cup champs, and they hung in with them and beat them. And it's like this team is legit, man. And now somehow they just completely fell apart.
Hopefully we don't do
With
that.
Oh well, hopefully not. We got to get hot, and hopefully we have gotten hot with these last 2 wins. Hopefully it's the beginning of something.
Yeah, I forget if March is a good month for us or a bad month. I think I remember it typically being a not so kind month to us.
In recent years, you would think it is because they've been going to the playoffs. And I remember the year they missed the playoffs, Barry Trotz last year. They got hot late,
Well, we
even though
kind of
they.
well last year we only made the playoffs because the Blackhawks managed to somehow because
I
freaking Thomas Jari went out for a
yeah,
freaking Sunday night stroll midway through the game, and the Blackhawks
I
capitalized.
I remember watching that game on ESPN Plus. The dude named Buddy scoring the game-winning goal. It's like he's our buddy. He's our buddy. He helped us get into the playoffs.
I remember the night before the Islanders had a game. It was like because it was late April. It was like the second to last game
It
of
was
the regular season.
Washington.
We
It
had
was
to win that game.
Washington. Yeah. I remember.
We all took the bus to the game because we had to take a shuttle bus to the arena. Over the loudspeaker, I swear to God, they were playing like sad music on the bus, like unintentionally, but it was like sad music, and we were like, "Well, we're just being led to it's just a funeral that we're being led to," and we lost the game. And I'm like, "Well, okay, I guess tomorrow the season will end because the
They
Penguins
didn't.
are going to win, and we're going to be screwed."
They didn't just lose the game. They didn't just lose the game. They're going out against a bad Capitals team,
Yeah,
and they
that's
laid
right.
an egg. Everybody was injured on that team. They laid an egg against them, but
That was such
they
a bad.
got they got a second chance because of the Blackhawks winning. They took advantage.
Could you imagine if we had lost the Canadians?
Oh my gosh, that would have been horrible.
I think I think UBS would have been burnt down. Where they would have sacrificed, they would have blamed Josh Bailey because Josh Bailey was playing in that game. God damn it, Josh! This is all your fault. He's like, I just
That was
stood on
our
the ice.
that was our thank you to the Blackhawks by sending them Josh Bailey, and they didn't accept it. They're Indian givers.
They didn't take it. They didn't. The one thing we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it tomorrow. My dislike for Lane Lambert and my pure,
Yeah,
unadulterated hatred for that piece of shit.
I agree with your hatred for Lane Lambert because he had a horrible year this year, but I will never agree, at least not yet. I will not agree with your hatred for Lou.
I don't really hate Lou.
Well, a lot of fans do. I'll say that. I won't agree with the fans.
Most of that uncensored group does.
Oh, believe me, I'm in that group all the time.
I know. I tag you.
I'm tired of the people saying this team should sell. You're
Did you
fucking
see
five.
Did you see what that one guy said?
Uh,
He said,
I
yeah, it was after one of our losses. Like we should feed Lou cyanide, and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Come on.
I have no idea what cyanide is, but that does not
It's poison.
sound good. And that yeah, well,
It
that's wrong. I would have blocked that guy if I would have seen that. I hate when people take sports.
We deleted his post. We deleted his comment.
That's good. I forget sometimes that you're an admin. I forget
Yeah, I'm
sometimes.
a moderator on that group.
A
It's
moderator.
great.
Yeah,
I can post. I can freaking tag people and whatnot.
You actually provided me with the news of Miss the wife of the head coach passing away. Yes,
Yeah,
Miss Arbor passing away.
I saw it on Twitter
X.
and at whatever X Twitter whatever, and then I posted it on Facebook, and now it's like the most liked thing on that Facebook group for a while until tonight.
It's a sad moment, man.
Yeah, they'll have a
At least
moment of silence probably.
I wonder if maybe she was alone after all these years. I mean, Al Arbor passed away in the summer that the Mets were making their run to the World Series.
Yeah, so
Like
that
that
was
was a long
2015.
time ago. I hope she didn't die alone, man. Like lonely, you know.
Yeah, I'm sure she
That's
hit
always,
somebody. I think
I
Al
hope
Arbor
so.
had kids.
Well, yeah, I'm sure he did. But yeah, if all I see between Islander fans, and it's been like this for years, they want the team to sell. It's like we're 5 points out of the third division, and if we win tonight, we'll be 3 points out. teams that are that close to a playoff spot should not be in sell mode.
I don't mind selling a few veterans, like the player, like I wouldn't
Palmieri,
mind. I wouldn't mind if we traded Matt Martin or Clutterbuck because they're both on their last years. Well,
I'd
last year they did.
rather see if somebody would take on Palmieri. That's the only sell move
See,
I would do.
Palmieri, I've been seeing people say Palmieri, but you know what? The one that really grinds my gears that I'm like, no chance in hell am I ever going to think about this. They want to trade
JG?
Brock. No, they want to trade Brock.
No,
Brock
no, yes,
Nelson.
no. Brock Lesnar. No, I would not trade Brock. No, that is a
Now,
we're giving up on right now, and we're going for
I
the
see their
future.
point of view because the best bet of us getting like a top end prospect or a top end player
I
would
get that.
be by trading Brock Nelson. I get that.
Yeah,
It's
but
good move
look,
from that standpoint, but I don't
we
want.
are not. We are in win now mode. You don't trade your best scorer when
No,
you're in win now mode. Plain and simple. You don't trade a Bo Horvat, which who's going to take him with that
but we
contract?
wouldn't trade Bo. Well, we might buy out Anders Lee next year, so
I
in
get
a
it.
few years.
I understand that. We might end up buying out Scott Mayfield in the future too. The way
Oh,
he's going, I
please,
hope not. I
please.
no.
If Lou
I hope this is just a bad year from Scott.
if
See,
Lou
I'm
could
gonna
trade
turn.
If Lou could trade Andrew Ladd and Josh Bailey, I think he can maneuver his way around a lot of bad contracts.
Yeah, he would. He could get something for Lee. I could say that. I want Lee to retire with us, though. Honestly, and I'm not
Please.
ready to. Like I've said before, I agree that Scott Mayfield is having a horrible year,
You can't have
but
look if it would be one thing if our penalty kill was good. Like I could handle him taking so many penalties,
yeah,
but our
yeah.
penalty kill is so god awful. I can't take him.
I don't understand. You would think that shit would be like riding a bike, though. How can this team that is not too horribly different from what not Lane, Barry Trotz had, and Barry Trotz had these guys as the best penalty kill in the fucking world, if not right
Our
there as
penalty kill
one.
was good last year too.
Yeah, even last year under Lane,
So
I know,
it's the
but
funny thing
how
because
is it all of a sudden?
normally it's our power play that sucks, and this year
Yeah,
it's
and
good.
this year the power. But see, that's the thing. I think Lane Lambert went into this year with like, we have to score more goals, and if that means we're going to be a little bad on defense, and that is where Lane Lambert fucked up. This team won games and made the playoffs every year because of their defense, and Lane Lambert wanted to change that, and I do not agree with that.
The only thing I'll give Lane Lambert credit to, and I think he did deserve credit for this, is that the power play at the beginning of the year looked very good. And I said,
They
you
did.
know what? I don't like you, Lambert, but this is the best the power plays looked since I started watching this team in 2014. So
Me
good
too, and
on
I
you, my
started
dude.
watching in '09. Me too, and I started watching in '09.
I'm like, good on you, Lambert. This power play actually looks competent. We're taking we're taking shots for once.
Oh my gosh, I'm tired. Sometimes they're so annoying. Even still now with them being good, they'll have a power play where they'll just sit around and pass the puck. It's like, come on.
Hey, but we got an empty net goal the other night. That was our first of the season.
Somehow I felt like it was going to happen. I felt very confident going into that. When the net came empty,
I have a
something
very
was
bad
telling me,
feeling that our season's going to end either in overtime or because we couldn't score on an empty net. I feel like that's like one of those like because remember in 2021 when we hadn't given
no,
up a
that's why.
shorthanded goal all
Look,
season.
look, though. This is what I've been thinking about the whole year because of what you're saying. They hadn't given up a shorthanded goal that whole year, and then they gave one up in Game 7 to the Lightning.
Yeah,
So they've only had one empty net goal all year. It just happened the last game. Imagine this. That's the only one they score all year. I'm not saying that's how it's going to happen, but that's just, you know, just saying. And they go to like the Stanley Cup Finals. They're one win away. They've had one empty net goal all year, and boom, they get one in the final game of the Stanley Cup to win the Stanley Cup.
that would be crazy. But you know, I know something even crazier. But at that point, I'm pretty sure Patrick Waugh would have pulled our goalie, so we'd be playing with 2 goalies with no goalie in net. He'd be like, I want all the players on the ice, no goaltenders left. They're like, God,
I get.
Mr. Waugh, we're up 3 when there's a whole period left. Cool. You guys can play offense the whole time.
Oh my gosh, I love Patrick Waugh so far, and I get the argument for what he does there with removing the goalie with 10 minutes left.
He's
I don't
very
like it.
aggressive.
Yeah, I don't like it. When he did it against the Blues, he pissed me off.
I don't mind it as much because it shows that he's at least trying. Unlike Lane
I
Lambert,
get,
who'd be like, "Timeout! What the fuck happened here, guys? No time in. What the fuck happened here,
Waugh,
guys?"
Waugh is much better than Lane Lambert. We get that. He's much better. Barry Trotz would coach circles over his old buddy Lane Lambert, which I don't get it, man. That's another thing. Lane Lambert had been under Barry Trotz since Nashville. How
Yes,
did he not learn
he's
from
been
these
his ass
guys?
for years. He
How
didn't.
did he not
He,
learn?
he took the worst aspects of Barry Trotz, the parts of Barry Trotz that aren't so good. He
No, but
excelled at.
he wanted to change the team from Trotz, though. He didn't want them to play defense anymore. That's why they're in this they're having this weird year where they're blowing all these leads that Barry Trotz teams would not blow. They're giving up power play goals like crazy, which Barry Trotz teams wouldn't. He wanted to change this team from Barry Trotz's image and give it his own image, and I think he fucked up there.
I'll go into more depth tomorrow when we talk more about this, but the worst game I think I've been to this whole year is when I took a trip down to Nashville for that game.
Oh my gosh.
The most
Oh my.
boring game I think I've ever been. One of the most boring games I've ever been to. That's saying something because Islanders excel at boring hockey, and apparently, I guess, so does Barry Trotz's Predators excel at boring hockey. But I always wanted to go to an away game because I know I love seeing away fans by us. I'm like, okay, that's cool. I like being the villain. Like, yes, playing the hero character. So when we scored first, I jumped up. I'm like, yeah, let's go. Yes, yes, yes. And I have people behind me like, sit the fuck down. I'm like, good. I'm like, yeah, thank you. And whenever we got a penalty, I'm like, oh, that's bullshit. That's BS. You guys, come on, open up your eyes, ref. And then the Predators scored to tie it up. I'm like, okay, that sucks, but at least we're going to overtime. And then they scored like 7 seconds.
That game was exciting me because of the simple fact that finally it looks like they're getting back to playing defense. It's like it never stayed, and they blew the 1-0 lead, like you said. They lost the game, but
1-0 lead. Though, I'm okay with blowing.
Oh, of course,
I can kind of accept oh well. I mean, it was a 1-goal lead. Chances are they probably tie it up eventually.
Blowing a 3-goal lead to the horrible Sharks.
I think that was the worst loss. I think that still stands as the worst loss of the season because the Sharks.
I think
Sharks aren't good.
I think it's the most embarrassing loss, but the worst loss of the year was having a 3-goal lead in the third period on the Devils and not getting a single point out of it.
It was pretty bad. But so was that Ranger game. That Ranger game was pretty bad.
Oh my gosh!
We got a point. Did we get a point out of that one? We lost in overtime,
yes,
right?
we did. We lost in overtime. Noah Dobson trying to get the puck beyond the Ranger. I don't remember who it was, but he's acting like the guy's invisible. He just throws it right at him.
Here I come to save the day. And Scott Mayfield's like, here I am to save the day. And
Mayfield wasn't.
Barzil's like, I can only skate so fast, you idiots.
Yeah. And then as soon as he threw the puck to the Ranger, was it Zibanejad?
Probably.
He threw the puck right to the guy. And then Sorokin, who doesn't what are you going to do if you're Sorokin? Your defenseman has the puck right in front of you. You have to think you're good in that moment. And then he literally gives it right to the Ranger. And what is Sorokin going to do? Next thing you know, Sorokin falls on his ass.
Can you picture what? Ilya Sorokin? He's like, okay. guys, I gave him a few bad ones there. Oh, thank you, Noah. Thank you for protecting me. Noah, what the fuck are you doing, Noah? No, Noah,
And then,
no.
like I said, not Dobson, Sorokin just fell on his ass. And like right then and there, I mean, you're hoping that somehow they get out of it, but right then and there when Sorokin fell, you knew the game was over.
He got Barzell halfway down the ice, and
That's
what
that
Dobson's like,
that must
here you go.
He's like, there's a guy in front of me, but I think he's invisible, or I think I can
Maybe
get this puck
if
to.
I'm very sneaky, he won't see the big black puck going by him, and Barzell can score.
You got to give Dobson.
Whoopsie.
You got to give Dobson credit with at least in the fact that he had up to that point had a great game.
Oh no,
He had like more.
I can't
Yeah.
fully blame. He had a great. I can't fully blame him. He made a
No,
very stupid, funny
he did.
mistake
He did.
to lose the game.
My favorite moment of that horrible game was, I knew going into it that I was putting on the not the Varlamov. I almost said Varlamov. I don't have a Varlamov jersey. I was putting on the Romanov jersey that day. So I was thinking this whole time going into the game, I hope Romanov scores. I hope he scores. And then the next thing you know, he's like against the boards and he just like bullies the shit out of somebody against the boards, gets away from him and just buries the puck in the net. I'm like, yes, like, yeah, pointing to my thumbs to his name on the back of the jersey, like going crazy. And you think like we're up 2 by that point. You think that this is it, man. He just ended the game. Nope.
We didn't blow the lead our last. We didn't blow the lead on our last game, did we? Yeah, we did, right? Who did we face? I'm trying to
Um,
remember. We faced
Detroit.
Detroit. We
We
won
did.
in.
We did.
That's
We
right.
did. But we
Damn, we
we
always do
got it
that.
right back. Barzy, remember that was a great goal by Barzy where he just banked it off who's their goalie again last night? The guy who was with the Panthers last year. He just banked it off his skate and right into the net.
That was a tremendous. Barzell's
It
had a
was.
very good 2 games.
Yes. And
That
hey,
one
hey,
overtime.
yeah. Hey, it's time to brag a little, both of us, because remember in the preview that we did a long, long time ago, we were picking breakout players. Both of us picked Barzell. He's having a phenomenal year.
He was having a good preseason, and
Yeah.
we
I
figured he'd
didn't
probably
want to
have more goals than.
yeah, yeah. I didn't want to hear nothing about preseason though, man. I've heard so much. Listen, I had to listen to so many, but not so many. It's not like he was with the Bears for so long. But I had to listen to a couple of years of, oh my gosh, Mitchell Trubisky in training camp today was slinging that ball. Oh my gosh, he had a great practice. Oh my gosh, this and that Trubisky. Like I don't want to hear nothing about camp or training camp or spring training or anything like it doesn't matter once it goes to the regular season. But
Oh,
yeah, Barzell had a great preseason, and it's
great
transferred
camp.
on. Yeah,
Worked out pretty well. The only
yeah,
problem is we foresaw the East being tough as hell, which everyone
yeah.
figured, but I don't think we predicted. I don't think anybody really predicted the power play and penalty kill being
No,
swapped and our
no,
defense being non-existent.
not at all. My going into this year, my feeling was with teams like Detroit and teams like Ottawa, and Ottawa has taken a step back. They were potentially going to be a breakout team this year. It didn't happen, although, and like they're the team, by the way, who just gave up the Coyotes' first win. So that just tells you the type of year they're having. They've gone backwards, but Buffalo was supposed to be really good too. So Detroit and Buffalo and Ottawa with them, we needed to get a division spot. And it turns out I was right because with Vasilevsky getting hurt early on, Tampa's now a wild card team. Detroit is red hot. They're not losing, although we just beat them, yes. But we're 5 points behind Philly for the division.
Yeah.
And thank God the Devils have taken a step back, or else we'd be screwed right now.
You see, the problem with the Devils is that they need goaltending, and it just so happens that Nashville is going to be very willing to trade away Soros.
I hope
So
they don't.
if they
Not to
do
New
that,
Jersey.
if they do that to Devils, then the Devils will be set on pretty much everything that they need to be immediately set at the moment for a run. And then if
Well,
they
one
make
of
it
the
to the
guys,
playoffs, if it's the Rangers in the playoffs again, which they will, because the Rangers are just stupid good this year again. We root against anybody who is against the Rangers.
well, I hope we get the Rangers in the
I
playoffs
hope
this
we
year and
don't.
get.
I hope we don't. I
I
can't
hope
handle
we.
that stress, Frank. If we lose to the Rangers in the first round, we will never ever hear the end of it. And you know how the
But
referees
if
are going to
we
be.
beat them, but if
If
we
we
beat
beat them,
them,
it's going to
though,
be amazing. But you know how the referees are going to be. They're going to be favoring the
I know.
fake original 16. We could score an empty net
You
goal and they'd be
sure
like,
about that?
offsides.
Did you watch our last game against an original 16? Did you
Look,
hear
they
that
don't.
the fans
The refs don't like. The league acts like they like the Red Wings. They don't like the Red Wings. They like the Rangers. They're
I
not
was
even an original
loving
6 team. This whole original 6 team is a fake, made up thing that they've made up. It's not real.
I was loving hearing them chant "refs you suck" all night because normally you got to hear Islander fans chant it. So I was glad to hear the opponent's fan base cheering it. But
I
at
hate when they
one point,
say it's the original 6. It's not original 6.
yeah, right. At one point, when right before Barzy scored his goal, the game-winning goal, it sounded like they were chanting Jared Goff, which I kind of wish they. Yeah, I wish they were, because it'd be so funny that the Islanders won the game at a point where the Red Wing fans were cheering for one of my division rivals. Of course, not yours, but mine. Uh, but I think it was just a continuation of the refs you suck chant. And somehow to me, it sounded like Jared Goff. I don't know. But they were chanting, like this was coming off a break. They went to commercial and these guys still couldn't stop cheering it like all night. It was, and granted, some of those no calls were very questionable as being no calls. They might have a point there, but hell, it's happened to us so many times that I'm not gonna, you know.
Look, after 2021, I think the refs owe us, still to this day, a lot of apologies for screwing us up there. So
when Trotz was our head coach, we weren't getting any calls for whatever reason. Like
no,
no
because they didn't
power.
like the referees didn't like Trotz. And guess what? The referees probably don't like freaking Wah, who's yelling at them.
And whistling to his players when it's time to get off the ice.
It's gonna trick one of the opposing players.
Patrick Waugh has actually been giving us the whistle for like 2 hours now.
We gotta see.
Oh boy, he's frozen.
It's gonna be a rough
There you
game.
go. Oh, everything you just said, I did not hear because right after you said we gotta see, you froze up.
Oh, I was saying Boston has 84 points. Tonight's gonna be a rough game.
The only thing I caught after we're gonna see was it's gonna be a rough game. Oh, I know the last time we played Boston, it didn't end well. That was the night the Bears beat the Panthers, but the Islanders could not beat the Bruins. But
Yeah,
it wasn't that long ago that we played the Bruins in the playoffs and we beat them. That's why I wanted them in the playoffs last year.
I
I
did
still
too.
feel
And
like
everyone was so. They were like, "No, you don't." I'm like, "No, we don't match up good against the Carolina Hurricanes in the playoffs." And everything
exactly.
was set. Everyone thing was set up for Boston to look. Boston was either going to be eliminated in the first round last year, or they were going to win the cup. There's no in between of teams that are that good. And
Right.
if we were going to be swept by Boston, then you know what? So what? We got beat by the best team ever.
So like it was coming down like at the end to like either it was going to be Carolina or New Jersey, and I would rather play New Jersey. And I remember going to like a beer distributor which I don't drink beer, but I was there for other reasons. And like the guy behind the counter had an Islander hat on. So I look at him, and this was right towards the end of the year. So I'm like, who do you want to face, Carolina or New Jersey? And he said Carolina. I'm like, are you nuts? We never beat the Hurricanes. And I think we match up better against New Jersey. Even though they smacked us early in the year, we came back and beat them a couple of times after that.
See,
Carolina,
that would be the problem with the Devils last year, is they are they're a younger team, they're faster.
right,
We
right.
would have had the
I
playoff experience,
that's
which
yeah,
does help,
right.
but at the same time, being fast, we would have had to been fast, and we would have had to face their freaking that goaltender who was very, very good against the Rangers. So
Yeah, the guy we did not know was going to be their
yeah,
goaltender.
so chances
But
are we probably would have been Rangered. So
I think we could have won that series. I think we could have beat them. I get the fast. They're young and fast. I understand that, but I think we matched up much more better against them than we matched up against Carolina. Carolina played a similar game in terms of a defensive structure to what we were playing last year, but they scored more.
well, they also got away with high sticking one of our
Yeah,
players in game two, which
and I
apparently was
talked about
okay.
that. I talked about that in our preview. I said I was so angry at Mayfield for going and arguing with the refs when the puck
You
is
know what?
literally
Scott Mayfield's not exactly make a good case for himself.
not this year. I know, but the puck is literally in our zone still. You
Yeah,
still have to defend. The game is on the line. It's overtime, and we're in danger of going down 0-2. And you're more worried about turning around and arguing to the refs.
our defense, we got a freaking Ryan Pollock and freaking Matt Barzell, and I think probably Bo Horvat on the ice, all trying to defend, and Scott Mayfield's in front of the referee, like, come on, ref, why didn't you see that? Oh no, why the lights flashing? Oh no, we lost. Whoopsie, my bad,
There were
guys.
there were 3 plays that I can just not get over from that series. That play, the
And then,
Sebastian Aho own goal.
which he
We
always
had
does.
he doesn't give up own goals a lot. What do you mean?
He has scored twice against the Islanders, and both times they've been credited to Sebastian Aho. Scored on an own goal by
Yeah,
Sebastian Aho, which
that
is
was such
hilarious.
that
If it
is it's
wasn't against
crazy.
them,
But I don't remember the other one. That's the thing. But the other one, this one was because it was in a big spot in the playoffs. But they were killing off a 5-on. It was either a 5-on-3 or a 5-minute major, and there was only like 40 seconds left. They almost had it killed, and then Aho's trying to dump the puck out, and it somehow just goes backwards on him and gets into the net.
pretty sure that was game three, and I was at that game, and I don't remember if I was laughing because it was when you look at it from the context of Sebastian Aho's scores an own goal
Yeah,
and and Sebastian Aho gets credited for the
I
goal.
know,
And
I know that's
from that
crazy.
context, it's funny because it's like, oh, Sebastian Aho, of course he'd get credit for the goal, but it's like,
The
but it's an own goal against us. That's
Yeah,
that's less
the
funny though.
it couldn't have been game 3 because they won game 3. They didn't go down 3-0.
No, they
They
won game.
lost. I remember that game very well. They lost the game that Aho had the own goal. I'm almost
Okay,
certain of it. Yeah. And the third play was how the series ended. I'm a big Adam Pellet guy. I appreciate his defense, and it was so disappointing to see the season end that way, where it was Adam Pellet just got beat badly, and that was the OT winner in Game 6.
just saying, if we had Anthony Beauvillier, we probably would have won that game.
I like Bo, man. I
He
don't hate
wasn't.
Bo. So
I don't hate Beauvillier either, but he was. And now that he's pretty much out of the league, I think he's free agent now
no, he's
again or
injured.
something.
He's injured. He's
Injured.
injured
Okay, I
with
was gonna say
Chicago
the
because
only
I was
value he really had here, and he'll be celebrated and remembered for scoring the last OT goal, the last goal ever at the Coliseum. Like my
Not just that,
generation,
he was a beast in the bubble.
yeah, and my generation will treat him like Sean Bates, like the people from the 2000s treat Sean Bates. We'll probably treat Anthony Beauvillier, but he only really excelled in clutch moments. Like if you needed him to be clutch, he got it. I'm
And
surprised he didn't tie the game. I'm surprised he didn't tie Game 7 in 2021.
Oh my gosh, if he did that, we would have won. We would have won, I swear.
Could
It
you
would have been Brock and OT to fix the prior missing the net in Game 6 the prior year in the bubble.
I guess no one was getting past Vasilevsky that
No,
night.
no,
Dude, this freaking wall.
he was not giving up anything that night. That's the problem. So
That's
Sorokin
off to
was
that guy.
solid. Yeah,
Even the other night when we faced Tampa, and I saw that we were facing him, I'm like, oh well, we're not winning. We can't beat Vasilevsky.
Not
this guy's a goal.
Not just that. We just put up 6 goals on them the other night.
Yeah, so the
And
chances of us beating them again weren't very high.
Right. He knows what just happened. He was on the bench for that, watching his backup get slashed, shellacked, however you say it. There's 2 things I'll remember always about Beauvillier: his playoff success, and I can't blame him for this one because I agree with him, but also his love for Anna Kendrick.
Yeah.
I used to have fun like making posts about that. Like he scored 2 goals, including the game winner in the clincher against the Caps in the bubble. That was really his success. That series, he killed it. And like right after that game, I posted like Anna Kendrick scored game-winning series goals. Anthony Beauvillier bet.
We're approaching 4 years since the pandemic started.
Oh,
do you remember the position that the Islanders were in at that point?
Things were not good. I love the story, man, because it's just so crazy how it happened. There was no other team, NBA, NHL, who needed the pause more than the Islanders. We were going so great from like October to like January. And then January hits and Adam Pellick's injured. He's out for the year. We're screwed. He's not playing another game this year. And all of a sudden they go downhill and now they're out of the playoffs and trying to stay afloat. And then like the pause happens and it's like, holy shit.
If I remember correctly, we beat Boston on a tiebreaker. I don't remember what the tiebreaker was, because I do remember checking the standings right after one of the games, right before the shutdown happened. I think we were on the outside looking in, and I was like, sucks.
Yeah. But a lot of once that happened, like so many teams were allowed to get into like the play-in tournament. Yeah. So we were one of the teams that were allowed to get in the playoff tournament. Boston was in. They didn't have to play the play-in tournament. So I don't think there was
Rangers had to play in the play-in tournament.
Rangers had the top pick. Rangers had the top pick and played. It wasn't a playoff series, but it was a play-in tournament. They could have made the playoffs while having the top pick.
Yeah, but don't worry, the league isn't helping them or anything.
But when that pause happened, I was like, oh my gosh, could this potentially go long enough to where Adam Pellick will come back? And that's exactly what happened. And we all of a sudden look like that team from October to before he got injured in January.
It's a little strange to feel a little kind of nostalgic for that pandemic era, but it was so unique and so amazing.
I will always feel nostalgic about it because of the playoff run. It
was such a cool. I went to the freaking Offside Tavern in New York City to watch.
Yeah,
a playoff
wasn't
game
that their final year? That was their final year, right? Or was that next year?
So So funny thing, they closed down. They announced that they were closing down like the next day. Like, hey guys, once the Islanders miss the or out of the playoffs, once their run concludes, we'll be shutting down because of the pandemic, and we're literally bleeding money here, guys. Please.
Oh, okay. I didn't know the full story. I just remembered one of those Eastern Conference final runs, they announced they were shutting down.
They're back now, but
Oh, they are? Okay, good.
yeah, I forget where their thing is, but they're also going to be opening up because I don't know if you know this. I'm a season ticket holder, so they're kind of screwing a lot. They're screwing a lot of us next
Mm,
year. So they've upped
yeah.
our prices. They've taken
Oh,
away our parking. Like you can pay for parking and
damn.
sell garage parking.
Right.
But
Malkin and the other guy, what the hell are you guys doing?
Ledecky,
Who's Ledecky? Yeah, what are you guys doing, man? Damn.
but what they are making, they're finishing up one of the final visions for Belmont Park.
Oh, okay.
They're having shops, and it's going to be like a big tourist area around the stadium.
They have to put like I know it's probably in the stadium, but they need to build one outside in that lot, an Islanders pro shop.
They're
Like
gonna have there's gonna be like real stores
good.
being out there. So what the idea is for the guy who runs the Offside Tavern is that he's pretty sure that they're gonna be having an actual offside tavern out there
Cool.
for him.
Cool. That's good. One of these days we have to do like I know we've talked about the pandemic season and the season after 21 so much, but one of these days we have to do a video on that whole year, that whole 2 year process, because it's the best seasons of our lifetimes. I was 10 months old for the 92-93 run. I talk about that team like I grew up watching them because I love them so much. I only love them because I've watched games on YouTube. That's the only reason I love it. That's our team, man. This Barry Trotz team. That's our team. Until we see a cup. That's our
I
team. So we
know
gotta do a video.
could be this year if
Never know.
the hockey gods smile down upon us. We get
Look
into
at
the playoffs and we get hot. We just have to get hot. That's all. That's all I ever tell people who are saying, "Oh well, we're gonna get to the playoffs and we're gonna be swept." I'm like, that's a possibility. We could be
as
swept,
long
or we could win the
as
cup.
long as long as you have a really good goalie, you have a chance, and we do. Look at
Well,
what Florida did.
we have to hope that Sorokin is good still. Like he
Yeah.
turns it up into the playoffs, or
They're
we
not
compete.
playing. They're not playing well in front of him this year. But look at Patrick Waugh. Look at his own head coach. He had seasons where he wasn't that great, and then turned it on in the playoffs.
The problem with Sorokin, and I laughed. I actually laughed the other day because I was listening to the broadcast on the
Mm,
radio broadcast,
yeah.
and like the introduction is Chris King like saying, "Oh my God, what an amazing, an unbelievable save by Sorokin!" And my next words out of my mouth was, "Yeah, that was an amazing save," but then he probably let in like a really stupid goal afterwards.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he does occasionally give up the bad ones, but when the team plays their game in front of him, he does everything he can to win the game. He
The
does
problem is that
not, and I
sometimes
I
he
do
makes.
not blame him. I do not blame him one bit for what has happened this year. I think he's a big reason why we're 5 points out and right there for third place right now, instead of being like a lottery team. With the way they've been playing defensively, we should be a lottery team. But Sorokin has saved them.
One of the problems with him is that he makes amazing saves, but then he's out of position, and if he didn't
Yeah.
cover that puck, there's a very good chance that other team has it, and they're probably going to score right away.
Right. I
Like,
know. I know.
like I've lost count on how many times when we're at a game and Sorokin makes an unbelievable save, and the crowd's like, "Yeah, oh my God, oh."
Yeah, I know. I know. But seriously, one of these days we got to do that video. Just a
Yeah,
look back on 2020, 2019, 2020, and 2021, which was supposed to be the 2021 season, but of course,
one of these
COVID
days we
shortened.
got to get you to a game, or at least,
Oh man,
you know what?
I'm right here.
You know
Like
what
I'm
we could
not that
actually
far
do?
from BBS.
So
But
the Islanders have the park now, which is like
yeah,
an outdoor seating
right,
thing.
right.
If they make the playoffs, there's almost definitely going to be a watch along there. We
Oh,
we should do that.
we'll see, man. Hopefully they make the playoffs.
Yeah,
But yeah, like so you'd be down to like recap like those 2 years, right? Because like I said, those are our years right now so far.
The years when the world was ending was our 2 good years.
As crazy as it sounds, yeah. We were not born yet.
When no one was watching, when no one was able to watch the games in person, they did very good.
Yeah. You know, the second game, you want to hear something funny? The second game against the Panthers, like right after Ryan Pullock, I don't know if you remember, but Ryan Pullock scored a goal in that game. And like literally, as they're going to commercial after that goal, they show the replay as they're going to commercial. As they're showing that replay, my whole power went out
Oof.
and I missed the rest of the damn game. I'm sitting here in the dark hoping that the power comes back before the game ends. Bro, the power was out all night. And remember, this is summertime. I had to sit in this room in the complete dark, like listening to Salicata on not 670.
No.
Wrong city, on 660, right? AM. I've listened to 670 more than I do my own freaking home sports radio. But so I'm listening to Salicata all that night, sitting in this room, which even when there is power, is hot as hell. Even right now, with it being cold, sometimes this room can get hot. So I'm sitting there with no power, hot as hell. All I can do is listen to this radio that I got from my grandfather. My mom went to my grandfather's that night and like asked for a radio so I can listen to the Mets that night. We got that radio, so I listened to Mets game. The Mets fucking lost, but I think the Islanders won game 2 against the Panthers, right?
I thought we swept them.
I'm pretty sure we did. Yeah.
We did pretty.
I
I remember saying after that series against the Panthers, I said, well, that's it for the Panthers. And then the Panthers went on to do very good ever since then. So,
well, if there's one team to look at and say that the Islanders can make a run, it's the Panthers last year.
yeah, that should have been us. They beat Tampa, didn't they?
Yeah.
They beat
No,
Tampa in a series.
no, Toronto
Oh,
beat
that's
Tampa.
right. That's right. That's actually.
They
I think
beat
I remember
Toronto.
being pissed off about. I think I
I
remember
was
being pissed off.
again. I'm the biggest. I'm you with Josh Bailey when it comes to John Tavares.
Well, see,
I want.
I was mixed because I was happy that Tampa lost because screw Tampa, but at the same time, I'm like, but now Tavares did something that we couldn't do. Now he
He
has
did.
that.
Oh, well, beat Tampa. Yeah, I get that. Oh, you are having some bad internet connection.
What did I freak out there?
Did you maybe hit something that made you exit?
I don't know. I don't think so.
See now, 2 years now, not 2 years ago, the year before in 2022, I told this Facebook friend, I was like, bro, John Tavares ended our playoff drought with an OT goal. I guarantee you he will do the same thing for them. 1 year later, and this guy left Facebook like in September of 2022. So when Tavares did it for them, I couldn't go back to him and be like, hey, I told you so. But I posted about it on Facebook. I shared the screenshot and I was like, I called this. Hey, I'm happy for JT and I called this. I said he was gonna do it.
Yeah, last year was weird because we had they were bringing up like all the greatest moments in Islanders history, and they got up to that first Panther series when Tavares ended our playoff streak,
I
our drought,
still
and I'm like, well, we don't particularly like Tavares, but we got to give him credit for at least giving us this moment. That was a pretty cool moment.
that was great, man. And Alan Quine couple nights before,
Islander
but like
legend.
yes, you damn right. It was like 2 o'clock in the morning too, and I was tired. I was dead tired. I'm
Oh,
not even tired right now
it's
doing
almost 2
this.
o'clock now.
I
We've been
know
on
it's
the
almost 2 o'clock, but I was on a different sleeping regimen going into that game, so I was tired as hell. I did not. The last thing I needed was like Easter Epic 2, but that's what that turned into. And even though I was tired as hell that night, I always look back at that game with fond memories. Shout out to Alan Quine, man.
So the closest my Islanders have gotten was the 2021 season and
2021. Yeah,
the bubble season.
yeah.
For my Giants, I already got the Giants. They got the Giants twice. The Mets was 2015.
Yeah.
But for the Brooklyn Nets, because I somewhat followed the Brooklyn Nets basketball team. It was probably, I forget what the year was. It was probably 2019 when Kevin
When they
Durant
brought in, Durant and the other guy,
Kevin Durant's
Durant and
foot
Irving.
was
Oh,
he has like the biggest shoe in the league, and if he had hit
yeah.
a three, we would have won that game and won the series and gone on to the I think like the conference finals or the finals that probably would
When
have
the
won it.
Bucks, when the Bucks beat you guys on the way to the
Yeah,
championship, right? Yeah.
that was such a man.
Mm.
See, at least I
See,
had the Giants, but I was still kind of young for the Giants.
yeah, right. For me, we have the same thing with the Islanders. Like I said, I started in '09, and there wasn't that much playoff history from then up till the Tavares round with the Panthers, but then until the two Eastern Conference Final seasons. So we have the same years with the Islanders. With the Mets, of course, 2015. But I was young. I was like 7 years old, 2000. I don't remember too much, but I still count 2000. Um, with the Bears, it's 2010 and 2018, I guess. But Mitchell Trubisky just couldn't hit a wide open Anthony Miller walking into the end zone because I'd make a joke about Trubisky, but it would go over your head like his passes.
What year was the double doink?
That was the game I'm talking about. Everybody talks about the double doink. Nobody talks about the play right before it, where Anthony Miller was walking into the end zone, and Mitchell Trubisky overshot him.
Well, to be
Nobody
fair,
talking about it.
more people would remember like how the game actually ended, opposed to a mishap from Mitchell Trubisky.
Cody, Cody,
Parker.
Parkey. Cody never finished his story. Parkey would have never lined up for that field goal if Mitchell Trubisky would have just been accurate, like a number 2 overall pick should be.
You guys became Viking. You guys knew what it was like to be a Vikings fan that day.
Ugh,
Missing
I hate the
an easy field goal to win.
that's what I get, I guess, for like celebrating their loss to the Seahawks like 3 years earlier.
Double doink. Like, how is that
Yeah.
even possible?
Oh my gosh. And I'm telling you, there was a game against the Lions that year, or Vikings. It might have been the Vikings. It was a Sunday night game where Parkey hit the post like 4 times. That's where Chris Collinsworth came up with doink. Literally, seriously, that's where he came up with doink in that game where Parkey hit the post like 4 times. I said after that game, you cannot go into the playoffs with a kicker like this. This guy cannot be kicking for us in a game-winning situation. I do not trust this guy. And then look what happens. We should have cut him after that four doink game.
This season we had our kicker Graham Granell, who was one of the best kickers in the league. But we were down so many kickers against the Jets that he was literally playing injured. So he missed like an easy field goal that would have gone on to won us the game. And people are like,
Wow.
"Oh, I can't believe Graham Gano did this." I'm like, guys, he's hurt. This is more of a
Right.
problem on our roster building than anything. I mean, the dude would have hit that definitely if he wasn't, freaking hurt.
See, now you can't see these pennants from far away, but this one up here that I'm pointing to is the 2010 divisional champions, NFC North champions. And I get why everybody loves 2018 because that defense was unbelievable that year. Vic Fangio was amazing. I love that team more than I love the 2018. 2010 team, I mean, granted, for me, it was my first playoff run as a Bears fan, so it has a little bit of that. But I love that team, man. Peanut, who the pennant right down under it is Peanut Tillman, who Again, one of the greatest Bears of all time, and that's saying something. Up there is Peanut and Briggs commemorating their becoming the first pair of teammates to actually have a pick six each in back-to-back weeks. They did it first against the Jaguars, and then the very next week against the Cowboys on I think Sunday night, and that was in 2012. That whole I love the Lovey Smith defense, man. Peanut, Briggs, Urlacher, even later years, Julius Peppers, Tim Jennings, who in 2012 just he, you're the guy who was second behind Tim Jennings in picks in 2012 was actually a giant. I don't remember who it was, but Tim Jennings beat him out, whoever he was. And Tim Jennings, for somehow in 2012, just all of a sudden became this monster when it came to picking off. I'm sure this is a trivia question. I'm sure many people will not get. Who was the first person to pick off Andrew Luck in his career?
I do not know.
Tim Jennings. He did it twice. He was the first two picks off of, and one of them was this amazing. It was his first pick of that year too. It was this Superman interception that was like a highlight reel pick where he just flew and took the ball. It was his first pick of probably 9, I think, or 12. I'm not even sure. But he ended up leading the league. It was a breakout year for him. He makes this Superman catch. It's his first of the season, and it's Andrew Luck's first career thrown pick. Um, I'll never forget him. Uh, Lovey Smith was awesome. Henry Melton, a great run stopping defensive tackle. Again, it's really the team I sort of, it was a honeymoon phase for me as a Bears fan. So, of course, I love them. But Lovey Smith, he did not deserve to be fired after that same 2012 year, a 10-6 season where they missed the play. He did not deserve to get fired after that year.
Did you guys put a curse on Aaron Rodgers? Because the moment that he became a Jet, he got hurt.
And do you know who hurt him?
The MetLife field grass.
No. I'm talking about the guy who actually hit him that led to him getting injured. Our 2016 first round pick, Leonard Floyd.
Oof.
So maybe we did put a curse on him. Maybe
you might have, because he played 4 snaps, got hurt.
And of all people, a former Bear hurt him.
He tried to come back.
Yeah. But the team by that point was out of it. So he had no reason to come back.
His doctors really wanted him to come back because think about it, he tore his ACL. If he had come back within the same season, that would have really revolutionized the whole ACL surgery.
Yeah.
Because normally whenever you tear your ACL, you're done for for the season, no matter what.
But of course, when he's a Packer in 2013 and he's out for the year, ironically again against a former Bear, because this time he was a Bear, in Shea McClellan, who sacks him and injures him, tears his, I forgot what injury it was, it had something to do with the arm. So he's out. And of course, he waits till the final game of the year to come back with the division on the line, and he beats us.
Here I come to save the day.
Julius, like I said, I love Julius Peppers, his time with us, his final play with us, this close from winning us the division. It was like 4th and long, and fucking Mel Tucker wanted to play the run for some damn reason. 4th down to the final play of the game, essentially, and he thinks they're running. So he brings Chris Conti and Major Wright, our safeties, up to play the run. We're screwed right there. But the only way we can win this game now is if somebody breaks out of that D line and gets a sack. Well, Julius Peppers got out, and here he's coming to get Rodgers, and then David Bakhtiari just freaking got him, just tripped him up and kept him from sacking Rodgers. And then Randall Cobb just runs down the field by Chris Conti. He's all alone, and Rodgers ain't gonna miss. Rodgers ain't Mitch Trubisky. Trubisky would have missed that throw. Rodgers doesn't.
I wonder if Patriot fans just like just like Bears fans, like they dislike Giant fans. Only because you guys beat them in the Super Bowl too.
Oh, dislike us? I think that was too long ago, honestly.
Yeah, probably.
Because with your wins were '08 and the '07 season and
Yeah, they
the
were really
2011. Yeah.
It's like still like one of my pride and joys to be like, oh, you guys can't mock us. We've beaten you twice in the Super Bowl.
Oh, what a save! Or they're showing like the top 10 plays of the week, I guess. And the number one is Bravosky for Florida with an amazing kick save off Marty Natius of the Hurricanes. Oof.
This is
We've been
definitely
streaming for
the longest
it
video
is
on the
we've
channel.
never gone 4 hours. I guarantee Christian has left like a long time ago. But when he
What if
wakes up tomorrow,
what if he's still here, like just
he's
lurking?
gonna come in like, yeah, I've been here the whole time. I never fell asleep. Like
He's gonna
10
come back and he's gonna be all arrested, like, hey guys, I'm back. What the
Yeah,
we're
this
gonna
is a
be like,
long.
good night.
For 4 hours we've been streaming, and I've just been turning my back every few minutes to see what's on NHL Network because I've
We've
been
been
watching
streaming for
everything.
4 hours. God,
Yeah,
God help anybody who's gonna click on
the,
this video and wanting to know what actually happened on that freaking Raw.
yeah, well, we covered it, but
We
you just
covered
gotta
it, but
wait.
they're gonna be like skimming ahead. They're gonna be like, "Oh, okay. Well, they're starting to talk about it here." Half hour
And then all of a
later.
sudden they're talking about the Islanders again. Fuck. So
Oh, now they're
one
talking
of our
about Canada.
longest
20 minutes
one
later.
of our one of our longest shows before this was like 2 hours. It was our SummerSlam '93 review, which we kind of covered that too because I gave my thoughts. I love the Luger run. I love the match, even though he did not win. But that's beyond the point. What I'm trying to get to is this was a 2 hour show we did because we had another guest just like this show. Her name's Nat, and she likes to talk, so that's how it ended up being a 2 hour show. But for most of the show, that was free agency day, the day we thought we were going to get Johnny Hockey.
Johnny Hockey.
Yeah, you called him Johnny Gargano. You made me almost call him Johnny Gargano. I was feeling that I was about to say Gargano, so I was like, no, just say Johnny
Well,
Hockey.
because
And
his name is Johnny Goudreau,
Goodrow.
and I got
Yeah,
him and Johnny. They're too similar. Okay, look, Johnny
yeah,
Hockey, Johnny Wrestling, Johnny
yeah.
Goudreau,
But
Johnny whatever,
he got Johnny
Mister Blue
wrestling from
Jacket.
Manziel though. He got Johnny wrestling from Manziel though, not
Yeah,
Goodrow. Because he's from Cleveland. But so if you watch that review, you will see me now. I'm sitting this way because this is like I have a desk here. I used to do the reviews there, but now like I've noticed I have a really cool like background here, even though it's all sports. But for when we do talk about sports, at least fits the background. Um, and so I'm sitting this way, and you will see me all throughout that show just being like this. I'm looking at the TV, barely even like especially when Nat would just go on. I'm like, I don't have to say much here. Let me just look at, and it's the same thing I had on that day actually. Excuse me. I had NHL Network on because I was waiting for the Islanders sign Johnny Gaudreau.
she said.
Uh,
She says something like really depressing and serious, and you find out that we signed him. You're like, yes, let's go.
that would have been funny. I remember because I went to sleep early that day, bro. I went to sleep. When I went to sleep, they were saying it's down to the Islanders or the Devils. I wake up the next morning, he's a Blue Jacket. Like, what? What?
Turns out it was neither.
Shit, what?
Go
There have
figure
been,
though. Yeah, I think he grew up in like southern New Jersey, so
yeah,
he was.
that's why everybody thought he was going to the Devils.
I thought he was going to Philly because I found out. I see. the way I operate with free agents is I just put them in Tavares logic of childhood dreams. So
Yeah.
whenever I see a free agent that we might get, I'm like, childhood photo. Let's see what we can dig up on this kid. Let's see what jersey he's been wearing in his Pee Wee career.
So there have been way too many like guys the Islanders have been linked to over these ever since the Barry Trotz era,
Matt
where
Duchene.
Duchene. Oh my God, that's pre Barry Trotz, but
I
yes,
know.
Matt Duchene.
He's coming
Matt
to the
Duchene.
Islanders, guys.
You don't remember, but I talked about it the last time you mentioned it because it was our preview show, and I actually asked you who do you think we'll trade for, and you said Duchene. And I talked about how like when it sounded like he was coming here, they were tracking. He was with Colorado, right? Yeah, they were tracking Colorado's plane. Like I don't understand. Like they were trying to see if he's not on the plane or something. Like they were tracking the coordinates to see when the plane lands. Like it was wild, man.
I
But
think the
so
way I think it went, he started off in Colorado. They traded
yeah,
him to Ottawa, and then when he was in
okay.
Ottawa, people were like, "Oh, he's coming to the Islanders," and then he went to not Nashville. I think he stayed something. He went to Nashville because I remember I was in a Nashville Predators group and I had to mute them because they were so excited and I was so pissed off.
Oh my gosh, that's why you don't join other team groups.
No. Look, I am in a Nashville Predators group because I am a kind person. But I will tell you this: they are some of the softest people I have ever met in my life.
Oh, I'd
Af-
probably enjoy that
After the
because we
game,
wouldn't.
I went on their page and I'm like thanking them, like, "Hey guys, nice arena, good game, yada
Oh,
yada
okay.
yada yada." And I said, and then my only jab to them was like, but I noticed that you guys are kind of missing a few Stanley Cup banners. And
Oh,
they're like, "Oh, I can't believe you would go onto this team's page, join this group just to trash talk this." I'm like, guys, I took like a very playful jab there.
yeah,
I praised your city and I praised your team and I praised your arena and your
yeah.
fan base.
I disagree with that. I thought you meant like they don't get mad, like super over the top angry, like Islander
No,
fans do when they lose.
they
So,
got
but
pretty
yeah,
pissed that I dare say,
no,
"Oh
yeah,
well, I noticed you guys are missing a few cup banners there." Like,
yeah.
"Oh, how dare you!"
If you can't take a little bit of trash talk, then you can't be a sports fan.
And they
Seriously.
already know that they're because everyone mocked them for like raising stupid banners before. I'm like, notice
Yeah,
you
I've
guys are
seen
missing a few banners. They're like, "Oh, how dare you? You know, we could have won the Stanley Cup in 2017." I'm like, "Yeah, I bet you could. We could have beaten, we could have won it in 2020 and 2021, but we're not raising banners for that."
Did they boot you from the group?
No, they
Or
kept me because I've been in there since 2018, and my excuse
yeah,
was, but whenever you guys come here to New York, I'm always like one of the because season ticket. I'm like, I'm always like one of the first people to like try to help you and help you like around the area in UBS. And they're like,
right.
"Oh yeah, it's okay then." I'm like, "Sure." Yeah,
Um, yeah, what was I gonna say? Yeah, when you said that, I thought it was like they don't like because every fan base I have, like Bears, Mets, Islanders, it's always the sky is falling when you lose one game. It's always
look,
the sky, and it's like, ugh,
I've already accepted that the Mets season's over.
I
We're already screwed. It's only spring training. Everyone's hurt. We're not
I'm
getting Pete
more
Alonso to resign.
I'm more excited about this team than I was last year, going into last year.
We're screwed. Pete Alonso's not going to resign. He's going to go to the Braves or the Yankees. He's going to
Oh my
or the
gosh.
Dodgers.
They cannot let Pete walk, and I don't think they
He's
will.
gonna. David Stearns doesn't like to spend money, even though we have the
Okay.
richest owner in fucking sports. He's
See,
like, I'm going to save money.
I fucking hate Steve Cohen. I'm on the record for that.
I
I
know
do
you
not.
do. I know you do. You're the only person in this whole world, other than J Lo and Alex Rodriguez, who wanted J Lo and Alex Rodriguez to own this freaking team.
Now I've taken that back since because right after Cohen became the owner, it was revealed that like Alex Rodriguez was gonna turn this into like a circus.
Exactly. That's
said it
always was
himself.
going to be the man.
That he said it himself, though. I didn't think that he was going to like really do that. Like, cause the fans, I know the fans thought that way because the fans always think the sky is falling with shit,
Well,
and they want a guy.
we also saw Steve Cohen with big ass money being like, I want to
And
spend this money that the Wilpons won't. We're like,
and you know
okay, sounds
my
good.
feeling. You know my feeling on spending money.
Hey,
I'm
you
sure
know,
you do.
it
Money
worked.
doesn't win championships.
We got 101 win season out of it, and that was a
A
good
fluke.
season until the playoffs. If
It
Max
was.
Scherzer did not turn into a freaking whatever the hell he turned into that season.
You know how I felt about the Scherzer signing from the moment it happened, and the
See, I didn't mind
Verlanders.
it. I didn't mind it
I
as much
hate it.
because he was up until September. He was a fine pitcher. I
No,
thought it was a good addition.
bro. The guy that you saw after the World Series, the Nats World Series was not the Max Scherzer of dominance. Even though when he went to the Dodgers, he was like 11-1. That's because that lineup was so fucking good. When we played that Max Scherzer with the Dodgers, there was some of the best we've seen from our hitters against Max Scherzer. Even though we still lost because the Dodgers were just a great team. He
I
was
think
not because he got hurt. He got hurt in the World Series and was never the same. And when
the
we
Verlander
signed,
signing was good.
I don't. Although now I feel different about both of those signs simply because we ended up getting prospects
Oh,
for him.
see, the
That
thing with Verlander is he got hurt in spring training, but he never gave me a reason to be like,
yeah.
"Screw you, you suck." Because I think I remember him
Oh
being pretty
well,
police, not very good here, but
yeah.
not bad either.
I don't hate Scherzer or Verlander. I
I
just
hate
do
Scherzer.
not. I get it. I did not want them to come here because they are at the end of their careers. And we've seen it. I know you're a little younger, but I've seen it as a kid with Mo Vaughn and Roberto Alomar. And I've seen it time and time again. Guys get old. It's part of life. You're not going to be this great athlete your whole life. And that's why I'm a firm believer in building through the farm, not building through free agents and not spending all this money. That's why I do not like Steve Cohen because his outlook is building through free agency and spending all the money. That's why I like David Stearns because David Stearns seems like a guy that wants to build from the farm. But I still believe you cannot be that stupid when you have a guy like Pete Alonso and you have the resources to sign him. That they better sign him.
We could have, if Steve Cohen is willing to open up his pocketbook one more time for us, we could have two of the best players in the league next year, assuming Soto doesn't re-sign with the Yankees, which I don't think he wants to. I think he wants to hit that free agent market again. We could, if we can somehow get Pete Alonso to agree to a deal, and we still have
Which
enough
I want.
money to get Juan Soto, that's a very good lineup there.
I want Pete.
I want them both.
I understand Juan Soto. I would rather just give the money to Pete and just continue to build up the farm the way
Because
you
you
have.
know where
And
Soto's going, right? If Soto doesn't come to the
Atlanta,
majors, he's going to either the Braves, the Phillies, or the Dodgers.
Ooh,
It's one of those three teams that he's going to end up with.
Yeah, I don't want him on the Braves. I hope he stays with the Yankees. I just
hope he
hope.
doesn't. I don't
I
want
have
the
no
Yankees to be
problem
good
with it
either.
as long as he's out of the division. I got no problem with it.
Because you know he's going to go to the Braves. The Braves are like, oh well, we have this No, I guess the Dodgers are more of like we have the infinite money glitch over here, guys.
The Braves were supposedly in on Shohei Ohtani, and how'd that work out? They didn't go after him.
You know, I think I find it funny how all these baseball experts and fans were like, when Steve Cohen was spending all the money on the pitchers, they're like, this is bad for baseball. I can't believe how bad
But
Steve
yeah,
Cohen is.
and
The
now the
Mets are killing.
Dodgers.
And then Dodgers spend billions of
Way
dollars
more.
on Shohei Ohtani and the other Japanese pitcher who we should have gotten.
Yeah, I agree on that. The other guy's like 24 years old. I wanted him.
And the media's like, oh, good for the Dodgers. Look at how much money they're spending. This is baseball's good. I'm like, You
Yeah.
fucking hypocrites.
They are. I agree. And I don't like what Steve Cohen did getting Scherzer and Verlander. But I mean, if you're going to kill us for doing that, and then the Dodgers go out and sign more and throw more money than we did at them at Otani and the other pitcher who I forgot. I can't believe I forgot his name already. But yeah,
We really wanted him to. That's the
when
sad part.
when we wanted him, I knew his name, which is so funny because when we wanted him, I knew his name. Now that he's not coming here, I forgot his name.
Hmm.
But we're close to signing Michael Lorenzen, which I wouldn't hate.
Yeah, this year's pitching staff is going to be pretty shitty. So is most of
I
our
want
bullpen.
I want Jordan Montgomery though.
I want Jacob DeGrom, but guess what? Apparently he costs too much.
I want 2015 through 2021 Jacob DeGrom, but that guy's gone.
You know, actually, it's funny because on MLB, the hot stove for MLB, they were saying Max Scherzer and Jacob DeGrom expected back by August, and I'm like, oh, that's what used to happen to us. But at least now the Ranger
Well,
fans are like, we have a World Series though. I'm like, yeah, you do.
exactly. They won a World Series after going out and getting our guys, and our guys didn't do shit for them,
And
and
that
they still
annoys
won.
me. That annoys me because Max Scherzer did good in the playoffs last year too.
He
That's like the
got.
real.
I
That's the
saw
real
him
annoying
in one.
part.
I saw him in one World Series game where he got lit up.
He got lit
I
up,
think
but
it was game
he
3.
didn't. He didn't do what he did when he was here in the playoffs for us.
Right,
Like when he
but
gave up a
it
home
still
run like
wouldn't.
every other pitch.
It still wouldn't have been enough with the performance he gave them. Still wouldn't have been enough for us, even in 2022. And I still say, as much as I love that 2022 team, that team was a fluke. You have you have Max Scherzer on his last licks. You have Jacob DeGrom who can't even stay healthy anymore. They weren't even the reason they built that 101. The part that really built up that 101 and early in the year was the offense. The offense was playing out of their minds in terms of getting the big hit when they need it. When they were down big, like the Philly game, which I'll never forget. My probably my favorite regular season game outside of the Flores game. They came all the way back down 7-1 in the ninth inning. I couldn't believe it watching that game. They were so dominant. That's what I hate about 2022. They absolutely destroyed the Phillies just for the Phillies to get in the World Series.
Yeah, those are the breaks. That's what happens.
But
But you know,
but that team was a fluke. I would still stand by that. That the lineup played out of their mind for like a couple of months, long enough to keep this team afloat to where when they started fading in September, which I still like, I was even getting pissed off with everybody who was saying this team's gonna collapse, which they didn't. They made the playoffs. In my opinion, if you make the
I
playoffs,
feel
it's
like we
not a collapse.
collapsed.
Yeah, I disagree with that because they won 101 games and made the
But we
playoffs.
could have. We should have won that. We had a big division lead. If we had
I
won our
I
division, we
understand.
wouldn't have had to deal with the fucking Padres.
Right, I understand that, but if you still make the playoffs, it's not a collapse. That's the thing.
It's
These
barely the
third,
playoffs though. The wild card series
the
barely even counts.
adding a third wild card eliminates the collapse because now a team would have to like if they have go out to the big lead that we had, they would have to not only blow that lead, but then they'd have to have the teams in the wild card start coming up on them, and that's just almost impossible. Because now you're getting into like the bad teams, like they're not good enough to jump you no matter how bad you are. But even though I don't think that's a collapse because if you make, I said that years ago when the Steelers started 11-0 and like they almost blew it and still got in and then lost to the Browns and everybody's like, oh, they collapsed. Like, no, they didn't. They made the playoffs. Like, that's not a collapse. What we did in 2007 was an embarrassment. That was a collapse. What we did the next year, I mean, it was a bit of a smaller lead. It was like 4 games up with 11 games left. But yeah, you can say that's a collapse because they didn't make it. What the Red Sox did in 2011, that's a collapse. That's an embarrassment. What we did 2022, what the Dodgers did in 2022, what the Steelers did that one year where they lost to the Steelers, those weren't collapses. Those were just bad finishes that they still got into the playoffs. And the Mets could have went 120 and still lost the in the first playoff round, no matter who they played. Like that's not a collapse. Like
The biggest test
especially,
for this team will be June.
oh, I know. So that's what happened in '07. Before
That's what happened
September.
last year.
Yeah, I know. Somehow it happens every year.
Every year, I'm like, guys, please, can we not play in
I re-
June?
I remember in '07, they said as the Mets were fading in June, they were like, no team has ever lost all but one series in a month and made the playoffs. And I remember laughing. I was still like a young teenager, and coming off '06, I had so much confidence in the team. And I remember laughing at that and being like, well, we're going to be the first team. And then July, they kind of right the ship a little bit, although they're still losing horrible games to Philly. But for the most part, they've righted the ship. August was okay. They go out and get, well, at the end of July, they go out and get Luis Castillo and they go out and get Met legend Jeff Conine. Uh, but that wasn't enough. And Luis Castillo was not a good pickup, although he had one good year when everybody else was injured in '09, where he hit 300. And literally everybody was getting hurt around him. And he's the one guy who stays healthy. And then, like in September, the like it was like a culmination of everything. The one guy who stayed healthy falls down the dugout steps and is now injured. That's 2009 in a nutshell for us Met
Yeah,
fans. But anyway, August was okay, and then like September, all of a sudden they were back to what they were in June. And oh my gosh, it was the worst. It was one of the worst months of my life, man. I'm starting a new school. I'm in high school now at Martin Van Buren, and I don't know anybody. I'm like shy as hell, and it's like the the boring school days where you don't know anybody makes it even worse.
I got I got hate. I think last year when I
Yeah.
said, "Oh no, it's June." You know what that means? And
Uh,
because in June it's a Gay Pride Month, so like all the teams change their logos to like rainbow and stuff.
yeah.
And someone's like, "Oh well, you just must hate the gay people." I'm like, "No, I hate June for a different reason because the
If I
Mets
if
always
I
find ways to lose."
if I saw that post, I would have known what you were talking about. I would have never thought that you were saying that because of gay pride.
Everyone, people are like, "Oh well, he must just not like gay people." I'm like, "No,
That
I
person,
don't like
that
June for different. I don't like June because the Mets pretty much, shit
that
the
person
bed."
must have
And
been that person must have been born in 2010 and just like
yeah,
didn't live through '07.
it's like, yeah, the rainbow, the rainbow logo is out. That's not a good sign for this team.
Remember, I think this was in June, but I'm not sure. But remember the game where it was like LaDuca, Delgado, and Wright. All three of them hit back to back to back home runs. And then Aaron Heilman just blows the game late. And
Yeah,
that was
that sounds
against
about
Philly.
right.
Yeah. I hated Heilman. Ever since he blew game seven, which I will stand by, when you have a Hall of Fame closer, I don't care what he did in game two of that series. You live and you die by your Hall of Fame closer. Tie game, ninth inning at home. Billy Wagner should have been on the mound.
I am scared of Edwin Diaz this year.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, he had an amazing year in 2022, and it sucks that the lasting memory, I don't know if it's everybody's lasting memory, but it's mine because I was still paying attention even though we were getting blown out. Because remember, this team came back down 7-1 in the ninth inning against the Phillies. The game was not over until the
Yeah,
third out was recorded. But I'm still watching, and Edwin Diaz's last memory is mop up duty in a losing blowout, so they still play Narcos, which
yep.
I personally feel like a theme like that You should not be playing when we're losing like 7-3?
Yeah, probably something like that. I think
Yeah,
no. Wait, was that the second? Was that the final wildcard
this
game?
was this was the final. This was game 3. This was
No, I don't
game
think
3.
we had an. I think we were losing. We had one hit the whole game, so I
Oh
think
yeah,
we were
that's
just
right.
losing, being shut out. Like
That's right. Yes, that was okay. No, I remember that now. So we were
that
getting
one, I
blown out.
remember.
We were getting blown out, and yeah, we won 7-3 game 2. Yeah. So we were getting blown out. We were getting shut out. We were getting blown out, and they're playing Narcos because Edwin Diaz is coming out for mop up duty. And the lasting memory of Edwin Diaz's amazing season was these two Padre fans on camera. The camera for TBS put them on camera, and they're mocking the trumpets. That was his lasting memory for me of his
Yeah.
amazing season, and that's just not fair to Diaz.
So
And there's
my problem with Diaz is he had an amazing 2022, 2020, yeah, 2022.
yeah,
He's young, but my
hmm
problem is he still has the ghosts of the past of the 2021 season and before,
yes,
and
yes,
he's also
and
coming off an
remember,
injury.
yes, that's worse too. But remember when he was with Seattle,
Ooh.
he was lights out, just like 2020. Oh, look who's back. He's gonna be like, why the hell y'all still?
Freaking
Oh
told
no,
you, I told you he'll
no,
be
he
back.
left. Oh,
What's
now
up,
he's back.
boys?
Yeah.
What are you guys
Hey, what's
doing?
up, man?
I told you
We've
he'd
been
be back.
talking ever since we stopped doing the Raw review. We've just been talking Mets, Islanders. Yeah, that's pretty much what we've been doing.
You guys don't even read. Did you even read the comments?
No, I'm in full screen, so I can't see the
The only
comment.
comment I see is just someone saying Ryback's all elite.
Well, somebody said latest news: Ryback is all elite.
Yeah,
I
that's the
don't
only
know who
comment I
that is.
see.
Who is that? That
The guy
that
commenting.
looking at that photo icon, that seems like a troll account.
I don't think Ryback is all elite, but
No, he's not. He's trolling, and I know that's a troll comment.
oh, okay.
But even if I saw that, I wasn't going to press that and acknowledge it because it's something talking about today, and I just do not care, especially when it comes to AEW.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, enjoy talking about hockey. Have a good night.
Hockey, baseball, see you later.
Baseball, hockey is the same thing.
It's not really the same thing, but okay, see you later.
What a
But
cameo!
but don't forget, like when he was with Seattle, his like the year before we traded for him, he had like an amazing year,
Yeah,
and he followed that up with one of the worst years any closer's ever had. So you just don't know
and
yet
that's
with
what
Diaz
scares
if
me.
yeah, you just don't know if he's the guy yet. And I hate to say that, but it's true. Like I appreciate what Edwin did in 2022, but you just don't know if he's gonna
It's also
revert, especially
a mix of people saying, "Oh, well, look at all this bullpen arms." I'm like, dude, I have never been in a position where I can ever trust this bullpen. Why should I trust this bullpen? Every year you guys say, this year the bullpen's going to be so good. I'm like, sure it is.
yeah,
It's not going to be good. Want to know why it's not
yeah,
going to be good? Because people are going to get hurt. And I'm going to have to, and people are like, oh, well, meet this pitcher, meet this pitcher. I'm like, I'm going to have to call half these people bums at some point this season. I'm going to curse these poor people out.
I'm old enough to remember when we had Aaron Heilman and Scott Schoenweiss blowing a 7.5 game lead with 17 left to play. So I get it.
I remember freaking when we had Seth Lugo and Edwin Diaz. I'm like,
And that
okay,
was it.
we're set up because it
Yeah.
could be Seth Lugo was crying about not being a starting pitcher. Okay,
Yeah.
eat some innings here, and then come and bring in Diaz, but they never did that.
But and it turned and the Mets, I'm telling you, that whole year going into that trade deadline, they started to get hot. And I'm like, they have to do something about this bullpen, whether it's Daniel Hudson or who else was available back then. And like Daniel Hudson ends up going to the Nationals, who also had a shitty bullpen at that time. The Mets do absolutely nothing to fix the bullpen. They go out and get Mark Stroman, which at the time I said good, but we need more. But now I hate that they traded for Stroman because the only reason they traded for Stroman was because they knew they weren't going to re-sign Wheeler, and that pisses me off. But
Yeah, but don't worry. The Mets are a racist organization.
he spent all his time with us bashing the Yankees too, and now he's a Yankee.
You
I
know,
don't
him actually,
understand.
him blocking me is actually one of my favorite Twitter stories because I said to him because he was hyping up the bullpen one year with spring training. I'm like, he's talking about like how good Familia is going to be this year, and this was back when Familia was really starting to be really shitty. I'm like, man, I just don't feel it. I don't think Familia is going to be good this year. He's like, I strongly disagree, bro. I really, really strongly disagree. And then Familia sucked, and he blocked me.
Oh wow, I don't understand that.
No, I've
Wow.
actually
Mhm.
my Twitter posts
That's
have actually ended up in not news articles, but they've ended up in like articles on websites.
So that's funny you bring that up because we're gonna go back to John Tavares for a moment. You remember I said my first year was that '09 year. That was the year I really started to follow the Islanders. So back then I had a DVD player that can record if you had blank DVDs, and I had a couple, and so I made sure to like record our first game that year against Pittsburgh because I wanted to catch Tavares' first goal, and he ended up scoring in that game. Immediately when he scored, I stopped recording. I formatted the disc because that's what you had to do on that DVD is format the disc or else it will only play on that DVD. So I formatted it, threw it into my computer, upload and took the scene where Tavares scores off the disc onto the computer and uploaded it to my YouTube channel. This I'm telling you, the game was still going on when I uploaded the clip to YouTube. So I was probably like the first person to upload Tavares' goal. Like this wasn't to like today where NHL's YouTube channel will upload anything like minutes after it happened. Like this was early into YouTube still, like 4 years into YouTube. So I upload Tavares' goal, and I was the only one. Every time I watch Tavares' first goal on YouTube, it's like the Penguins fucking commentary. I've never seen Tavares' goal on YouTube besides my own video with Howie Rose's call. And I upload it and it gets hot. People are watching it like as the game's going on to the point that it ended up being featured on NHL's website that week.
Hmm.
That was so cool. Sadly, the channel that where I uploaded the video is no longer. It got taken down, or at least the video got taken down. So for some reason, every other person who uploaded Tavares' first goal with the Penguins fucking call is still up, but there's nobody with Howie Rose's call, even though I was the first one to do it.
I remember I've started a Twitter beef with two former Giant players who were acting like idiots, and it got me featured
Oh wow,
in
that's
articles.
crazy.
Well, one was Eli Apple, who was talking shit about Giant
I
fans.
I fucking hate Eli Apple for what he did to Tariq Cohen a couple years ago. But go ahead.
He was talking shit about Giant fans, and I'm like, it was something like, I couldn't agree more. What a waste of a pick. He's like, where the hell are you Giants at? Sitting on the couch. That's where they are. I'm like, cool. But they feature the tweet in like in articles of like
Yeah.
what I said. Like, yeah, I couldn't agree more. What a waste of a pick. I forget what other player.
You know what's funny? Because you're talking about a first round corner that the Giants took. So I don't know if you have this guy's jersey, but this might be the only chance where me, a Bears fan, has the same jersey that you might have of the player, a Giants fan. I'm gonna show it in a minute. He's now retired, but he's a first round corner. And let me see if I can find it here. Hold on. Uh, any ideas on who I'm talking about?
I cannot think.
Okay. First round corner, first round pick.
Oh.
2011 for you guys.
I can't even pronounce his name, but I do remember that.
Prince Amukamura.
Mukamura, that's right. What a freaking name.
Yeah.
But I
Do you
think
have
the post, my most popular post that just got me featured the most was the series against the Bruins. It was
okay.
back when they were doing the New York Saints stuff. So I
Yes.
filmed the band outside playing New York Saints. So that got featured in a lot of articles of people being like, "Look what Islander fans are doing," and this and that. I also filmed them singing the national anthem,
Oh,
and
okay.
that got a lot. That got even more. People are like, "Oh well, look at how great these Islander fans are singing the
It's
national
funny
anthem."
about my biggest memories of that series. See, I hate watching fans have fun at any of my team's expense. So there was a moment in game one. You remember we got killed in game one. You remember that, right?
Yeah,
So there was a moment where like they scored a goal and it was like probably to make it a 2, 3 goal game, and like the crowd was going wild. The PA guy started playing the Icona Pop song, I Don't Care, I Love It, which also features Charlie XCX, who I absolutely love. But they played that song and I'm sitting here watching them have all this fun, and I'm like, oh my gosh, when they do documentaries about COVID, they're gonna show this and be like, this was the moment where everything got back to normal, and it's gonna be a goal against us in a game where we get killed. So anytime where fans get to have fun at our expense, for any of my teams, I will like rub it in whenever things get good again for us against that team. So in game two, when we were winning after like the all the intermissions, I don't know if we were winning after every one of them, but at least the first intermission, that whole intermission, I was sitting there listening to the Icona Pop song over and over again throughout the whole intermission. And then when we ultimately won it in overtime, if I can find the post, I'll show it one day to you. When I posted the final score, the when the team posted on their Facebook, I shared it and I put "I don't care, I love it" as like the headline. Like I was making, and like every time I listen to that song now, it just reminds me of that series.
I remember because that was Bruce Cassidy calling us the New York Saints. That thing really latched on really
Yeah,
quickly
it
to
did.
us.
Imagine if we meet the Knights in the finals.
That would have been crazy. That would be crazy. They'd be like,
Oh,
"Oh,
like
the
if
New
it
York
happens
Saints
this
are
year.
back,"
Yeah.
which is ironic because given what's going to happen to the Coliseum very soon.
Oh, okay.
Did you hear about the New York Riptide?
Oh, yeah. That's the team that's moving, right? So, the
Yeah,
Coliseum.
Coliseum will be. We'll have one team occupying it, the Long Island Nets, which is just the G League
The
affiliate of the
G
Nets,
League.
but
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
they can leave like whenever. Doesn't even no one even goes to those games. But I was thinking back on like how the Coliseum is going to close. Like it's going to
Yeah.
close pretty sadly. But
Yeah.
then, what if the Coliseum can close with the New York Riptide winning their title?
I would
Give
hate that. I
give the
would hate.
Coliseum the send off that she didn't get in 2021, because that's the send
I
off that she was going to get.
I get it, but if it's not an Islanders send off, it
It's a
just won't
blue and
feel
orange team winning the title. I mean, I feel like it's
right. You
still
you
it's still a
see
championship
my
being won
room.
though.
You see my room. You know I can appreciate an orange and blue team winning, but it still just wouldn't feel right to me. And I sadly, I've never been to a hockey game. I've mostly been to Met games. So, I
Yeah.
was never at the Coliseum. But I mean, you still fall in love with it through the memories of watching games there. So I love the Coliseum, and I hate it when they left, but I do love UBS because it's way closer. It is very much closer to me.
Like
Like I could,
I'll never go to a Coliseum game again because I want my last memory there being that Game 6 against Boston. I want that to be like the last time I
you
ever
mean
go there.
you mean
But I
Tampa?
am no, because I wasn't at the Tampa game. My
Oh,
last
okay.
experience.
Oh, okay.
But I am trying to like rally and get more Islander fans to be like, hey guys, this is the last home game of the regular season, last guaranteed game at the Coliseum. So if you want to
Mm.
come out and support the Coliseum one last time, come out and watch this crappy lacrosse team who's taking their tail and doing what the Islanders almost did.
Well, John Tavares' dad was a lacrosse player. Maybe we can get John Tavares there for that
And
game.
I don't even follow lacrosse that much, but apparently the
Me neither.
team's like the team's
Ben?
not very good, but
Okay.
they have like their own Tavares,
Oh,
who they
okay.
drafted first overall and is like one of the best players in the whole league, and now they're moving.
Mm. Yeah. Well, remember when we drafted Tavares? Oh, well, this was before. I think this was before you started following,
Yeah,
but you might
before.
remember this. When we drafted Tavares, like a few years into Tavares' career, there was talk of us moving to Kansas City.
Yeah,
Like shit. I
and then
remember.
Barkley happened.
Yeah, I remember when I had jury duty in like 2012, and like the guy who was doing the jury duty class was like asking everybody questions. So I'd reference like tell us about yourself type questions, and I had just mentioned like I'm a big sports fan, Mets, Bears, Islanders, and so the guy hears Islanders and he's like, "Oh, well, you guys might be moving to Kansas City soon." Like, yeah, I know. Thankfully, that never happened.
Fuck Kate Murray
Oh yeah, I hate her.
forever and over.
For real.
I know she's still alive, but may the day she die, may she burn in hell.
Oh yeah, she. I remember those days, man. Katie Murray wanted us out of New York so badly, and it's like, screw you. At least Mayor Lightfoot has been doing everything she can to keep the Bears in Chicago and not moving to Now, see, I am a Bears fan who doesn't live in Chicago, so apologies if I get the place wrong. Oh, Arlington, right. They're trying to move to Arlington. Ironically, they will be playing on a racetrack just like the Islanders. But Mayor Lightfoot has done everything she can to make sure that doesn't happen. And now our president, who became our president simply to oversee this, new stadium shit. And he, Kevin Warren, he has said, and that he's going to do everything in his power to keep them in Chicago and make the Arlington move not happen. And the funny thing about that is some of our fans get like look at Kevin Warren as like this savior. He's like, Kevin Warren's gonna sign this guy and sign that guy. It's like, he's not the GM. You do realize that, right? Ryan Poles is the GM. Kevin Warren was brought here to oversee the new stadium. Like, what the fuck? It's the same thing when I hear Met fans say, "Oh, Uncle Stevie, go get this guy." It's like, bro, he's not the GM. He's not even the president of baseball operations. He's a man with money. That's literally all he is. He should not be the guy making moves. David Stern, since we do not have a GM, should be the guys making the moves because he is actually a baseball president of baseball operations, but he's actually a front office guy who knows how to get players. Uh, Cohen is literally a fan who has a ton of money. He's not a baseball front office guy. And it's the same thing. It's different because Kevin Warren actually like knows football and shit, but he's still not the GM. He's just here to oversee a new stadium.
I remember when they were opening up the park and they
Right.
had the big ice rink. So they brought in like all the supervisors from Hempstead because it's still technically Elmont.
Right.
And I yelled and I said to myself, could Kate Murray not make it out because she's still on the Hempstead board? I'm like, oh, Kate Murray couldn't make it out. She didn't want to come to the Islander event. Does she know that she wouldn't? I swear, I don't think that girl would make it out alive if she ever showed her face around us.
I doubt that she ever was at Barclays for an Islander game. I doubt that she ever has been to UBS.
But I'm saying, like, they brought out all the town supervisors from Hempstead and Northwell and this and that.
Right, I get it. Yeah.
Where's Kate Murray?
It would be funny, even though like I'm with you. I hate Katie Murray too, but it'd be funny if like she paid a like t-shirt maker to like make a KC Islander shirt. And she just goes to an Islander game with it.
Look, that girl is lucky. I was lucky that no Islander fan, no crazy Islander fan, tried to kill her yet. Because you know us, someone would be crazy enough to try to do it.
Oh my gosh, I don't even like my own 3 teams fan bases. Like I'm a part of these fan bases. I don't even like any of them. Like, so you know me. You're a cool dude, even though you can be as bad as them sometimes.
No,
I've seen your post. I've seen your post, man. You can be, but you're not like the guy who said let's say Lane Lambert. You're not that bad.
Look, I told the line. I told the line in the Islanders Uncensored group. I'm either too negative or I'm too positive.
Well, there are a lot of negative fans right now, and I think there are reasons more to be positive about this team than negative.
I mean,
in a few hours,
I'm going to say in a few hours, thread. I'll be like, guys, I'm sorry the game thread is so messy. I was up until 3 o'clock in the morning talking to tag Frank Hutz.
Yeah, do it. That'd be funny. And it gives us promotion. At this point, we're literally just talking to ourselves. Nobody who potentially watches, because nobody really watched tonight anyway, but nobody who potentially watches in the future will watch this long of the podcast. We're literally just having a discussion with each other.
Could you imagine the host someone puts us in the background as white noise and just randomly they hear, so John Tavares, this Tavares guy really sounds like a dick.
Well, they would think that because of what you say, but then they wouldn't really be sure because they'd hear what I say. Like I said, there are 2 things. So your guy is Josh Bailey. My guy is Tavares, but also could be Scott Mayfield. Normally it was Scott Mayfield, but this year he's having such a bad season that I can't even defend the guy. Normally he has good years and just is the whipping boy, or whenever things go wrong, it's his fault.
That's
like Bailey was. That's why I'm saying it. That's why he was the Bailey. But even at the same time that they were doing it to Bailey, they were doing it to Mayfield too.
But see, what Bailey is, even though I know he sucked last year, I just wanted him to play 4 more games because I wanted him to pass.
I get it because he may have sucked, but he's still a great player. He was a great player. Yeah.
And I know because it also did 2 things. It would do 2 things. It would piss off so many people, and I would love to see that because I like seeing people who hate Josh Bailey get pissed off when he does something, when he accomplishes something.
Yeah. Well, I hope that hopefully we will get back to Mayfield being able to piss off his critics. I still believe that Mayfield is a good player and he's just having an off year this year.
I mean, it's possible because remember that 1 year Dobson was pretty shitty.
Yeah.
Now he's one of our best players.
Dobson is a great offensive player, but do we have to go back and talk about the Stadium Series that we were talking about an hour ago, how that game ended? Dobson is not that great defensively, and like they put a little bit of pressure. There was no pressure on him anyway. He has the puck. Yes, the guy's right in front of you, but just skate by him. Just skate by him.
If we make the playoffs and we can laugh and we can look back and laugh at losses, I still feel like that would probably be like one of the more funny. Like, here I can pass it to anybody. Oh, hello, Ranger. Oh shit, my bad.
And like I said, Dobson had one of the best games offensively of his career, and was like he set some kind of Stadium Series record that night, which like good on him, but like seriously, how like that was a brain fart at the worst possible time. And then again, like Sorokin, like what is he gonna do? He had no idea what the hell to do in that point, that he just ended up busting his ass. And like in that moment, we were screwed. And the only thing I was hoping for was, because look, I'm watching the game, but I have it synced up because at that time I had Sirius XM, so I had it synced up with the Islander radio call. And like of course, I'm sure the guys who were doing the normal broadcast were saying the same thing. They were saying, "Oh, this goal might not count because the net was dislodged," and it looked like it was. But of course, the problem was, would the goal have happened anyway? And yeah, it would.
Well, it was also
But
a case that we kind of a defensive player at that point had dislodged it on themselves on accident.
right,
It wasn't
that's
like
how it happened.
it's not like when Sorokin did it on purpose. It was
Yeah,
no, well, shit. But
and look,
I picture Patrick Waugh. He's looking at Dobson. He thinks that
oh my
Dobson
god,
passed it, so he turns his head. He's looking at Barzell, who thinks he's going to have the
oh
pass.
my gosh,
He turns his head back. He sees fucking Sorokin on the ground, and the Rangers celebrating. He's like, "What the fuck happened? I thought we
yeah.
were about to win. No,
I
why are you us?"
Look, Grant, I like Dobson. I have always said that this team, the one of the biggest reasons why we went on back to back Eastern Conference Finals, because we had a pretty decent, and not to Dobson's level, but we had a decent scoring defenseman in Nick Leddy. And after Nick Leddy left, yeah, me too. And it's funny seeing Mike Riley with that too.
Yeah, Mike Riley's whatever.
It's even weirder seeing Nick Leddy wear 4.
I miss. Can we trade for Nicolai? Can
Oh
we
my
get
goodness.
Leddy back?
Imagine a line with Dauber and Letty.
Ooh,
They would score, man.
that does remind me. I remember for a
And
while people were talking about possibly getting Jordan Eberle back.
I wouldn't hate it, honestly. We shouldn't have to give up
Yeah,
much.
the problem is we don't need more scoring at the moment. We need defensive help.
That's how, yeah, it's true. I think we need another defenseman too. I
Like
really do.
we're pretty solid on scoring. Like either
Yeah.
Brock, Horvat, or Barzell, or on the rare occasion Anders Lee will probably at some point score. We're not exactly like,
I
oh
gotta
dear God, we need help on offense.
I gotta give credit to Patty Watt too, because when he made the decision to put Brock with Barzy and Bo, I was like, no, why are you putting your best goal scorers all on one line? Like, I didn't like the idea, but you got to give him credit. Look at the last 2 games; those been the last the full games, because he did it at the end of the prior game to these 2 straight wins, and that would be the Tampa game. So, and in the Tampa game, they nearly won it. They nearly came back and won that game.
Yeah.
So then they play 2 great games and wins, although not great defensively against Detroit. They nearly blew it again, but um, that line has been phenomenal, and it looks like it's reinvigorated this team. And like I said earlier, probably about 4 hours ago,
5 hours
Pierre
ago. We've been
Engvall.
doing this for 5 hours.
No, I said 4 hours ago. I might have said this like 4 hours. It would be like right after Christian left and we started talking hockey.
We could have watched an Islander game in between.
If we watch the Easter Epic, it'd probably just be ending now.
Guys, sync up this sync this up to the Easter Epic.
Let's go with 10.
This is the March 1st epic.
So Pierre Engvall, like I said 4 hours ago, has seemingly he just fits better as a bottom six. So
Yeah.
that's one of the things that was better. And I didn't say this, but also I think JG is going to score more on the second line.
Yeah. So
The only thing I'm worried about is Brock Nelson on the second line as a second line center for all of like the last three playoff runs, including last year. So last year in the two Eastern Conference Finals runs, his line has always been the best line in the playoffs. So now he's not the second line. What's the second line going to look like in the playoffs? Or maybe you can look at it in a better way. Maybe the top line is just going to play out of this world in the playoffs if we get there this year. If
so
it's Brock below.
regarding Pierre Engvall, he doesn't show off his speed often, but when he does, I'm looking at him down the ice. I'm saying, damn, Pierre, you're freaking fast. Why don't you show this more often? You mean you could probably you can't catch up to Barzell fast, but you're still fast.
This is where Islander fans are so hypocritical, and I don't necessarily mean you. Again, like I said, you're one of the good fans we have, but
Yay.
for
me and Greg Rosado.
Yeah, Greg too, I guess. Yeah. For so many years now, everybody's like, we need to get young and faster now, blah blah blah. We're old and slow. So they go out and trade for a 26-year-old Pierre Engvall, who is pretty fast. Everyone's like, who is this guy we're trading for? Who the hell is this guy? Blah blah blah. And like he's literally what you've been begging for. And then remember the year we didn't make the playoffs, Barry's last year.
Yep.
Remember what the big thing they were crying about for most of that year and most of the off season? The fans.
Trade Josh.
Not that.
I feel like that was most of the stuff I saw.
So most of the stuff I saw, we went into that was a year where our defensemen were final year of his career as Zdeno Chara, who was nearly 40. Who was nearly 40. He's like the outside of like Tom Brady, he was like the next longest guy in any sport and to still be playing. I think he had been there. No, he was longer than because he debuted in 97. Brady debuted in 01. So, but no, we had Zdeno Chara, nearly 40 years old, and then we had Andy Green, who's nearly 40 years old. The complaining, which I totally agree with, let me just say that first of all, but you'll see why I say they're hypocritical in a minute. The complaining was we need to get younger on defense. Heard it all season, heard it all off season. Draft day comes. Remember what Lou did?
I believe we traded.
Do I need to pull out the jersey? Do I need to pull out the jersey?
Did we trade our pick that day?
It was for somebody whose jersey I have. And I have 3 jerseys. Yes.
That's right.
So 23-year-old defenseman Alexander Romanov. Think about that. What was the complaint all that year?
We needed to get younger
on defense. Yes, they want to be younger everywhere, but the main complaint that year was defense because we had Chara and Green.
Yeah, that makes sense.
23-year-old Alexander Romanov. Do you know what 90%? It felt like 90%. I may be exaggerating a little, like Islander fans do.
I think I remember most people probably being pissed off because we didn't know who he was.
Do your research. I didn't even know who he was. I looked him.
When Lou made the trade, because I'm pretty sure we probably traded our first round pick there because that's what Lou loves to do.
Yeah, we did.
So we probably were pissed off because we hadn't heard of Romanov, and we were probably like, oh well, why the hell did we trade away our first round pick for this guy we don't even know what the hell is?
That's why I said do your research. That's what I would say to anybody who say I don't know who he is, because I didn't know him either. I looked into him. I'm hearing this guy can hit. is young. He's a solid defenseman who could develop and become even better. He has a decent shot, which we've seen. It looks so flawless when he throws the puck at the net. I've noticed that this year. I don't know if that's something he's always done, but I've been noticing that this year. He just nonchalantly just it looks so beautiful when he puts the puck on net. But what I was seeing from like highlights and from what everybody else was saying, this guy can hit. He's young. He doesn't have a bad shot. He scored. He has a Stanley Cup Finals goal to his ledger. And the ironic part is, if we would have just scored 2 goals against Vasilevsky in Game 7, that goal would have been against us.
Probably.
But that's what I did my research, and I immediately loved the trade. And everybody was like, "Oh, how do you give up a first round pick for Alexander Romanov?" And I'm like, "Bro, this is literally what y'all been begging for since like the middle of the season.
Yeah.
Like this is literally what you guys wanted, and you have the gall to like trash Lou Lamoriello all the time, bro. Ever since the fucking uh
That was after
uh
we got. That was after that. You said that was the year that we missed the playoffs, right?
yes, that would be that
So
next
okay,
draft.
that I could understand why people were trashing Lou. That was kind of during the peak of trashing Lou because we thought that he'd just fired Trotz.
Oh, I get it being mad for that, but I'm talking about going back to like the bubble year where
Oh,
like everybody was like Sleepy Lou isn't gonna do anything. Sleepy Lou isn't gonna do anything. Go get JG Pajot. Sleepy Lou isn't gonna do anything. And what happens?
we got Pajot, and everyone likes Pajot.
And meanwhile, the very next year, where we're once again in it, and we need to make a move. Oh, Sleepy Lou's not gonna do anything. Sleepy Lou's not gonna do anything. And what does he do? He gets Kyle Palmieri, and the other guy wasn't really that good, but Zajac, he was like at the end of his career. But Palmieri was solid, especially in the playoffs. Remember the first game, the overtime goal he scored against the Penguins, the
Yep.
first game of that series? He like just pushes this guy off him, like, get off of me. And then just boom, pots it. Like that is one of my favorite goals like I've ever seen, like going all the way back to when I started following this team in '09.
And
But
here's
that's the thing.
the thing with Lou
People
is that even if, like, let's say this team we didn't have all the loser points, and we were
right.
like really out of it, which we would have been if we didn't get so many loser points. I don't think Lou would be so. I think Lou would just be staying put because he's 81 years old. He knows. Let's be real. 5 and 4 years from now, he's probably not going to be the GM anymore. His son will. So
Uh, that's not what I've been hearing recently. You know who I've been hearing?
I did see that one little report about Patrick Waugh as GM and Benoit being our coach.
Oh my gosh, what? Well, you can't say who our next head coach is. That guy's a race.
That's right. No, who's our next head coach? It's Steven Richards. Steven
imagine
Richards.
we Imagine we win the cup with him as the head coach and like all of UBS. It's a home game, so all of UBS is just chanting Benoit, Benoit,
And
Ben.
someone takes that out of context. Like UBS Arena, home of AEW fans, chant Benoit, Benoit.
Oh my gosh, that'd be all over all the dirt sheets and shit, all over the Facebook wrestling groups. That'd be so funny.
Islander, because they'd be like, New York Islander fans support child murderer Chris Benoit.
That'd be
What we
funny.
asked this random fan what his thoughts on Benoit were. He said, "I love Benoit. Benoit is the greatest.
An
I want to be
Islander
the
fan?
father." Yeah. They're asking like a random Islander, like, "What are your thoughts on Benoit?" Oh, he's the greatest. He's such an amazing man. I didn't know my father, but I wish Benoit was my father.
Well, he's clearly joking, but is this clip on YouTube somewhere?
No,
Ah man. Where
I
did you see this?
I'm saying like what the dirt sheets would be doing if we chanted Benoit at
Oh,
UBS.
okay. I see what you're doing.
And they
Okay,
get made every
Meltzer
like the fans like, oh, what do you think of Benoit? Oh, he's great.
Meltzer would report that as like fact,
Hey,
along with Mabel being the third man.
WWE Islander fans
Well,
love
we
Benoit.
already have a connection to WWE because of the yes.
Yeah, you see, because well, I guess that's now a AEW thing since Daniel Bryan. He's been
Yeah. But back
he-
then,
yeah,
it was a big W. I
it all started.
remember when Daniel Bryan went to a game and was like
Yeah,
interviewed by Shannon Hogan. I
and he
remember
messed
that.
it up.
How did he mess it up?
So no one tells these celebrities when they're going to the games when we say yes, yes, yes. So we scored.
Oh,
They cut to him and he's doing yes, 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 like right away after we scored. I'm like, no,
oh,
Daniel, you're doing it wrong. You wait for
right.
the dun dun
Yeah,
dun
dun,
dun
dun, dun,
dun
dun, dun,
dun dun.
dun, yeah,
Yes, 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 yes,
yeah,
yes. You've
right.
ruined it, Daniel.
I don't even remember. I remember seeing him do it, and he had that cool ass Islander scarf
Yeah,
on. That's just what I remember
that
from
was
it. I
back
didn't
at
remember that.
Barclays.
Yeah, when the car. Oh my gosh, I love. It's funny because I got nostalgia for Tavares a couple nights ago because even I can see something that I literally know is fake, and if it involves trading, if it involves Tavares potentially getting traded, I'll immediately start thinking, what if we can trade for him? And I saw it. It was like Tavares might get bumped down to bottom six, which I believe is true. But then it said he might also get traded, which I think is bullshit.
He's
But
coming home. He's coming home, Frank.
hey,
He's
that's what.
coming home. He's coming home.
No joke. No joke. If he comes back, I will try to do a fucking video package of like his best goals. If I had the editing skills of you, I would do it. But like a nice little video package of his best moments with that song uh, to it.
Could you imagine we trade like Matt Martin and Oliver Wahlstrom for John Tavares? Like the most random like lukewarm welcome back for him. Like, oh, we said we said a lot of
I
a lot of funny things were said, Mr.
hey
Tavares.
Hey, I've always viewed this as like the hockey version, even though to a lesser extent talent wise, because LeBron James is the best player on the planet Earth of his sport right now. And Tavares is good, but he's not that good. But I've always viewed this as like the NHL's version of LeBron leaving Cleveland. So it has to end the same way, right? He came back and won a championship with Cleveland. It's got to happen the same way.
Like he would have to have a new number because we retired Butch's
Oh,
number.
yeah. Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
Fuck.
but what if
90.
Lou's like, I don't like when players your age get high numbers, so we're gonna give you
Give
two.
him Nick Letty's. That's what I was just saying. Give him Nick Letty's number. Like
You're gonna
Mike
get
Riley's gonna be like Mike Riley's gonna be like, what the fuck? Why do I gotta give my number away?
Mike. Your new number is gonna be 0 because that's as many minutes we're gonna be playing.
Ray Ordonez is number. Um it's funny, before we went off to in like the Daniel Bryant discussion, we were talking about Benoit and an Islanders connection. Well, he's this guy, I can't pronounce his last name, but this Benoit is not the first Islanders Benoit. You remember the other guy, right? He's a part
Oh,
of the 93 team. That's why I know him so well. I love that team
I know the name too because they trot his ass out every now and again to games.
because he was a big part of that team.
Yeah, they like to trot him out. They like to trot out all the good teams before my era. I forgot his first
Benoit Hogue.
Benoit.
Benoit Hogue. Yeah. I like I said, when I brought those packs, I got a number of like 92, 93 guys. I got a couple of Benoit Hogues. Um, uh, I was hoping to get another Volek. I never told you this story, but in the Flyers series, I actually went out on eBay and brought a David Volek card as like a good luck charm to like get past Philly because it would have been our first appearance in the Eastern Conference Finals since 92-93, and the good luck charm worked. And of course, I still have that card. It's in my Islander book. Um, and I now, ever since I brought those 270 packs, I've now been able to create a whole page. It's like 3 pages now of just 92-93 players like Benoit Hogue, Ray Ferraro, some guys that I really don't know much about, but I had to look up and make sure that they were on the 92-93 team, so I put them in there. Of course, Rudy with an H. The H is silent. Kelly Rudy, the goaltender, which I had a Kelly Rudy card. I've had a Kelly Rudy card for a long time, but I ended up getting a second one in one of those packs. Who else?
Do you remember the
I think I got
controversy
what controversy?
with Josh Hosang?
Oh
His
yeah,
number?
oh yeah, yeah, because it was Yager's number. Oh
It
my
was
goodness,
Yager's number. People are like, "How dare Josh Hosang have Jaromir Yager's number?" And
yeah.
Hosang's like, "I don't know. I just have the number."
Josh Hosang's career was dead. Was like doomed from the moment it started because of Garth Snow's interview after we drafted him. Remember what he said?
What do you say?
He actually cursed in the middle of the interview. I think he said "fuck." It was like they were. I think Josh Hosang was like hated for some reason right away,
It was kind
and
of a
like they were. He was hated going into the draft, and I guess they asked Garth Snow, and Garth Snow said something to the lines of, "Well, they fucking hate me too." So it was something like that. I gotta look it up. Look it up on YouTube. Garth Snow curses at the draft or whatever.
But
Yeah,
the thing about it, the funny things about Josh Hosting I remember is first of all, this fan base freaking
hated
loved
him.
the kid.
Oh well, they loved him because he was a
They,
big prospect.
yeah, they loved him. But I also remember the Islanders promoting him because I remember the red, white, and blue scrimmage they had at Barclays Center to promote Barclays Center. It was
Right.
Josh Hosang, Matt Barzal, and a few of our other prospects. Some of them
Was
worked
Del
out, most of
Cole?
them didn't.
Was Del Cole there? Because
Delco,
remember
I remember Michael,
that
but
was the same draft. They were both first round picks. We had two that year.
the big thing they're the big guy they were promoting that season was this Josh Hosang kid was going to be the next big thing. Don't pay attention
Yeah.
to this Barzell,
Oh my.
whatever the hell his name is. It's Josh
They know the
Hosang time, baby.
Since I mentioned Garth Snow, let me just say for a minute. I mean, Garth Snow sort of gets a lot of hate too, but honestly, this team that went to back-to-back Eastern Conference Finals and is still at this point in all of these guys' careers still around here, hanging around in a playoff spot. He built this team.
Yes, he did.
He built this core, and I will never forget the 2015 draft. We went in there with no first round picks, and this motherfucker took Griffin Reinhard, who was supposed to be good, never turned out to be anything. And he said, "Here you go, Edmonton. We'll take your first round pick." Boom, took it. And then he made another trade and ended up getting back to back picks, or at least close to back to back. I don't know if it
No,
was
it was
back to
back to
back.
back because I remember that
Okay.
We got
It
Wallstrom
was
with the first one, and
no,
then
no,
Dobson with the
no, no,
next.
no. No. That was 2019
Oh, okay.
or 18. This was Barzy and Bo,
Hmm.
the original Barzy and Bo. There's still a Barzy and Bo, but now it's a little different.
I only called Beauvillier Bo because of Chris King saying Bo knows this and Bo knows that.
Yeah. Does he do that for Horvat?
What?
Does he do that for Horvat?
I don't think he does. I think he's retired it with when
Oh, here it is.
Bo left.
I found the
it.
interview.
I know
Yeah.
Bo does it. I mean,
Well, I know.
Greg does it, and I do it.
What? Yeah, Greg. I was gonna say that
Greg
Greg
does it,
does.
and I do it sometimes.
I think I found the interview. It's from TSN. Let me put. I'm gonna watch it right now. So give me a second.
Yep.
Hold on, these fucking minutes. Okay, here it is. This is it. Okay. Okay, so this was the situation. The TSN reporter is like, okay, so there's questions about his interviews, about his attitude and everything. And Garth Snow's response is, well, they shit on me too. So
I mean, it's true.
but it's funny how he did that.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, Ho Sang's career was doomed from that moment.
You know, there's been a lot of discussion about should Patrick be our GM, and I just don't think a goaltender would work as a GM here.
Well, look what a goaltender did. A goaltender built up this team that we currently are seeing that took a. Yeah.
Did you see my post in the Facebook
I
group?
did see that.
And how few people actually got my freaking reference?
I didn't see that people didn't get the reference, but I saw your comment. Yes.
Yeah, not everyone got the reference. They're like, "Oh, well, why wouldn't it work?" I'm like, Garth Snow was a goaltender, you idiots. He played for us.
And Garth Snow did a pretty decent job with it. I'll say that. But if you want to see the interview, just YouTube search Garth Snow interview, and the video is literally titled "Garth Snow" by Ted. It's Garth Snow is literally the title, and the person who uploaded it was Ted Starkey. It's a 14-second video. You'll see they're both the interviewer and Garth are holding TSN mics.
Mm.
It's a 14-second video, so it's really quick. They shit on me too. And I remember those days. They did, but he didn't deserve it. And neither does Lou.
Look, we needed to move on from Garth Snow.
I get it. Guess what happened about 2 hours ago? So we were still on the air. This is a little bit of breaking news. Guess what happened?
We have to make the noise. Da-da-da, breaking news. 312 FCT ENT presents breaking news. If you're still watching this late, what the fuck are you doing?
It has nothing to do with either of our two teams, nor does it have anything to do with my other football team or your football team. But it does have something to do with a team that has the same name as your football team. The Giants have signed Matt Chapman.
His career is fucked.
Oh man. I guess there's nothing. Yeah, no other news. So the Islanders didn't do anything. The Bears have not made.
Are you saying that Lou Lamoriello is not up at 3:13 in the morning?
Oh my God, Sleepy Lou, blah blah blah. Yeah, shut the fuck up.
He checks it. He opens up his pillbox. He's like, "Oh yeah, I gotta make a move this week. The trade deadline is on Friday. If I don't make a move, people are gonna be pissed off at me."
See, now you sound like them. Now you sound like the Sleepy Lou crowd.
Look, I had to. Lou, I think it was last year or 2 years ago. Lou talked to season ticket members, and he seemed like he was the most miserable he's ever been. He's like, building a team is like building an orchestra. You got to find the right paces. We're not just going to make a trade just for the sake of making a trade.
He's right.
And I wanted to ask him, are you going to help Josh Bailey? I was after, I will trade that motherfucker for a 6th round pick. You fucking cocksucker. How dare you be a Josh Bailey fan?
Yeah. Oh man, Fuck the Blackhawks though although again they did help us last year, so and they do employ Anthony Beauvillier, and I do appreciate that. Oh shit! hold on. Like I was saying, they do employ Anthony Beauvillier, and I appreciate them for that. But fuck them for
when Jari came back, first game against the Islanders, and they introduced him. He got a lot of cheers.
and then they go out,
Jari.
and then they go out and beat us 7-0.
Yeah, he kicked our ass. But for that opening moment, we're like, yeah, thank you, Jari. If you didn't go out for a Sunday stroll, boy, oh boy, we wouldn't have made the playoffs.
What is this Sunday? They're just saying how he didn't actually go out and like party the night before, right?
No, because you see, Jari's biggest problem, other than not being that very good, is that he gets out of his crease and tries to play the puck way too much. It's what did him in against Josh Bailey in the playoffs a couple years ago.
Yes, I remember. He literally pulled a Dobson. He pulled a Dobson. He literally passed it right to Josh.
And that's pretty much kind of what happened last year against the Blackhawks. He tries to get to the puck. He goes to the other side of the boards, and the Blackhawks get it and score. And he's like, "Oh well, gee whiz, whoopsie guys."
See, even though I watched the game, I do not remember like the play you're talking about. It's been so long now. If it was an actual Islanders game, I would remember. But it was like, even though it mattered to us, it was a game between the Blackhawks and Penguins. So it's like I was watching, but I was also paying attention to other things as I was watching.
I just picture him just trying to play the puck. He's like, "Oh, it's a lovely day in hockey land. I'm just a happy goaltender. Oh my, it appears the puck has slipped by me. That's not good. We might not make the playoffs now because of me. Whoopsie daisy."
I was gonna say something before you brought up Jari. Now I forget what I was gonna say, but it was Islanders related.
Well, the time is 3:16, son.
Yeah, it's 17 for me, but yeah, you're right. 3:16. I know what I was gonna say now. So even though they employ Anthony Beauvillier, fuck the Blackhawks for immediately dumping Josh Bailey. Like not even giving the guy a chance to prove he still got something.
Yeah. Whatever. I'm just happy he didn't end up in Nashville.
As bad as Lou Lamoriello treated him for benching him at what would have been his 1,000th game on home ice, the Blackhawks did him. The Blackhawks did him worse.
I don't blame Lou for benching him. That was a Lane Lambert decision.
Oh, I said Lou. See, they're both LL. It's hard to. I always make that mistake. Remember, I once said to you, I think when you were in the comments and it was me and Christian, I once said, "Oh, you hate Lane Lambert," and I realized, oh no, I didn't mean Lane. I meant Lou. Like, no, I hate Lane Lambert too. I meant Lou.
Yeah, no, I don't particularly like Lambert. And
no, nobody does.
When we do the show tomorrow, I'll probably have very good reasons to hate Lambert. But hopefully, we'll be talking about a win tomorrow.
Oh yeah, well we can. Well, I guess we can still go over it, but it'll technically be March. It'll be the first game of March, but we can talk about it, and then I guess we'll talk about it in our March review as well. Hopefully, the March review will be an exciting one, because hopefully by the time
we're gonna be so exhausted tomorrow.
Yeah, by the time we do the March, well, for me, I've been on a late schedule, so I'm good. That's you're the one who's yawning, and I'm just over here looking like
I haven't been up this late, and I don't know how long.
Let's see. I'm making it. People would think that watching me that it's like 3 p.m., not 3 a.m. Because I'm wide awake. I get it. You're not on the same regimen.
I wasn't even planning on doing a show tonight.
That's the funny thing about this. It's supposed to be me and Christian, and somehow this has turned into a 5-hour, 30-minute.
I thought I was just going to be backstage and like in the chat or something. Then you just add me randomly. I'm like, I didn't watch the show. I didn't watch the show. What do they want?
Yeah. I don't know why Christian did it randomly too. He should have been like, bro, would you like to do the show with us? And he told me too. He's like, okay, I sent him the link. I'm like, okay, did you? I didn't say this. I was thinking it, but it's like, you just sent him the link. Did you not ask him to join? He probably won't even know what the fuck you're doing. But it was cool that you came in.
I thought maybe he sent it to the wrong person. I'm like,
Yeah.
well, I know this link works, so I'll see what happens.
Yeah.
And 5 hours later,
Yeah. We're out here on we mostly talked about the Islanders more than we talked about the actual show in question.
yes. Good luck to anybody who actually wanted to find that show review. It's either going to be in the 5th hour. It's going to be somewhere in this hour. These 5 hours.
No, it's not in the 5th hour. It's not in the 5th hour.
Not the 5th hour. It's going to be like in the 2nd or 3rd hour somewhere. We talked more about.
I remember seeing it was like 2 hours in, and we were like about to finish at that point.
Mm-hmm.
So we've been at least
a couple hours later.
We've been here talking sports for like 3 hours.
It's crazy.
Yeah. Well, again, I know I get that you haven't clipped the last episode, but if you can, don't forget about the Krusty Krab is in there. The whole when I first because I want to.
Remember that timestamp? It was like around 47 minutes.
There's a Facebook group. It's a SpongeBob Facebook group called like. Have you ever heard of the page where it's like every SpongeBob frame in order?
Yeah.
So it's like a group for that page, and like it's all like people like us who grew up on SpongeBob and now are like 30 years old. It's pretty much a page for that. It's like it's all just like us who grew up on the show, not like the kids today. And that's why they only talk about like the early seasons. Like I've only seen the early seasons. I haven't watched a SpongeBob episode mainly as a fan, like normally every week since like 2005. But the last episode I actually watched was like in 2012. I can't remember what episode it was, but it was a random morning where I was like up early and like just randomly decided to turn on a SpongeBob, even though I haven't watched a new episode in like forever. So I have not watched any of the new episodes. Oh, is that Matt Harvey?
Yeah, this is little Harvey. I named her after Matt Harvey, and then Matt Harvey died and disappeared.
She has never had oh my gosh, I forgot the surgery. Shit. She's never had thoracic outlet syndrome, right?
No.
That's the surgery. He had Tommy John first, but then he had thoracic outlet. And that's the thoracic outlet is really what killed his career.
Yes,
there are fevers and injuries that I've literally only know because of the Mets. Like I've never heard of valley fever before Ike Davis. I never knew what thoracic outlet syndrome was before Matt Harvey.
Yeah, we invent new ways to get injured.
You remember when Ike had valley fever?
I remember when I forget one of our it was Noah Syndergaard who had freaking hand and mouth.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
he was touching kids or something like that.
Oh my gosh, you made that sound.
I know. You know, after I said it, I was like, well.
He wasn't. No, he wasn't doing stuff. He wasn't doing that necessarily.
No. I don't mean like he touched children, even though Noah Syndergaard's no longer playing Major League Baseball, apparently, because he's done.
He is for real?
I'm pretty sure. I don't think he's signed with anybody.
Well, I don't know if he's officially retired, but yeah, he may not have signed. There's Jordan Montgomery still out there, so like if that'd be interesting, yeah.
Even though they blocked me.
The crazy thing about Noah Syndergaard, as big a prospect he was, and I loved when we made that trade, and as great a 2015 he had, including the postseason, and even for that matter, a great 2016 season, he will always be remembered for Terry Collins and Tom Hallion. That will literally be what Noah Syndergaard will always be remembered for. Our asses in the jackpot.
You got to give us a shot.
Because Noah. Terry was so pissed. Oh my gosh. I love how that didn't even come out for like 2 years.
Yeah.
But Terry went nuts. Like MLB did nothing to that guy. And Tom Holland's like, Terry, I
That's
know,
true.
but calm down. Please calm down. He's like, I know, but like, please chill. Bro,
Our ass is in the jackpot of you.
what the fuck does that even mean?
Well, that's because like MLB is what.
No,
Like,
I know what he meant. I know
yeah,
what he was saying, but like, what? That's what he chose? Like, what the fuck does that even mean?
this team,
Like,
that team was fucked.
yeah, like that's what they said about Terry when he first got here, though, that he can get heated, and
Yeah.
he proved it. He proved it that day. But at least he was getting heated for his players, not like getting heated at his players. I think he understood when he became Met manager, he learned from his time in Houston. He understood that that's not the way to go about things. But he still, instead of getting heated at his players, he started to get heated at the umpires whenever they screwed up or whenever they threw a pitcher out just for throwing at a guy once without any warning.
We haven't had a manager like him since everyone else, except for Buck
Yeah.
Showalter, have been puppets.
And yeah. And Buck Showalter was fired for being on a team that wasn't going anywhere in the first place. Go figure.
Yeah, but then they brought in Carlos Mendoza, who is
Hopefully
just
he's
a
good.
puppet. I don't have much faith in Carlos Mendoza.
Hmm.
I don't have any
Well,
reason to have faith.
I know the moment he makes a questionable bullpen move, the Met Facebook groups will be on his ass. I've left some Met Facebook groups. I'm be honest with you. I'm not in the true. Are you in the true Met fan groups?
I probably am. I'm probably in like at least one of them. I know I've been in some page since 2015.
I left those groups. I stay in a group called Amazing Met Fans, where it's mostly like not the horrible fans, but it's also a small ass group in terms of members.
I know Greg runs a Facebook Mets group.
I
I know him in that.
I believe he's in the true Met fan groups. It's true Met fans and true New York Met fans, and I left both of them. I couldn't take it anymore. I think it was after the playoffs in 2022. That was my breaking point.
I wanted to curl up in a ball after that series. That was my lowest point as a Met fan. That in the World Series.
My lows. I cannot say. Well, first off, I can't call anything from 2015 my low point. Even just being in the World
Post
Series.
losing it.
Yeah, like just being in the World Series was epic because I was only 7 years old in 2000. I didn't really get to experience that. Not in the way I experienced 2015. And plus, I was telling everybody this team was on the come up, and nobody wanted to believe me. So I felt vindicated watching them go on that run. But I thought 2015 was going to be the beginning of like a really long stretch of like success, and that didn't turn out.
Well, that
My
success
low,
lasted about a year.
my lowest point is September of 07.
Yeah, I think
And
that wild card series was the one that did me in because I
I
haven't been able to
really,
have that much hope since.
I really thought it's like the equivalent of like that Islander game against the Devils where they were up 3 and didn't even get a point. Because I really thought we were about to win the World Series, and we had such a big lead, and we didn't even get to play one playoff game that year. It's literally the equivalent of that game, just from a full season standpoint, not a full game standpoint.
Assuming we could beat the Red Sox that year. That was a good Red Sox team.
I remember opening day because it was opening night really because we played the Cardinals on ESPN Sunday Night Baseball. Um, I remember they did the ESPN crew did their picks, World Series picks, and like at least 2 or 3 people picked Mets versus Red Sox.
We probably could have beaten the Tigers because I don't think that was a very good Tiger team. That was good. That was a good Tiger team in 06.
Now you mean '06? Yes, that
Yeah.
was '06. Now um, that we would have absolutely demolished them. That pitching staff could not throw the ball to first or third. They were getting so many grounders somehow that went right back to them, and they were not ready. That pitching staff was not ready for that big spot. So I think we would have absolutely destroyed the Tigers. And it's funny because that summer, when both teams were so red hot, I remember saying it's going to be Mets and Tigers in the World Series, and I was this close from being right. But Aaron Heilman had to hold on a minute. This is Aaron Heilman right here pitching to Yadier Molina. Hanging curveball, hanging breaking ball. That's Aaron Heilman pitching to Yadier Molina. So since our Willie Randolph decided to not use his Hall of Fame closer with the season on the line, well, we didn't get to feast on that bad. Well, I don't want to say bad team, but just because they were in the World Series, first of all, but a team that was not ready for the big spot.
We in 08, we probably would have beaten the Rays in 08.
Yeah.
It was
Oh,
a good
yeah.
Rays team, but the
Not that
Phillies
good,
swept
though.
them. So
Yeah.
if the Phillies can sweep them, then
Um,
we probably could.
I really thought Ryan Church's ball was going out.
Yeah, well,
And
it's
fucking
kind of fitting. It's kind of fitting that Shea Stadium closes with a
yeah.
Mets
And
disappointing
Cam-
loss.
and Cameron Maben, who thinks he's funny. Remember how he caught that ball?
Yeah,
He caught it like Cleon Jones. He caught it and took a knee.
yeah.
And then, of course, we get him at the end of his career, and he can't buy a hit for us. The jackass. But even the year before, the first final game against the Marlins, even after Tom Glavine shit the bed, the Hall of Fame pitcher who can't get out of the first inning, even after that, I really think if Ramon Castro's ball just goes a little further, do you remember that? Bases loaded. We're one swing away from being right back in the game, and Ramon Castro takes one to the warning track. If that ball goes out, we're right back in the game. I don't think there's no stopping us. Remember the Rays in 2011 when they were dead in the water? And they got their shot and they came all the way back. I think that same thing would happen with us if Castro's ball goes out.
So I remember
Once,
the first season that I fully watched the Mets was that 09 season. That was the year that
no.
everyone got hurt.
Yep. Like I said, Luis Castillo, the one
Yeah.
guy who stayed healthy, falls down the steps in September and gets hurt.
Beltron got
Yeah.
hurt. Wright got hurt. Delgado got hurt. Everybody worth a damn got hurt.
Wright got
And
hit in the head. Wright
yeah,
got hit in the head too by Matt
we
Cain. I
got
remember that.
the Phillies pulled an unassisted triple play against
Oh
us.
my gosh, Jeff Francoeur. Oh,
The
I
Yankees
remember
won.
that.
The Yankees go on to beat the Phillies in the World Series, which was annoying.
I really thought. Oh, I love that happened. I hate the Phillies. I
It was
wanted the
more
Yankees
annoying.
to win.
It was annoying, but then in 2010, I was like, oh well, we're gonna be brand new, guys. Come on! And then we didn't get hurt as much as 2010. We just
No,
started to see
just
that
they
decline of
weren't
the
good
team.
enough. Yeah, they weren't good enough. I don't think they were good enough in 2009 either. That team was old. That was the problem, and that's
Yeah,
why everybody got hurt. I don't think they would have won even if they stayed healthy. But I remember. So I was so hyped when Ike Davis got called up. I seen him in spring training smoking balls out of that fucking. And I know I've said it before. You don't take preseason as serious, and I understood that even back then. But you watch this guy just hit bombs, and it's like holy shit. And this guy's a first round pick. So there's reason to be excited. So when he got called up, I was so hyped. I remember he hit a walk-off home run against the Padres and was like, man, maybe this team's good enough. And it was the beginning. That was the beginning of the decade where, for a couple of years there, they'd have a good first half and then they fade. It was like every year in like 2010, maybe not so much in 2011, but 2010, 2012, 2013, 2012 for mostly of all those years. The first half of 2012 was one of my most fun times as a Met fan. The Nobody remembers the Valdespin game. I cannot forget that game, man. This dude's 0 for 7, and he just got sent down, but he had to come right back up because Ruben Tejada got injured in the prior game against the Diamondbacks because he slid and like busted his face on while sliding. So he got hurt. So Valdespin comes right back up. Sunday night game, nationally broadcast. Oh no, it wasn't Sunday night, but it was nationally broadcast on ESPN. Although we still had it on SNY, which thank God, because Gary Cohen's call on this was pretty damn good too. And Jordani Valdespin comes off the bench, tie game, 2-2 in the ninth, facing at the time one of the best closers in the game in Jonathan Papelbon. He's 0 for 6 in his career, and he absolutely just smacks one over the wall, and we win that game. That was like that. Just shows how exciting the first half was in 2012. And one of the craziest parts about that is Josh Tolley got injured in that game. It was like in the 7th inning. He got hurt sliding in the second. Guess what game he came back for?
Yankees?
No.
I don't know.
Very, very memorable game from 2012. Friday night, first of the month. I'm not going to say what month it is because I'll probably give it away. It was close to summertime.
July 1st? No.
No. They had never done it before. They've now done it twice.
Oh, June 1st.
Yes. That was the game that Josh Tolley came back for. He literally came back off an injury after being injured for nearly a whole month, and he ended up catching the first no-hitter in franchise history.
Yeah, then
And it's like,
R.A. Dickey went the next night and threw like a one.
oh my gosh. No, he didn't throw a one-hitter, but he did pitch the next night. He pitched against the Cardinals again, and like Citi Field was electric that night. That was where it felt like, okay, this team could go somewhere, man. This team might really go somewhere. Now, Dickey did throw a one hitter that year. He threw 2 back to back against the Orioles and Rays.
I thought he
And
did against
that
the
was
Phillies because I remember he did throw on one hitter, and the only hit was for the pitcher Cole Hamels.
Cole Hamels. That was 2010.
Oh, that was 2010. Okay, because I remember
Yeah.
he definitely did throw a one hitter against the Phillies at one point, and it was like one of those stupid ones against.
Yeah, I remember. I remember that too. But the Rays one hitter was very controversial because they thought it was very similar to Santana's, where they thought that the hit was a foul ball, and like there was talk that the Mets wanted to how do you say protest? They wanted to protest the game. And it's like, what are you gonna do if you win that protest? Just come back out on the field at like 3 hours later and celebrate like they had just thrown a no hitter? Like you're taking away, even if you do that and win, you're taking away the great part of a no hitter. It's in the moment. You don't go out there and just be like, yeah, like you lost the moment by that point.
And now we've thrown 2 no hitters. Well, one's
Yeah.
combined still.
It's still a no hitter. It's still
Yeah.
a no hitter. And that was the first night. Because remember, because of the moment, they didn't go to commercial. They did the same thing with Santana's ninth inning. They didn't go to the commercial. So they stayed in. This was the first night I ever saw the trumpet entrance. And I'm probably sure there's a lot of people just like me who'd never seen it. And my first thought as I'm watching this is probably the thought of every other Met fans. Imagine the World Series, ninth inning. We're 3 outs away at Citi Field, and you hear those trumpets, and Edwin Diaz is coming to the mound. That would be so electric. It was electric that night with the no hitter intact. Imagine how it would be in the World Series where we're 3 outs away from winning our first World Series since '86.
So you remember? I remember that second no hitter night because the Islanders had just lost. It was that was at our home game, so we had just lost. It was a pretty bad loss. It
Hmm.
had to have been early April, so by then we were like, Jesus Christ, just get the season over with.
Yeah,
Me and
that was the last year with Barry where they didn't make
yeah,
it. The
and
Romanov off season.
me and other Met fans turned on the radio because I think by then they had we were either watching the games on our phones or had it on our radios, and we
Yeah.
turned all the way up because we're like, oh, what's happening with the Met game? What do you mean a no hitter's gone into the ninth inning? And we all cheer and we're like, yeah, let's go. So we had that going for us that night at least.
See, I remember that night because when the game began, I was watching the NFL draft as well. So I was watching like the NFL draft on TV and then the Met game on my phone. And so I was excited to see what the Bears were going to do. And the funny thing is, we drafted a guy who I've referenced on this video probably like 3, 4 hours ago. Jaquan Brisker, we drafted him. Remember, because you brought up Mac Jones coming to the Bears, and I was like, oh wow, now he's going to be teammates with the guy he kicked in the nuts, Jaquan Brisker. So we drafted him that day, and we drafted Kyler Gordon that day. We really started putting together the great secondary that we currently have with guys like Jalen, who was drafted the prior year, and then Brisker and Gordon that year. And now last year, Tariq Stevenson, who was a fucking beast. And no, you've probably never heard of him. Most people who aren't Bears fans probably never heard of him. But pretty soon you're going to start hearing about Tariq Stevenson. He's a beast. And we really started putting that secondary together that day when the no hitter happened. We got Gordon and Brisker, and then the Mets threw a no hitter. It was a great day for me overall, even though the Islanders lost. I don't even remember the Islanders having a game that day
No, I
because it
did
was
too. I
just
remember
such a.
the
It
parade.
was
I specifically remember listening to listening to the no hitter on the train after the loss. We were so pissed off.
See, my day was going so well because like I was happy with what the Bears did in the draft, and now the Mets got a no hitter going. Oh my god! So like I don't even remember that the Islanders lost that day, but the season was over by then. So it's like, yeah, whatever.
I think what pissed us off probably was because I think we were still some. I don't remember us
Yeah.
being like dead in early April
No,
just yet, but we
remember,
were very
remember,
close.
remember the reason I said like they went on a run late that year, and I was really buying into it. I'm like, they could do this, but I think I can't remember. See, it's so long ago since that no hitter that I really can't remember if the year was over yet or did they still have a shot. They might have still had a shot. I don't know.
I
The
feel like
funny thing is,
if I was mad after a loss in April, then that means they probably had somewhat of a shot. So them losing
probably,
probably really hurt.
yeah, if you were mad, then they must have still been in it.
Something must have happened. Either that or Chara did Chara things.
I remember when Chara scored his first goal back with us. It was literally his first. I was looking up before he scored because when we got him, it's like, oh well, his next goal is going to be his first goal as an Islander in like 20 years. So I wanted to look up where it happened, and it was against the Penguins on April 2nd, 2001. That's how long ago it was. It was literally the day after WrestleMania 17.
Yeah, I remember hating Chara in his second run here. Like a lot.
I Look, he was at the end of his career. I wasn't mad that we brought him back. It was cool to see somebody from like the Fisherman era back. Like it was that long ago. Um, I remember when Pujols hit like towards the end of not early on in that year, because of course hockey would still be playing. It couldn't be end of baseball, but Pujols hit. Oh, I know what it was. It was Pujols' first home run back with the Cardinals. And so I said right after that, like Pujols just hit his first home run with the Cardinals. I'm calling, and I guess the Islanders were playing to that day. So I said, I'm calling it now. Zdeno Chara is going to score his first goal back with the Islanders tonight. And he didn't do it, but he did it a couple days later. And like somebody was like, "Oh, look, you were right." I'm like, "No, I wasn't. He scored it a couple days later. How was I right?" Like, what?
Oh, we are closing in on 6 hours.
I can't believe this is the longest YouTube video I've ever done.
I'm exhausted. I'm pooped.
All right, so we're finally gonna want to just stay for one more minute just to make it
Yeah,
6
we're gonna
hours.
stay for the one more minute.
Stay
Just
for
talking
1 minute.
6 hours. They're gonna be like, wow, they're really diving deep into this episode of Raw.
we covered the Raw episode for well, we were 2 hours in when we finished, but we
Yeah.
probably only did it for like an hour. Normally, our shows normally go like an hour.
Yeah,
So
no,
when
I'm,
you take
I'm used to
away,
doing like 43 minutes of CJ. We've done
that's
6
because
hours.
that's because Christian is not like me. I like to really dive into the
Yeah.
show and like give my thoughts. Christian will be like, "There was this match. Okay, let's move on. There was this
Yeah, I
match. What do
try.
you think?" Like
Sometimes
Christian
with
wants
him,
to,
I'm like, okay, can we kind of dive into this match a little bit quickly? No,
yeah.
okay, well, whatever.
He wanted to end our Great American Bash '04 story review so quickly, and I had something set up at the end where I wanted to talk about my night watching the show and how I recorded the show and how it cut off just as the thunderbolt hit when Paul Heyman was there. And so I had not gotten to watch the end of Great American Bash '04, which I absolutely love that pay-per-view. I love the Concrete Grip match. I love the storyline to that. So the tape cuts off. So I don't even I'm watching it live though. So I'm seeing it live that day. And so I see when Undertaker turns on Paul Bearer, which I for some reason saw coming, but I didn't get to see that ending for at least a good 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, a good 7 years until I finally got the DVD. All right, so we're 6 hours in. You want to end
We're 6 hours in. We made it 6 hours of just talking about that Raw episode.
it? Raw,
Deepest
the
dive.
Islanders.
We could
Oh
have
my god,
we could have watched that episode like 3 times.
we could have watched. I tell you, the Easter epic is 5 hours. We could have watched the Easter epic through this whole time.
Hey guys, instead of listening to our review, just watch the episode of Raw a
I
few times.
I have the Easter epic on DVD too. That's why I know it's 5 hours because the DVD says 5 hours. Um, 10 greatest games.
Mm.
It has David Volek in OT. It has the Al Arbor's 1500th game. It has the Easter epic, Bates penalty shot, and all four of the Stanley Cup wins, and then Ken Morrow's OT winner against the Rangers. Oh
I
yeah,
feel
and
like I feel like
the comeback.
those 4 to overtime win, those 4 Stanley Cup win games are kind of cheating.
Yeah, it is because outside of the first one, the other ones are all blowouts.
Yeah.
But you have the comeback against the Penguins in '82. That is a great game. If
Yeah.
there's one game to watch on here, it's that comeback. Although I love the David Volek game because, like I said, 92, 93, I love that team. That's my favorite team that I've never I didn't even grow up to watch.
Indeed. Oh god, I haven't stood up in 6 hours.
All right, so 6 hours, we're done.
Yep.
This is it.
Oh
So
god.
I'll see you tomorrow when we do the Islander October through February recap.
Oh yay.
But next season we will definitely do monthly recaps.
Yes.
And it's just gonna be a free. You want to do Met recaps for the months too?
Sure. Misery
Okay,
loves company.
all right. So we'll do Islander recaps, and then we'll do Met recaps. Perfect.
Yep.
So I am now finally going to end this stream right now. Hold on. End
Oh god,
stream.
the stream can't end.
No, it's ending. I just hit it.